now that there's no appearing. So there's more flowers and fruit.
Good morning, viewers. Thanks so much for joining us. Sunday, the 14th of July, STOKKIESDRAAI Equestrian Centre is where we are this morning. Sten Muckner is joining me in co-commentary once again. Bud, massive day today.
Brendan, action-packed day. I think we start off with the Gold Tour Grand Prix this morning. Then we have the World Cup qualifier, and finishing off our day with the Silver Tour Grand Prix, the 135s. This morning's class looks like a stiff track.
It looks stiff, I must say. I know you had a little walk around there. Does it look as scary in there as it does from up here?
I wouldn't be telling my pupils that are in this class, but it's pretty big. I know the last couple of fences all set at around 145, and there's not much breathing space around this track. They jump 1, 6 strides related to 2. I walked it on 9 strides from 2 to 3, the double. Then they've got the option of an inside turn to 4. Kate said she measured quite tight. 5 strides to the biogen. Left 6 strides from 6 to 7. Right 8. 5 strides up to 9. Left turn, treble combination, 1 stride, 2 strides. 7 strides jumping out the treble to a big oxer. 4 strides down to the last fence at the equestrian affair jump. So you better be on your game this morning. I think you're going to need to be a little bit sharper than the box were in closing out that game last night.
Yeah, definitely sharper than that. Unfortunately, we dropped the ball, so to speak, last night, unfortunately. But I'm sure everybody's going to be sharper than that, and definitely somebody who's going to give us a pretty good example of how I think things should be done this morning. Looks like number 1, Kahoka Tana, Ray Corber comes trotting in to take the salute.
Always really nice for the other competitors to have the master himself, Ray Corber, come in at number 1. Shows you how to ride this track particularly well, I'm sure.
Katinka looking a picture this morning. I know she's usually full of it, so I'm sure by day 3 now she's had a bit of... Oh, no. She's still full of beans.
While Ray gets going on his Kahoka horse, I'm going to get to the warm-up to help Kim Williamson on Kahoka Tana, my client for this class. I'll be back with you guys shortly, but I leave you in the capable hands of young Brendan McNiven.
Thanks, Sten. Very exciting day today, and as Sten mentioned, fantastic way to start off the class. Person that I've always aspired to and enjoyed to watch ride. Ray Corber kicks us off Kahoka Tana. This horse is owned by Craig Rankin. See Ray electing to nip inside. Big ask. A very balancing 5 to the biogen wall. Another very disciplined distance down to the brick and clay plank. The 3s and 4 strides distances are going to be really testing in this arena today, I think. Good example there at the KUDA. Oh. 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4. Oh, unfortunate fence down there at the triple combination. But really finishes off strong there, G. I think that's a strong course for that mare. She really did come out and give of her best. Ray really asked her to try and back up. She almost tried too hard at the middle elements of the triple combination and struggled to get her shoulders out the way. But I genuinely think that's a strong track for that horse. I'm sure that Ray will be chuffed, and I think that she handled the rest of it pretty smoothly, to be honest with you. Next up, Jason Slade, Data Science's Picasso V. It's also owned by Slade Equestrian. And this horse makes a fantastic noise off the ground when he powers himself into the air. Jason mindful of the time there, nips inside. That's definitely the plan. Disciplined riding. The jumps come really quick off the turn in the square arena. Jason really organized down that distance. Oh, Jason, textbook as you like. Beautiful riding down there. Triple combination, 7 and 4 at the end. Beautiful. Unfortunate just fence down there at the Peter Morrison, but gosh, that horse jumped a beautiful round. Jason looking very mileaged at this 140, 145 level. Number 3 up next. Farnham for Gold. This horse owned by Farnham Stables, ridden this morning by Lorette Knowles-Taylor. Lorette making sure that she's organized before she gets going. Puffs her cheeks out, making sure that she gets her head in the game. Trying to create positive relaxation is definitely the name of the game with these horses. You don't want any tension in their bodies. George is a big jumping, big stepping horse. Lorette seems to be getting the knack of giving him the room he needs. Oh, unfortunately, just kneeling on number 1 there. So it's looking like that's going to be the ride. Whoopsie. George looking like he's not over the moon with the Biogen wall. Lorette's really going to take her time. Let him have a good look at it. It is really in quite a tricky place, jumping right into the corner of the arena. Oh. Unfortunately, George not liking the Biogen wall today. So Shadowfly up next, number 4. This is Hannelise Comfort. She's riding for her mom, Cry Comfort. Making sure that she's up to the gallop as she comes past us this morning. These courses really demand tempo and power. Annalise is electing to go all the way around. She does have unbelievable natural ground speed, so it may suit her today. She definitely had a better shot at 4 and 5 and left them both up. So looking like her plan's working for her this morning. Sure, beautiful middle to middle riding. Unfortunately, just getting a fraction quick coming into the treble. Finishing off strong, so two down in the treble, unfortunately, but a really beautiful round otherwise for Hannelise and Shadowfly. So long testing track. So many opportunities to have soft fences here and there. So I suppose you would be expecting nothing less. This is championship morning. This is the Guard Risk 140 Gold Tour Grand Prix. This is a 140 class with 5 jumps pitched at 145. Next to take on this track, number 5, Denton Horse Boxes Count Cosmo, Andrew Olaf. Another one setting off at a good canter to number 1. Sure. Cosmo got huge step. He just gets across the ground so easy. Oh. It's looking like that's quite a test this morning, is trying to get in the time so the riders are a fraction open at that Peter Morrison, and then to ask the horses to sit and wait to the Biogen wall. It looks like it comes quite quick. Definitely rideability is something that's going to be tested this morning. Cosmo just has oodles of scope, can jump from so much room. Looking like he might have got his tongue over the bit, I'm not really sure. So not Andy's day today, unfortunately. So trotting around, showing her horse the jumps. Number 6, this is Kylie Stain. She brings in back on track, Legato. He's a fairly mileaged horse at the 150 level. He would have been around some seriously big tracks with Kylie, so I think she's going to use that experience today to get him around this Gold Tour. He almost just looked like he kicked back at number 1. Kylie also inside. That tricky line, no problem for Legato this morning. Often you can hear him groaning and putting in a huge effort. He really is such a trier, such a competitor. 5, 6, 7 to the back on track. And 4 to the last. So that line, sure, it does. I must say this track is really proving to be quite a test this morning. Lots of places where you can just have soft fences. Triple combination, front rail of that of the oxer looking like it is taking some jumping, and just general rideability everywhere. I think this course is, the arena is so square, and Kate has put these jumps in such an intelligent place that you really have to be organized, have your horses underneath yourselves, pushing, bouncing, and keeping that big canter. Next up to have a go, back on track, Sheldon Jonathan Clark for Linda Ellerine. Wow. Sheldon swishing his tail this morning. Looking like he's well. Horses definitely are going to need to be fit to get around these big, long, twisty courses. Yeah, ground speed's good. He'd want a little bit, make sure he's balanced here. Easy in, big press, and then looking early. Come on, Sheldon. Oh, no. Just finishes off with 4 penalties there. Hits the last. The quickest time so far, 68.88. Gosh, Sheldon jumped out of his skin. Shame, just laying a toe on the equestrian affair vertical at the last jump. Heartbreak for Jono. He really is a master, is Jonathan. Charlie Crockhardt next. This is number 8. This is Odin van Berrymar. She's got such fire in her, this horse. She really is a horse version of Charlie. They suit each other so well. Just so keen to get back on the ground, to get moving to the next jump. Very classical tack. She's in a little, looks like an KK egg but snaffle from here. No martingale. So now she'd really need to balance this horse up. Keep the bounce. Good ride. Big push. Looking. And there we have it. Big cheer from Charlie. She knew she was clear. That horse didn't look like it was going to lay a toe on a fence. 69.50, our first clear round of the competition. Odin, van den Berrymar, Charlie and Crockhardt. Big pats, big loves. I know Charlie thinks the world of her, and so she should. This is a pretty testing track this morning, and dare I say she made pretty light work of it. Tinkling around for fun. Super riding. Charlie does have a magical string of horses at the moment. Number 9 up next. This is Capital Kronos, horse owned by the Capital Stud, ridden this morning by Tamar Glixman. Again, Tamar nipping inside there. This is a big stallion, so she'd unfortunately front rail of the Peter Morrison falling. Beautiful expression as he jumps the brick and clay plank there, pricks his ears. Oh, makes light work of that. must say, I think it's looking a little easier and easier. And I say that with all due respect, which means that Tomar's definitely getting the buttons in place. You know, I think he's a big horse to learn to get the feel of. Yeah, and maybe just not getting quick enough here and there, but I think a lot to build on for Tamar and Capital Kronos there. As you mentioned, a fairly new partnership and definitely new at this Gold Tour level. Only one clear round this morning. 9 starters, so it is a pretty testing track. But next up, a horse with a huge fire in his belly and a huge heart. This is Nariska Prinsloo Hill. She brings in GCS Max Pacific NPS. What an effort. Gosh, he really does power himself into the air, this horse. From where I'm sitting this morning, you can almost feel the vibration of him kicking himself off the ground. It's incredible. Once again, the arena has been magnificently prepared by Peter Morrison and his team. Make for a fantastic day's jumping. Easy. Nariska keeping him straight. Says, whoa. Oh, another one that just unfortunately hits the last. Nariska and Jono unfortunately paying the price. A real quick time, 67.91, but 4 penalties there for GCS Max Pacific NPS, Nariska Hill. Ah, she looks a little frustrated as she goes out, but I must say again, a horse that looks like he's becoming very mileaged at these 140, 145 level. He jumped that pretty easy. She sort of landed and was like, she almost, trusted him down to the last there. And I mean, maybe she'll feel like he'll learn from that mistake, and I don't think he'll do that again. He's a horse that is naturally careful and doesn't make many mistakes. Unfortunately, no clear for Nariska today. Sure. Big effort at number 2 there for number 11, Ilano. This horse is ridden this morning by Zara Lurie. Very disciplined and organized down there, 4 to 5. Zara just using her voice as she canters past there to settle the stallion down. Unfortunately having another fence down at the KUDA, but I must say again, putting a beautiful round together. She has actually been looking like she's been having quite a good show. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ilano got loads of step, gets up the 7 easily. She needs to back up for the 4, and she does. So she keeps it on the 12 penalties there. Sorry, and 4 for time. She was a little bit slow in the beginning of the course, just getting organized and whatnot, but I do think that that's again a strong course for that combination, and just to get through the finish and get a little bit of good mileage in the 145 classes is definitely what Zara's plan would have been this morning. Sten?
Brendan, yeah, we mentioned that earlier on in the show. I think she had a really good round, which we thought was a big step up in the 140s yesterday, and then stepping up another level today and really taking it in their stride, that pair.
Well, not a bad round at all. It is clear rounds are looking difficult to come by this morning. So next up we have Othello, Fanit Kaiserhoff, and Amy Hay.
I must say, Brendan, when I walked this track this morning, I did think it was quite a stiff one. Fair, but stiff.
It's ridden a little bit like that, if I'm honest with you.
I know I've been down in the warm-up arena. I've missed a bit of the show jumping here, but hasn't sounded like there's been any destruction. It's just finding the odd rail here and there. Difficult jumping this morning.
I think well, just because there's sort of places to have soft rails here and there, clear rounds are pretty difficult to come by. I don't think, that, as you say, there hasn't been anything that's been unbelievably too technical. I don't think that the time is crazy tight, but I think that the nature of the shape of this arena and where Kate has put the jumps, I think it's making it tough.
And you think, 1, 2, 3 all related. 4, 5 related, 6, 7 related, 8, 9 related, and then 10, 11, 12 related.
Here. Keep it together. Oh, she's using her voice. She has an unlucky fence jumping in such a soft fence. Jumps the last for fun, so keeps it on the 4 penalties there. Nothing wrong with that. Othello Fanet Kaiserhoff, Amy Hay.
Good enough for 5th place as it stands. So with 41 horses going through to the jump off, I think
41 in the class.
Sorry, 41 in the class. I think that makes it 9 that will go through. 11 that will go through into the jump off for the second round. So at the moment, Amy's sitting in 5th place. She will be returning for that second round.
Number 13 up next, Skyim Dharod Blade. Amanda Moore. She rides for Christelle van der Merwe.
Managed to see this pair warming up in the warm-up arena now, looking in fine form. I suppose, as they always do.
Absolutely.
She'll be looking to give us our second clear of this class. Good push in at the double.
I think that if you have a horse that benefits from natural speed and can stay organized, I think that you'll have a half-decent shot of getting around these big courses that Kate Launder has designed, and I think this horse is exactly that. He naturally stays moving, he's built upright, so it's easy for Amanda to keep him organized. Easier.
I'll never forget this horse's first round at this sort of level at Bloberg Cup a few years back. Oh, just touching that vertical off.
You see, just a little soft fence. I don't think the horse did much wrong. I don't think Amanda did much wrong. I think it comes quite quick.
I think you nailed it with that comment, Brendan. I think it comes quite quick. I think everything comes quite quickly.
Yeah, agreed.
And I think we're going to see a lot of that today in all 3 of these big classes.
1 for time, 8 for jumping, finishes up on a score of 9 penalties there for Amanda and Skyim Dharod Blade. Look, at this stage, it's still good enough to be in the jump off because she's in 9th. Still a fair amount of the course to go.
So up next at number 14, Regenesis Vet Legato, Desiree Davidson in the saddle. This horse making his return from a layoff after jumping at the very top of the sport. We watched him go around the South African Derby in fine style. Desiree and Legato busy climbing their way back to the top of the sport.
We watched his full brother Leantos win the Grand Prix on Friday.
And I've just watched him in the warm-up clear his last oxer, Brendan, by 1.5 foot.
He's loose and ready for action this morning. He is a real athlete, this horse. I must say he's a different shape to Leantos. Completely different shape for me. But just, again, so liquid in the way he does things.
She stayed just inside that back-on-track oxer. Just obviously cognitive of the time allowed. Brendan, fair in saying this horse is spending a little bit more time in the air today, clearing the fences by substantial distance.
Desiree being disciplined up there. I must say, Desiree thinks the absolute world of this horse. So she should.
She really has taken her time in rehabbing him and getting him back to top fitness. And he's looking a picture, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is. I think the old saying of the longer it takes you to get back up there, hopefully the longer you stay there is, I'm sure, something that's going to be in her head. Whoa.
So, sorry, Brendan. Next up at number 15, we have Western Farrier's Lure de Mal. I know, and sounds like I'm on repeat here, but one of Brendan's absolute favorites, Stacy Lee Weston in the saddle. Young lady that enjoyed great success here yesterday. I think we saw her in almost every prize giving in the top 6, with a win in the 130 championship as well.
She was doing some fist pumping yesterday. As we know, Stace likes to be on the podium, but it's definitely not over until championship day is over. She's incredibly competitive, and she has a fantastic competitor with this this fantastic mare. She's got real fire in her. Stacey's going to want to stay organized. The horse has for sure got the jump for this course. It would just be keeping all the wheels underneath her. Making sure she stays balanced.
Easy as you like, inside and inside from 3 to 4. That's the first horse that I've seen do that this morning.
There have been a couple. And you sort of, for me, I think you kind of have to do that to get in the time.
And I think Brendan almost takes the pressure of you, the pressure off you for the rest of the course.
Absolutely.
With regards to the time.
I mean, so interesting that's what the riders would have considered the easiest way to trim time in this class. Wow, the mare making a huge effort over the KUDA oxer there. Come on, Stace. Balance now.
3 from home.
Balance.
Yep.
5, 6, 7. Easy. Eyes up. Fist pump, Stace. There we go.
Time of 67.45. It's our second clear of the class.
Paddy and Flash having a big cheer at the end gate there. Happy days, Stace.
Lovely riding, Stacey Weston, and sure, this really is going to be some second round. Stacey and Charlie are 2 clears so far. Woo. 2 ladies on fine form at the moment.
Someone else who's enjoying some amazing form at the moment. Someone who needs no introduction. Mr. Barry Taylor riding Oxford Special Deluxe there for Brett Latimer.
Brendan, a horse that's really been living up to his name.
Yeah.
I believe Brett watching from London. His daughter got married yesterday, so huge congratulations to Brett. We spoke about Special living up to his name, and gee whiz, he really is, isn't he?
He has got jump, this horse, my gosh. Again, though, he's such a sensitive character. I think that it does take all of Barry's equestrian feel to get the best out of him and keep him happy. But jump, he has got in bucket loads.
Brendan, it's been a long time since I've seen Barry as excited as this about a young horse.
I mean, Barry looks
even smiling and being nice to be around on the odd occasion now these days. He was commander of the warm-up now, telling everyone what they could and couldn't do and what he needed.
He's got his eye on the clock. He moves on around the turn, but now he'll set this big horse up here. Easy. He would have done lots of this at home. Oh, no. 5, 6, 7. Sure. But the horse still makes a huge effort over the last 2 fences.
Brendan, is it? I was going to say, well, green at 140 level, and this is a step up from the 140s.
Yeah. This is definitely a step up for the 140s.
Fair for me to say this horse still relatively young and maybe just running out of a little bit of puff towards the end of the track, maybe, possibly.
Only because he tries so hard at the beginning. Absolutely. Yeah, and still, though, stick around for that one. For me, viewers, I think that if you want to watch a horse that's going to be jumping around the Grand Prix, I'd say in the next 8 or 9 months, under Barry's guidance and fantastic supervision, I think that's definitely one to watch for the future.
Brett must be beaming from year to year. I think that's a second to your daughter getting married. I think that's quite a treat on a weekend like this.
Absolutely.
Massive congrats.
Number 17 up next. This is Equine Performance Products. Will Hannah Garten in the saddle. Good committed distance.
Will put in a really good performance the other day in the Grand Prix. The Friday Grand Prix.
God, he made a really good shape with his body over 4 and 5, didn't he?
Looking like we're in store for more of the same today.
Hannah just making sure that she supports him.
Yeah,
He's
I was
trying
going to say
so
really
high behind.
Yeah,
Hard
really
and high
helping
behind.
him. Really helping him balance in front.
Sure.
Sets him up at the sea element. The ladies showing us how it's done this morning.
Sure.
It's a clear round for Hannah Garten and Equine Performance Products. Will, time of 68.79.
And another speedy lady. This is going to be a storming second round, I must say. I think we expect nothing less Sunday morning.
With
Regardless,
3 of the
140 Gold Tour Grand Prix, and we have 3 of the best in the jump off so far.
Next up at number 18, it's Guliver and Thomas van Rekevorsel.
I would say maybe even a step up for this horse, right? Has he jumped some 150s with Thomas?
I'm not sure. So, I mean, this track would be one of the bigger tracks that this pair have seen.
Because for sure this is bigger than a 140 championships.
Yeah. I mean, saying that, Brendan, I don't think it's the size of the jumps that's really caught the horses out. I think, like you alluded to earlier, it's about how quickly the jumps come in this arena.
Sure.
And I think possibly, as we've seen through the class so far, Charlie's grey mare, Lure de Mal, Stacy's mare, and Will, all quite energetic blood horses.
Yes.
And I think those are the horses that almost, if you can keep it all together and keep the horses in the right place, those horses find these sort of tracks easier to jump because you've got the adjustability.
Absolutely. You're not chasing time. You're not running them off their feet, that type of thing.
The sort of bigger stepping horses almost run themselves into trouble every now and then.
And just again, for me, you would always be slowing them down rather than speeding them up.
Then trying to create tempo. Yeah, absolutely. Thomas staying just around here. Good jump at number 4.
Yeah.
They really have jumped that Biogen wall very well. Hey.
I must say everybody except George, Loret's horse this morning, wasn't keen about that. Just sort of landed and thought, I'm not sure that I love the look of it, which is...
Shame George, bless him, he is quite a youngster still.
He is still, yeah, and this is a stiff track for sure. And I was also thinking for a young horse jumping into that sort of thatch arch just behind the Biogen ox. I mean, a wall there is... It is a lot, it is a lot. Easy. Whoa.
Come on, Thomas.
Putting a beautiful round together here. Come on.
We need a thorn
2,
amongst the roses.
3, 4.
Yes, boy. Yes.
Hey.
So,
Granny and Grandpa looking very happy.
Our first gent in the class to join them on the clear rounds. Thomas van Rekevorsel, our second fastest clear round in a time of 68.19.
That's a proper round for that horse. Well done, Thomas.
Really good riding, and I think that'll put him in a good space for this afternoon's
Absolutely.
World Cup qualifier.
Thomas got an exciting day ahead of him. It looks like he's going to take my lady around her first World Cup a little later, which is hugely exciting for him and his whole family and team. He's just shouting to his groom, I can't breathe, Willie.
Telling Willie, yeah, that was quite a tough round. Next up at number 19, it's the 334 Sport Horse Stud entry, 334 Bacure, ridden by Chris van der Merwe. Brendan, we spoke about Chris's face looking very serious the other day in the Grand Prix on Brandon. Let me tell you.
He has a very similar look on his face
Very
today.
similar look on his face this morning. He looks like he means business. Shoo. And so does Bacure.
Yeah. Licensed 8-year-old Holstein stallion by Brunsau out of a Kassen mare.
You see Chris also having to put his leg on a little bit to that Biogen wall.
I think it's a lot as they come off that turn to the Peter Morrison. It's quite a
There's
blind
a lot for them
turn.
to take in as they straighten up.
Just as I mentioned, this horse only an 8-year-old, so he's still learning his trade. exciting news for anybody who really likes the look of this horse, as he has foals on the ground already.
Oh, jumped through that treble combination beautifully.
In the market for a big Brunsau.
Oh, Brendan, he had a little problem with all the kids playing in that jungle gym area the other day, but showing his class today. He's a horse that once he understands what's asked of him, he knows exactly how to do it correctly. And barring that one very soft rail at number 4, real outstanding performance from that young 8-year-old today.
I must say, he canters past us with such presence. He is a real, I don't know, beautiful stamp of a horse. He's got a big neck, massive gait in him. Is really something to look at. And well done, Chris van der Merwe. Beautiful riding.
Beautiful round. Brendan, news just in from PE from Diane. Probably eating popcorn in their bed again this morning.
I was waiting for Diane's message. I've been waiting all morning for Diane's
4
message.
clear rounds, 4 grey horses so far.
You see, Diane, you're just so on it. I mean, what would we do without you, I must say.
There's going to be some pressure on our next grey horse.
The silent assassin from PE.
Next up at number 20, Shayton Hendricks riding for the Callao Warm Blood stud, Callao Chipperlight.
Oh.
Chippy, another horse that gave an outstanding performance in the Grand Prix the other day, Brendan.
Yeah, I wandered over to Shayton the other day and said to him, did that feel as good as it looked? And he said,
he mentioned something about ease, didn't he?
Just, absolutely, that the stallion just lands with such balance. And I think just again becoming a little bit more accustomed to these bigger jumps.
And you think the only thing nicer than the balance that he lands with is the explosion off the ground in front of the fence?
And then I suppose the smile on Shayton's face.
Oh, sorry. I was taking the horse in so much I'd forgotten to look up. There's not...
You see there how easily he moves around the turn.
And then sets up again in front of that vertical.
Yeah, it's definitely easier to be getting in the time.
On these more blood types.
Yeah, absolutely. And then just with that natural balance. And I stand to be corrected, but I believe that there's a crop of this horse's young horses on their way too. So, did he get one for
a break?
No.
0.29 seconds outside of the time. Brendan,
I don't think he'll be too upset with that.
Around the entire track, that means that horse basically took 1 or 2 steps too many from start to finish.
And I mean,
I agree with you. Performance like that, look at Shayton's face, smiling from
shakes his head and sort of says it is what it is. Chipperlight's got his ears back. He doesn't like the look of that other horse.
No, I think he's miffed that he's not going through to the second round. He wanted to come back and show off a little bit again.
Let's see. You said 11, right?
Yep, 11. And he sits in 5th place at the moment.
4 greys.
Next up at 21, we have Data Science's Gringo de Turenzy riding for Slade Equestrian is Rainer Corber. Gringo was a little playful yesterday, Brendan.
It looks, still looks like he's got a...
He had a little play there on the way to number 3.
But I think obviously Ray likes him.
A little perkier?
Yeah, potentially a little fired up like that.
We have been saying how it is probably easier to ride around this arena with a horse that is slightly more well and fresh. So that could be part of the thinking behind that.
And then just again balancing the brain with that they're not bucking and porpoising in between the jumps.
Sure.
But Ray looking like he's got the ingredients right today. The horse does look like he's focusing on his job at hand.
His ground speed is unbelievable.
And is so organized through the turns. He's so direct in his riding, Ray. I mean, we say that, and he has a buck on the 7th stride. Ray says, get up at the last.
Time 69.05. Diane, that's our first bay horse to join the clear rounds. Great riding there from Rainer Corber. We would expect nothing less. Super round. You were just mentioning that he was managing to keep that energy all intact and pointing in the right direction as he gave a little buck out the treble, but didn't phase Ray, kept it together.
Really organised riding from Ray. I think some other people may have been phased by that. There's not much time from a triple combination, 7 strides to a big oxer 4 to the last, but nothing phases Ray. He is absolute ice in his veins. Fantastic riding. He'll be another one to watch in the jump off.
Next up at number 22, Equicolt Sias Antelure, Lauren Coleman, looking to put another grey horse in that clear round category. Brendan, you showed me a picture.
I think it was this horse.
It was this horse. You showed me a picture of him jumping in the 140s, clearing one of the fences yesterday by about 7 holes.
It's crazy. He really, I mean, he has a very unique style of jumping, this horse.
But if he can jump in that big...
Oopsie.
Antelure maybe just not really locking on to that Peter Morrison fence. We hear Kath Neal shouting some words of encouragement here from the sideline. Definitely, Brendan, we said this pair only jumping their first 140 recently. I think, in fact, she jumped her second 140 yesterday. So, a hell of a step up here today.
A little bit of a few words of encouragement from Catherine from the sideline, just saying to her, keep coming. Oopsie.
Oh, a little pat. No harm done. Like I say, quite a step up for these horses here today. It's a difficult division, the 140s, because you have 2 normal 140 rounds, and this is often where we start to find out whether the horses have more in their tank. I know it sounds, it's only 1 hole up, but
it is a big difference.
I've spoken to you before about just a bit of maths again. These jumps go up 1 hole, but they go 10 cents, so they go up by 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters wider. That makes it half a square meter more of jumping for the horses. That's quite significant.
Yeah, it is very significant, I must say, and
especially when you're reaching the top of the horse's performance levels. Any horse's performance level.
And then you put the amount of reaction time in there with this tight arena and the very light equipment, and it does take for incredibly skilled riding and jumping from the horse's side.
A young rider that has plenty of that skill. Up on track next, Jason Slade, riding for Slade Equestrian, Data Sciences, Orentha Funhit, Pegas Hoff. Brendan and I was chatting a little bit to Jason yesterday and said to him, no disrespect, but this horse, you don't expect her to jump the way she does. And yet it just looks so easy for her. And he said, nailed it. That's exactly how she feels. He said, very unassuming, easy way of going. She doesn't like to be hassled, doesn't like to jump lots of lines at home. You can't repeat fences. So him and his trainers, they often jump single fences, back to walk, pick up canter, another single fence, back to walk.
Okay, just obviously schooling her brain like that. It seems to be working.
Maybe I was going to say, whatever they're doing, looks like it's the right thing. Come on, Jay.
2. Come on, Jay.
Yes, please. 70.11, well-judged time, giving us our 6th clear round. And there goes the grey theory of clears for this class.
Masterfully timed there, Jason. Fantastic, exciting horse for your string.
3 super talented young lady riders sitting on clear rounds, and 3 super talented young gentleman riders sitting on clear rounds so far. So Jason gives us our 6th clear round for the class. Here, Ray shouting, well done, Boyki.
24 up next. This is Jakarta and Marilis Labuskachny. Another horse that I feel we're always raving about, but it's so valid and well deserved. He has just the way he does it, the way he finds scope in his body. He uses his body in such an interesting way because of his upright neck. He doesn't really bascule through his body. He picks his head up and jumps through his back,
which I think makes the jump much easier for the rider to sit.
Easier to sit and easier for him to find the back bar for me.
Brendan on the way home from the show yesterday. You and
Shame,
I mentioned,
she says, good boy, as she goes round the turn. That must have felt amazing. Sorry, Sten?
No, just yesterday on the way home from the show, you and I mentioned that there's, just jumping really high over that KUDA Oxa. Maybe getting up the distance almost too easily there. You and I mentioned there's times in commentary where there's almost not much to say. You just want to enjoy watching the horse that's jumping on track. And this horse, although having those two rails, really just a lovely, exciting prospect for the future.
Look how it look. I mean, Marlies looks like she loves it, absolutely loves being on top there, and it is a privilege when we get to sit on these horses that give us their hearts over these big jumps and make us feel like we can do things that we didn't really believe we could do.
Next up at 25, we have Kahoka Tana, Jean Corber. This combination winners of the 142 phase yesterday.
Easy winners. Just go in such a natural way.
Better say nice things about her, Brendan, with Ray standing here next to you.
Yeah, we've got husband Ray joining us in the box set to get a bird's eye view of his wife's round.
If he watches closely enough, he might be able to learn something here.
Sten definitely got a full 10 hours sleep last night, viewers. Big ask in the middle of the double.
This mare just knows how to use her back end so well.
I think that's such a good shot. It looks like everyone else got a little open there. That mare jumping really well and clean through her body, 4 and 5.
Brendan, the calmness which Jean rides with is just unbelievable. You can see her plan at every fence and her reaction time is unbelievable.
So just so interesting for the viewers at home. If you think that it's difficult to ride the jumps, you've also got to have the idea of the time in your head. You can't be getting slow. This is definitely going to be quick enough.
Yep.
She's in the time.
69.47, just that unlucky rail falling, jumping into the treble combination. But I think one of the biggest tests that mare would have been asked to date.
I think she jumped maybe one of the 145 Grand Prix in Shongweni, but looks like she jumped that with easier. I mean, you say it with all due respect, easy enough.
I mean, yeah, never looked desperate at any point around that track. I think beautiful round from that pair.
26 up next. This is GCS Max Oregon Fund in Bishop. Nariska Prinsloo Hill.
The blanket monster, and let me tell you, this guy will have no problem with the size of these fences.
Oh no, he's got plenty of scope, plenty of step, sometimes a little bit too much, but I think when the jumps start getting a little bigger, Nariska can let him canter and use that big explosive power that he's got. Such amazing technique in front. Go down the 6 there. Nariska's definitely keeping a good tempo. She keeps going forward to the fences. Allows Oregon to use his scope. Easy.
Almost falling victim to his scope there, as you said, like allowing him to use his scope, but it's something that you've got to really sort of put together.
Yeah, like harness almost.
Sorry, that's the word. There you go. DHS coming through strong there. Harness. Harness the scope there.
I think just again, but you say falling victim to his own step and stride. I mean, runs out of a fraction space at the STOKKIESDRAAI triple combination, and then on the 7, again gets too deep on the 7. You've seen lots of people really have to press
ride up,
and that horse gets there a fraction deep. Just shows you how much scope and step he's got.
Next up at 27, riding for NK sponsor, we have Dominic Alexander on the lovely R&R Capital Coleman. Another horse that jumped an outstanding round in the Grand Prix on Friday.
And another rider who knows that it's Sunday. Dominic would have woken up this morning and he knows what today's all about. He knows how to win these big classes. He's got a magical string of horses. Really has been riding at the top of his game.
Dominic has the luxury of 4 150 horses in his string at the moment, so 2 of them always missing out on World Cup day at their chance to jump a World Cup. This horse will be building towards that in the not so distant future, I would imagine.
Oh, beautifully ridden, Dom.
Keeps jumping rounds like these and he'll be earning his spot in that World Cup string of Dominies.
Yeah. Dominic always mentioned that this horse is so intelligent. He said he's such a pleasure to work with.
And you can see why.
Oh, Dominic says to the last. Oh, a little rub, but clear it is. Number 27, R&R Capital Coleman, Dominic Alexander making it 7 in the jump off. Or 7 clears, sorry. 7 clears with 13 more to go. How many?
We're sitting on 25% clears at the moment, Brendan, from our starters that we've had. So
it's 11
looking,
are going to go through, right?
Yes, so it's looking like it's going to be a clear round, second round.
So 28 up next. This is Kerry Reese. She brings in her fantastic black gelding, CS Le Champ. Must say, I'm sure in Kerry's eyes, he is an absolute champ. He really has won some fantastic classes for Kerry.
Brendan, am I right in saying this horse originally produced and competed by Jervine Shaw?
I agree with you, yes, absolutely.
And Kerry made the purchase and has really enjoyed some fantastic years to date on this horse.
Yeah.
She gets an amazing tune out of him. Kerry trains with Rainer Corber. We seem to be saying that about quite a lot of these young riders.
Absolutely, it looks like Jason's in the jump off with
Orientha.
Yep.
Sure. Putting together a good round here, this pair. She's usually one that doesn't battle with the time.
Just a big test here with the triple. Get that done. Oh, she's 2 to go. Big ask and balance for the last. She uses her voice. Rub, and she's clear. Fantastic. Le Champ living up to his name this morning. Kerry, big smiles all around there. That's a strong course for that horse and that young lady. Well done, Kerry. Makes it 8 in the jump off. Getting closer to that number of 11. So looking like it's going to be a clear round jump off, Sten. You're correct.
So next up at number 29, the 334 Sports Horse Stud entry. 334 Chisto S and Aisling Triggle.
Toto is a 10-year-old gelding by Crestello 2 out of a Rodanos mare. I love this horse's shape. It's a sort of uphill way of cantering. Wow.
Brendan, I think you and just about all the rest of us show jumpers as well. Really is.
He looks like he's
superstar. This
like
horse.
he canters up a hill, and sort of just his jump is an extension of his canter.
I think when they have quality of canter like this horse, it makes our lives so much easier as jumpers just to find a good ride off the turns.
Oh, come on, Ace. Stay organised here. Time.
I was going to say, you see Aisling's body so well organised over that KUDA oxa.
Big press.
Come on, Ace.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait. Yes, man. Fantastic. Is she in the time?
I think you're allowed to be happy enough with that, though. She's just outside the time. Unfortunately, 5 time faults. But when it feels that good, I don't think it really matters, does it?
Fantastic riding, A's. Chisto, 334 Chisto S, really doing the business this morning.
A horse that we are certainly going to see a lot more from at the very top of our sport in the near future. Talking about horses making a big step up today, Brendan. Capital Hope. I think this will be a big step up for her. Coming in next with Kayla Gertenbach at number 30.
I agree. I think it looks like a few riders have been testing themselves and their horses at this World Cup show, as they tend to do. And, you know, I think it often's left up to the riders feeling whether they feel that their communication is good enough and the horses are feeling fit and well enough. And
Brendan, I think, also may I say, I think that's a big sort of feather in Kate Launder's cap as to how well she's been building this week, and the riders and horses have really felt super comfortable with her tracks and felt like their horses are jumping well, going well.
I think the nature in which Kate builds people up, you know, her first round, you know, the nature of the feeling of her courses.
Absolutely.
You know, she builds people and she instills confidence in horses and riders. It's always an amazing feeling after jumping her courses, because you often walk them thinking, wow, this is going to be quite tough. And when you get to the end, you feel like you've achieved or accomplished something.
Well, I must say that is the feeling that I think a lot of the riders had this morning walking this track.
6, 7, good enough down there. I mean, 2 soft little fences along inside
the way.
time.
She gets inside the time, and Brendan, maybe a lot like Barry Taylor's Special Deluxe, a horse that jumped the first 80% of the track really well, and then maybe just, you know, that level up starting to take its toll on their body or their fitness, that, you know, these horses have to get used to jumping this height. And
I suppose the footwork that gets called on, there's a lot of things.
Putting in a really big effort early on in the course and then running out of a bit of puff maybe towards the end, but that mare really did handle that track very well.
And again, I think as a rider, you come out there thinking, my horse did that fairly easily.
Yeah,
you know, like I think
she'll be confident.
A little bit more fitness and you're there and thereabouts. So well done, Kayla.
Next up at number 31, Lauren Pretorius riding Capital Kashmir. This horse is a freak, Brendan.
Yeah, and I'm sure the viewers at home will be getting used to this horse's amazing technique and the way that he does his job.
And no, he's not trying to do a front flip. He's just jumping the jumps in his own way. He really does look like he does handstands. Jeepers.
Son of the famous Capital Colnado, who himself had a very similar hind action, kickback hind action like that. I do think this horse's one is accentuated a little bit more.
Say, maybe not quite as exaggerated as what this horse is. But Lauren really, I mean, she's done an amazing production job with this horse. Sure, and boy does he like to jump.
She'd want to keep the hind legs underneath here.
Yeah, she
just pop in and then let him use his big jump.
Sets him up for that third element. Good.
I think she's going to be a little bit under the pump for time. Oh, unfortunately has one down there. Oh.
Brendan, dare I say it, a little bit like Kayla's horse. I mean, giving an exhibition until the very end of the track. But wow, Lauren will, I'm sure, be pleased with that still.
And again,
she knows she's got a proper horse underneath her there.
Yeah. He's getting back to full fitness and full show fitness again, definitely. And that must have felt amazing. The horse definitely looked like he put in a huge effort.
Up next at number 32, we have the 334 Sports Hall Stud entry, 334 Lorona, ridden today by Chris van der Merwe.
8-year-old KWPN mare by Grand Dorado TN out of a warrant mare. Would this horse have jumped many of these classes?
No, this would be a bit of a step up for her. Sure, she jumped that oxer.
Not like, doesn't look like she's going to be too phased.
I think she's one of those, Brendan, that you just really have to sort of keep together around the track and harness. That's the word, your word coming in there again. Harness her excitement to do her job.
Agreed.
No one better to do that than Chris.
She really does have an amazing way of going, this mare. As you say, Chris just managing her energy around the corners here. He'd want to just trim off some pace so that she doesn't get too long in the middle.
Oh, she jumped that.
Come on. Oh, man.
You called it. Just her excitement maybe getting the better of her there.
Oh, she's one for the future.
Brendan, you've spoken before about horses that you thought I might love, and let me tell you, Lorona might not be everybody's cup of tea, but she's definitely someone shots of tequila, that chick. She is everything to love about that horse. Wow, what a lovely mare.
I think, and right up Chris's alley. I think give him a few more months on that horse, viewers, and you'll see her sailing around these big 145, 150 Grand Prix.
And I think,
easy peasy.
Again, viewers, just to put that round into perspective, just 2 years ago, that horse went to her first show. Some 2 years and 4 months ago, that horse went to her very first show. So the production job that Chris van der Merwe has done there,
exceptional,
outstanding.
Right?
But I mean, when you have everything to work with that mare has, I think, wow, only spells excitement for the future.
Couldn't agree with you more. Another exciting pair for the future. Number 33, this is Pippa AAR. Thomas van Rijkenvorsel riding for Hetty Potgieter.
Brendan, his time is running. Oh, no. Okay, there you go. They've adjusted that.
You suddenly went quiet there.
I got very nervous. I know you were chatting to Colour recently, Brendan. He gave you some inside info about this horse.
She's got interesting pedigree. She's by Tangelo van der Zurterhoeven. Tangelo, yeah. Out of a Wandor van Mispelaar mare.
Ooh, she almost propped Thomas straight out the saddle there in front of that wall.
She would have seen a few size jumps like this when she was in Belgium.
Having jumped a few 140s and young horse Grand Prix there.
But now that she's in South Africa under the amazing guidance of Thomas, I think she's going to be learning her trade in his way.
You say the amazing guidance of Thomas, and I think also the tuition from Dominique Alexander. They've really taken their time with this top-class mare.
Oh, good timing there.
They know they need to show her the respect she deserves, because she's a top quality prospect. And Thomas, time to perfection, 70.28, gives him a clear round. His second clear round.
2 in the jump off.
2 from 2. And I said that would have given him some confidence earlier today to have a clear round before his first World Cup. And grandparents there looking elated on the stands. Parents looking elated in the restaurants. His 2 siblings, Charles-Louise and Frederick, have been here all week supporting and watching their brothers.
It's a real family affair, I must say. They're out there. Freek runs off and goes and gives his grandpa a high five, and Grand's waiting at the in gate there. It's really a family affair. Congratulations, team. 2 in the jump off. We'll see you all a little later.
On track now, Lisa Williams riding Protein Feeds Pilgrim at number 34.
Thomas saying that maybe he thought his round was a little bit hectic, doing 7 down to the back on track. But I suppose landed rolling and backed himself, and it worked for him today. Big ask from Lisa at the Talkcraft. This big scopy horse, so steps up to what Lisa asked quite easily.
This would be one of the bigger types of horses that would possibly find this arena more difficult to jump in.
But just Lisa organizes him so well.
Luckily for Pilgrim, he's got Lisa Williams on his back.
Wait. Oh, textbook.
Good as you like, but like we mentioned, some of these bigger horses finding the time quite difficult in this arena. Time of 72.16 puts him home on 2 time faults. So at the moment, he sits in that 11th position.
Yeah, so
on the cusp of going through to the second round.
I do think, though, the way Pilgrim jumped that round was amazing.
Outstanding.
Yeah,
outstanding.
yeah.
I'm sure Lisa will be pleased with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jean Corber and Pretty Woman M starting their way on track now. Number 36. Jean had an outstanding round already on Kahoka Tana, so she knows her way around this course.
I mean, just from where
she's definitely a gear up on her ground speed, though, from Talana to Pretty Woman.
And that mare just answering the call, getting her knees up, making sure she's absolutely nowhere near the poles.
Yeah, and that she isn't.
I think she'll be, as you mentioned, good ground speed. I don't think she'll have to hurry home.
Gets a really good shot into the treble there where Talana had one down. And this time making no mistake. In fact, our fastest first round so far, 66.27.
She did 7 to the back on track. Everyone else was doing 8. She did 7. Thomas did 7.
It is 7.
It is 7. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I thought I saw one or two people doing 8 there.
I think if they fall out off the line out the treble, I think Thomas just did. He fell out a little bit on the line, and he was saying to us that 7 was hectic. I think. I think it maybe felt more hectic to him than what it looked, because it looked pretty textbook to us.
Gosh, Jean's horse giving an absolute exhibition.
And quick, Brendan. We mentioned ground speed, 66.27. That's a solid second, 1 second faster than anyone else.
Having a look at the bunch that's in the jump off there, it's really hotting up.
Someone else that'll be looking to join that jump off and go as quick as she can. Kelly O'Connor up next on number 37, Tacken Tos Layla.
Beautifully turned out this morning.
Kelly mentioning the other day that this horse is feeling back to full fitness, strong in her body, feeling well.
I would almost say that about Kelly too. She's sort of come back and
looking fit and well, Brendan.
Putting a good string of horses together that are looking good in the ring. She's just every round is looking consistent and confident. This is a strong test for this mare.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I'm definitely sort of newish in the 140 level, and this is for sure a step up on 140. Kelly, an amazing ring rider, just gets in there. She's tough as nails.
Sure. Jumped that oxer really well.
Good body position to the last.
Fantastic over the last. So just the one down at that KUDA oxer for Kelly O'Connor and Tacken Tos Layla. But like you mentioned, a big step up for that mare. I thought maybe when you were mentioning about Kelly's fitness and looking well, I thought Anton van Wyk would think much the same, her partner. Didn't realize you were just meaning she's looking like she's riding at the top of her game.
She's definitely riding at the top of her game, and I'm sure Anton was thinking otherwise.
Another lady that is riding at the very top of her game, Friday's winner of the big Grand Prix. Tamaru Raider up next on number 38, Regenesis Vet, Just On Time Z.
nice for tomorrow to get in the arena early this morning with the World Cup a little bit later.
You mentioned earlier that sometimes the commentary box goes a little quiet when we watch a fantastic horse. I think much the same sometimes when we see a rider as classy as Tam. Sometimes it's really nice just to sit and enjoy
Watching someone,
the spectacle in front of our eyes. Balance,
really,
body control, rhythm, style.
and kept him organized down that distance so he didn't get too long.
Very different type from just getting a bit strong out the treble. Very different type from Tacken Tos, is just on time. But Tam showing her class that she can ride anything.
Unfortunately, 8 penalties there for Regenesis Vet, just on time, and tomorrow Rueda. Just again, I think this course at the end takes a heck of a lot of jumping. And
it's amazing how many faults we've seen late on in this course.
Yeah.
But like you mentioned, nice for Tam to get into the ring before the World Cup today. Another lady who will be enjoying a slightly easier round before she jumps her first World Cup later. Number 39 next, Ashley Taylor, riding for the Farnham Stables, Hope van Oorsof.
I'm sure that Ashley woke up this morning with a few extra butterflies in her tummy.
You think she woke up this morning? That's assuming that she slept last night. I mentioned to Thomas yesterday, I said, oh,
come on, Opie. Oops.
A little bit of a trademark of this show is that restaurant area. We spoke about it the other day. These horses can be a little reactive to how close the spectators are to the side of the arena. You've mentioned before that Hope can be quite a tricky character to deal with. There's something there that Hope is not liking, which will be frustrating for Ash for a minute. But I think then she'll think back to his performance on Friday in the Grand Prix, give him a carrot, take him home, and know that
she's usually really, she's usually really got his.
Look at him though, he
is really worried about something there. I don't know what's going on behind the jump, but shame. He's really not chuffed about something, but Ash is a very mature young lady. She will definitely know her job's not done for today. She's going to hopefully come in a little later and jump her first World Cup qualifier, a day that her mom and dad and I'm sure grandparents will never forget. So her day's for sure not done.
Up next on track, number 40, Capital Aiden, Nariska Prinsloo Hill in the saddle. Another horse, Brendan, that'll have absolutely no problem with the size of these jumps. Like we mentioned earlier, it'll be all about harnessing that power, scope and step.
He really does jump these fairly sizable jumps with a fair amount of ease, dare I say.
Nariska turning tight out the double. She's going to have to be mindful of the time on this big jumping horse. Will be quite a task to get him inside that time allowed of 71 seconds.
She does seem like she's got her foot down though.
Really been an interesting
5 strides.
Yeah,
in the
there
6.
you go. So she is. She's really thinking about it. She means business today. She'll want to be inside that time. I was going to say, Brendan, it's been interesting watching this horse just grow into more and more athleticism as he's being produced, and managing to jump these courses quicker and quicker is this guy. 3, 4, 5, 6 in the 7. Almost got there too easily.
4 penalties.
She got inside the time, 70.61, so she did need to do that 6, but almost got the 6 too easily to that back on track Oxa. Jeepers.
Plan nearly working for her, but I totally agree with you, Sten. The horse really looking mileage, growing into his body, looking like he can handle that huge amount of velocity that his jump puts through his body.
And I think really lucky to have found his way to Nariska, because I'm not sure too many people would have been able to do the production job that she's done with that
I couldn't
horse.
agree with you more. Good job, Nariska. She has produced multiple horses. That's another one for the books.
So our last horse for this first round, coming in at number 41, Maxstar Onan, Graham Wynn.
Graham looking organized in the beginning of this course. Kate's definitely got them riding. I must say, just everybody that's a pretty big ask to get inside to the Peter Morrison. The horses have jumped it exceptionally well this morning.
I must say, I agree with Kate. I asked her while we were walking the course if she'd measured inside or around. She said she measured around, but her and I both agreed that
he's just lost his balance behind at that vertical.
We both agreed that the inside line almost gives you a better ride, I think, and we've seen that today with the riders that have all gone inside.
Whoopsie. Whoopsie.
Oh! Can I tell you definitely, for me, what nightmares are made of? Jumping into a treble like that with a difficult ride in and then having to reapproach, not my favorite thing. And I think Graham thinking much the same.
Just going to finish off with an easy vertical there.
Makes his way to number one. He knows he won't be going through to the second round. Gives the horse a big pat. And they'll be back another day.
So, unofficially, in the top 11, it looks like Shaitan, Hendricks and Chipolite might squeak into the second round.
Brendan, dare we say it, Kate nailing another course. I mentioned to her yesterday, I said she's been unbelievable how she has
got her percentages.
Almost the perfect results in every class. Every class has been, if not 25% clears, it's been 25% of horses that haven't touched a rail. They've had maybe 20-odd% of clear rounds and then 1 or 2 on time faults.
Yeah.
So she really is building some fantastic tracks this week. Just while the judges and the officials settle the running order for the second round, which will be over jumps 2, 3B, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10A, 10B, and 11. I think we're going to take a short break while the arena party ready the jumps for that second round. Don't go anywhere though. When we come back, we're going to have all the speed action of the second round for the 140 Grand Prix, the Gold Tour Grand Prix, sponsored by Guard Risk.
I choose KUDA. I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA. I choose KUDA. I choose KUDA. I choose KUDA. We choose KUDA. I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
Welcome back, viewers, to the Guard Risk 140 Gold Tour Grand Prix. Our competitors have walked their second track. We'll be having our first rider up shortly.
Did you see Sheldon walking the course? Do you think he's going to have a jump around?
I actually didn't see him around the track, Brendan. Our jump off course, though, is going to be over jumps 2, 3, 4, 5 the Biogen, 6 the Torcraft. Then they've got the option of an inside turn there to that KUDA vertical. It was an oxer in the first round, now it becomes a vertical, so they can have that inside turn there. Then a big left turn to the STOKKIESDRAAI, which becomes a double now, so it's A and B elements. It was then 2 strides to the third element of that treble, which has been taken away. And then they gallop down to this back on track oxer at the last. So it would walk 10 strides now. I would think the riders will be hunting down on 9, possibly 8. I mean, we did see Nariska do 6 after that treble to the oxer. Any places you think these riders can really make up time? I think Brendan, jump number 2 to 3, they just need to make sure they land and keep rolling.
Yeah, for sure.
And then turn back as tight as they can. A lot of the riders did ride that inside turn anyway in the first round to 4. I don't think we'll see anyone being able to get up on that 5 strides to the Biogen in 4 strides. I think they'll stick to the 5. Then they're going to land, left turn around number 2 as quick as they can back to the Torcraft. Then the first real option is that inside turn back to the KUDA vertical at number 9. And then again,
it's
left
a tall
turn.
vertical of a big oxer, a very tight inside turn there. But for sure,
let me tell you, it's going to be done.
Absolutely, it's going to be done.
And then left to the brown double on 1 stride. and an all-out gallop to the last on 8 or 9 strides.
And not only that, it's right in front of our commentary booth. Once again, we're on the finish line here, so we're going to...
Kate really treating us
Yes,
this weekend.
really
We've been
making our
spoiled
jobs
to some
easy.
great views.
So it does look like Thomas van Rekevorsel and Pippa AAR are going to kick us off in this second round of the Gold Risk 140 Gold Tour Grand Prix.
So Shaitan on Kalaho Tripolite electing not to return, so he will finish in the prizes, but he's not doing the second round. So
Still
our running
speedy
order,
class, huh?
our running order for the second round will be Thomas van Rekevorsel on Pippa, Jason Slade on Data Sciences Orientha Vanet Pegas Hoff, Dominic Alexander Capital Coleman, R&R Capital Coleman, Charlie Ann Crockett on Odina van Berrimar, Ray Corber on Data Sciences Gringo de Turin Z, Hannah Garten on Equine Performance Products Will, Kerry Reese on CS Le Champ, and then our last 3 riders who were the quickest riders of our first round, Thomas van Rekevorsel again his second ride on Guliver, second last Stacy Lee Weston on Western Farriers Lure de Mull, and our last competitor coming in that second round will be Jean Corber, Pretty Woman M. She'll know exactly what she needs to do by that point of the class. And I think we're in for a good steeplechase over big jumps here, Brendan.
I mean, if Jean's first round was anything to go by, that mare looks like she's pretty comfortable at the gallop this morning. It's definitely going to be one to watch. It's definitely not over until Pretty Woman M and Jean Corber have had a crack around the second class.
I'll put you under a little bit of pressure to pick a favorite of yours for this class. I'll give you 3. I'll give you 3 chances to pick a winner.
I think Jean's is a fantastic bet. I must say, I love the way Stacey rode her first round. I thought Lure de Mull looked really comfortable.
Okay,
over
that's
this
2
height.
already, Brendan. That's 2 already.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm only getting agitated because you're picking my favorites.
You know, you see Charlie in there on Odina. She's real quick if she leaves them up. Domini's really riding at the top of his game. I think that Coleman, another one who's fairly mileaged at this level. It's why I'm not a gambling or a betting man, to be honest with you.
So out
It's
of those
difficult.
10 riders, you've just made 7 enemies. I'm not going to pick any favorites. No, but I think your pick is pretty on point, Brendan. There are 3 riders that I would have really thought have a good chance of winning this class, especially Stacey. Jeepers, she's been quick the last few days.
Looks like Thomas is coming
There
in
you
now.
go, Mr. Junior Olympian, our gold medalist. Thomas, he's going to start this jump off for us. On Pippa, a horse that you alluded to has had some experience at this level.
Let's see what Thomas has got planned.
Just rehearsing that inside turn to the brown double. Obviously something that he's planning to do in the second round. So kicking us off the second round of the Guard Risk 140 Gold Tour Grand Prix, Thomas van Rekevorsel and Pippa AAR. Thomas, no stranger to a touch of speed.
And a touch of pressure.
Jumps at number 2 inside the Farnham verticals. Good shot there. Will they be able to be fractionally tighter there from 3 to 4? I don't know. Cool as you like down to the Biogen wall. He'll be looking for a short jump over this Talkcraft Oxer. He gets it, nails it. Inside to the KUDA.
Come on, Pippa, get up. Oh. It's a little long. It works for him. Keep going.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Eyes
8,
up, Thomas.
9.
And he's here. Big cheer from the grandstands. He's a real crowd favorite, is young Thomas van Rekevorsel. And so he should be excellent riding here this morning. What a way to kick off this class.
Time of 44.84. That's going to take some beating, Brendan. He did all the turns.
Big
Sure.
smile from Thomas. She was
Quite some way to start that jump off. Up next, chasing down that time of 44.84 is young Jason Slade, riding for Slade equestrian, data sciences, Orintha Funhead Pegas Hoff.
Again, just because this mare's got
He's
such
gone.
an easy way, I'm sure Jason can really put his foot down now and ask her to keep moving.
He went just around those Farnham verticals, but he's definitely tighter from 3 to 4. Brendan really moves up to the Biogen.
Wow, she jumps the Biogen
And
wall
he's in
well,
jockey seat round the corner there to the Talkcraft. Turn, Jason.
Oh, lightest of touches.
Cheap as that pole fell late.
Moving along
He needs
there.
to keep the pressure on, though. This could still be well in the prizes. Well, he's in the prizes, but the faster he goes, the higher up in that list he's going to be.
Beautiful riding, Jay.
Super big pat for that mare. Jason, I know I spoke to him yesterday. He's super excited about their partnership. That mare is just an incredible talent, and I think we're going to see a lot more of them at the very top of the sport.
I must agree with you. I think that going around a proper Gold Tour Grand Prix like that, being fairly new in Jason's string, I think if you give them another few months of going
Before
around
the end of this year, those two are going to be jumping Grand Prix.
Yeah, absolutely. And
The Friday Grand Prix.
yeah, Jason really also enjoying some form. Him and Ray Corber striking up another fantastic partnership together. And
In at number 3, R&R Capital Coleman, Dominic Alexander, a man, Brendan, that you said riding at the very top of his game. And a horse, Coleman, that is looking in some fine form this show.
so Dominic,
Also slips inside that Farnham vertical.
he's Thomas van Reyk of Orsel's trainer, so Dominic would have definitely set the route that he had planned for Thomas. I would say Dom was even a fraction quicker to that
Definitely,
wide boxer.
definitely.
You
From 3
called it
to
when
4,
Thomas
he's quick.
went. He maybe went a fraction wide. Dominic got his foot on the gas there.
Nailed that ride.
Whoops.
Maybe a fraction wider than Thomas, though, back to the KUDA, and lands a bit to the right. He is quick, though, isn't he?
What's
Come
he
on,
gonna
Dom.
do to the last?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Leaves it up. 45.04, slips into second place. Just
Thomas
behind
breathes
pupil
again.
Thomas van Reykevorsel. Jeepers, that was close. Brendan, maybe that KUDA vertical where the horse jumped off slightly to the right.
Maybe.
That
The music
could be
plays. This is how legends are made. Dominic Alexander, an absolute legend of our South African show jumping sport.
0.2 of a second, Brendan, behind. Very close. Now, one of Brendan's picks. Charlie and Crockett up next on Odina van Berrimar. Horse purchased through Michelle van Eck. And a horse purchased for the very reason of winning these classes, I would believe.
Absolutely. She just hits the ground running, this mare.
Big
There's
shot
no
at the
slowing
vertical.
down. There's no wooing.
She always lands accelerating. Jeepers, she was quick there.
Charlie. Easy now. I would say she's a fraction up, but that's...
She did go around the Farnham uprights, though, Brendan. What? That's quick. That's quick there. Also lands a bit to the right.
Thomas's time, 44.84. She's going to need to leave these last two up and go.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
What? You called it, Sten?
Woo! 41.58. Some 3.3 seconds off Thomas's time. I hate saying I told you. I really thought that someone might dare their horse down here on the 8. Brendan, for that small mare, showing you she's got all the step, all the class.
Charlie, I've got goosebumps after that 8
Comes
strides
home
down
in
to the last.
41.58.
Exceptional riding.
Unbelievable round.
Wow, Charlie. Just whispers in her ear, you're so clever as she goes out the arena there. She's
Starting
definitely
us
gonna be a
off at number
favourite.
5. Up next, Rainer Corber, Data Sciences, Gringo de Turin Z.
Sten, you mentioned we were in for a steeplechase of a class, and you were 100% right.
That's
These riders
gonna
are
take
flying.
Some beating, Brendan. Ray very economical there to the blue vertical at number 2. Smooth as you like round there to the Talkcraft. You'll be looking for that short. Yep. That short ride that they can land and turn.
Oh, go Ray.
Lands at 31 after the KUDA vertical.
He's quite quick at the double.
9 strides to the last. Comes home in a time of 44.73. That puts him into second place. Unbelievable round there from Ray.
He looked like he meant business when he went through the start, for sure.
I mean, he was quick, Brendan, and still some 3 seconds slower than Charlie Ann Crockett's time. She really is going to take some beating.
I was going to say, I don't know if you can go out on and put your neck out, say someone is going to beat that, but if there's anybody who can, this young lady could definitely do it.
Up next at number 6, Hannah Garten riding Equine Performance Products Will. Sure, good ground speed, but she has gone around that Farnham upright. Wonder if that is quicker though, Brendan, because that's where Charlie went, just around the Farnham pillars.
You've also got to be really steeple-chasing, unfortunately. Unfortunate distance there for Hannah off the corner. She would have maybe wanted to have finished a little closer to that, so it would have made Will's job a bit easier to jump it.
The other thing is when they come to that number 4, Brendan, on the angle, on that slight angle, they're jumping towards the Torcraft upright. So that boxer at number 6.
Yeah.
So I think that can be quite off-putting for the horses as well. So after that little miscommunication at number 4, no harm done. Hannah jumping up to the double, nice and tidy. Retirement from her. She'll finish in 10th place.
Oh, mature thinking from...
Oh, absolutely no harm done.
Yeah.
Not her day today with Will, but she will be looking to come back with Pollyanna later in the World Cup, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Number 28 up next. This is CS the Champ and Kerry Reese.
We've mentioned it many a time before. These young riders really know how to throw down the gauntlet. Will she be able to chase down that time of Charlie Ann Crockett's of 41.58? I mean, I say Charlie Ann Crockett's time, but we know Charlie can go quick. But with a partner like Odina van Berrimar, I think, my word, I'm almost happy not to be jumping in these classes at the moment, because let me tell you, that is one speed queen of note.
That's low flying.
Brendan, if we see that time beaten today,
it
is going to be unbelievable.
Yeah, agreed.
Trying to do that next, though, Kerry Reese. Oh! The champ having a little play at the back of the first jump. Here, Ray Corber willing her on from the sidelines here. Good shot, Kerry. Maybe fractionally wider than Charlie there. That's at the back of that Torcraft to the CUDA. Charlie was blisteringly tight and quick.
And then 8 to the last, which was just insane.
Oh, heartbreak at the last for Kerry Reese in a time of 45.06. In fact, would have been good enough for 5th and still puts her in 5th place with the 4 faults. So our fastest 4 faulter puts Kerry into 5th place as it stands. Behind Dominique Alexander, clear in 4th. Thomas van Rijkenvorsel clear in a time of 44.84 in 3rd. Ray Corber clear in a time of 44.73 in 2nd. And sitting in pole position, as it stands with 3 to go, Charlie Ann Crockett in a blistering time of 41.58.
That was absolutely incredible to watch, but it's definitely not done yet. We've got 3 people who still have a crack around here. Thomas van Rijkenvorsel also looks like he's going to come up next with Guliver. He's already been around here with his beautiful
quick changeover.
Yeah, and then there's 2 speed queens right at the end of this class.
2 of us sit here and shudder to think, jeepers, how would we ever beat 41.58?
Wow.
Let me tell you, Stacy Weston, Jean Corber and Thomas van Rijkenvorsel, the way they think, they'll be thinking, this is how I beat 41.58. Let me show them. They'll be doing their best. Thomas just rehearsing those inside turns there, showing Guliver exactly what's going to be expected of him. Jeepers, what a way to start a Sunday morning.
Charlie was definitely had her jungle oats this morning.
What's the song? Guess who got it all this morning. Thomas starting off good pace there to number 1. Inside that Farnham upright to the blue vertical. Maybe not quite as quick as Charlie here. Back to 4. Gets up the 5 strides easy. He's moving around. Good shot.
Oh, unfortunately, the front rail falling there. Soft fence for Guliver.
He needs to keep moving, because if he can keep this quicker than 45.06, that'll put him into 5th place.
I must say, another good round for Thomas.
Very, very good round. A lovely round for Guliver. Finding great form this show. Comes home in a time of 45.89. 4 faults. Good enough for 7th place as it stands.
Yeah, he potentially had a little wobble in form in the middle of the year, and definitely looks like he's found some confidence.
Ooh, Brendan. We've just heard Stacy shouting to, I think it's her trainer here, Barry Taylor on the side. 8 to the last. I think Barry's just told her, you have to go on 8 to beat Charlie. Brendan, and I tell you, she's going to grab the bit and run, is Stacy. And I'm sure Lua will follow.
Absolutely. Lua knows how to win these classes, so does Stacy. Exciting times next to go.
Goosebump stuff.
Number 15, Western Farriers, Ludamel, Stacy Lee Weston, second to last horse in this 140 jump off.
Exactly the shot she would have been wanting at number 1. Lua jumps a bit awkwardly.
I think she saw the photographer, maybe.
Turn! Oh, she's tight. Yeah, she's tight, and that's the shot. Come, Stace.
And move.
Go on. Oh. Maybe fractionally slower than Charlie there, I wonder.
Massive effort.
Whoa, that was quick. There, she's quicker than Charlie.
Let's see if she's going to do the 8.
Come on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Nope,
6,
nope.
7, 8, 9.
41.73, Brendan.
Woo, what
if
an
she
effort.
had done the 8, she could have been quicker than Charlie, but she could also have died.
She's also secured herself a podium on Sunday morning, championship morning. Stacy Lee Weston, that's good enough. Fantastic riding, second place at this stage.
I must say, I didn't think we'd see anyone else break the 42-second barrier, but Stacy's done it. That Charlie must have been sitting on the edge of her seat.
That was close.
Brendan, 0.15 of a second slower than Charlie. That was one outstanding effort. Next up, our last rider. Can she change that result? Jean Corber riding Pretty Woman M.
She's starting at the gallop.
Come on, Charlie. Jean.
This horse was also the quickest in our first round, so just, again, naturally found speed.
I don't know if she's one extra from Charlie there on that turn. She is quick, though. Jeepers, and lands going.
Her husband Ray willing her on, saying move as she lands after the wall.
Gets the right ride at that oxer. Hopefully can jump landing left here.
Which she gets.
Yep.
Is she going to do the 8 to the last?
Absolutely. Oh, shot in there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Look at the time.
42.70 puts her on the podium. Third place for Pretty Woman M and Jean Corber, which means winner of our Guard Risk 140 Gold Tour Grand Prix, Brendan. Charlie Ann Crockett and Odina van Berremar take a bow.
Did I call first and second?
You called first, second, and third, Brendan.
I think I might have.
You did.
There you go.
However, I didn't make 7 enemies. Fantastic riding. What a class. What a Sunday morning. What a way to start World Cup Day.
Sure.
jeepers, some outstanding riding.
Quality riding and horsepower. Wow, amazing to watch. Again, we have front row seats here. Pretty Woman M really does look a picture around these courses. That's for sure another World Cup horse and John String, definitely.
So with our official results in 11th place, Shaitan Hendricks, Calaho, Chipolai. 10th place, Equine Performance Products, Will, Hannah Garten. 9th place, Guliver, Thomas van Rijkenvorsel. 8th place, Data Sciences, Orentha, Fanny Pegas Hoff, and Jason Slade. Seventh place, Kerry Reese, C.S. LeChamp. 6th place, Capital Colnado, Dominic Alexander. 5th place, Thomas van Rijkenvorsel again, Pippa de Axma. 4th place, Rainer Corber riding for Slade Equestrian. Data Sciences, Gringo de Turin Z. And because you picked them, Brendan, I'm going to let you read out our top 3 podium finishes.
Top 3, the ladies taking top honours here this morning on Championship Sunday. 3rd place, Pretty Woman M, Jean Corber. And then our top 2, Western Farriers, Lure de Mal, Stacy Lee Weston. What a valiant effort. But nobody could beat, we're going to call her again, the master of faster. Absolutely incredible. Charlie Ann Crockart, Ardina Faned Berrymar. I was at Charlie's yard the other day. She thinks the world of this mare. She was in her stable giving her hugs and kisses and putting up her teddy bear in her stable and that type of thing. Charlie has a very special relationship with her horses, and it shows on Championship morning. She really asked a lot of that horse today. She's the only one to do 8 down to the last. You were the person who called it. You said if they did want to win and they did want to put a really good time together, 8 to the last was there.
I thought that's where they could win it, and Charlie showed that quick around the rest of the course, and the 8 to the last really just securing the victory. It would have been Stacy's if Stacy had done the 8 there. So Charlie taking the gamble, taking the risk, and it's paying off. Yeah. Risk and reward.
We've been saying it all weekend.
Charlie had just come back from overseas last year when she sat on Odina, and we had Christmas together at my house, and I remember her saying one of the best horses she's ever sat on. She's so excited for the season, and she had good reason to say so, didn't she?
Yeah, definitely.
An early Christmas present, it truly was. And they're forming a formidable partnership. It's going to be exciting to see them up a grade in the big classes, I think, sometime soon this season.
Absolutely.
That pair just looking... Wow, I mean, they can put together rounds like that. It's going to take some beating, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, I think Charlie's string of horses very much has competition in mind. You see how, even though Charlie went around the Farnham from 1 to 2, just her ground speed was just unreal. I mean, you said in the beginning a little steeple chasing. We say that with all due respect because it's controlled steeple chasing.
We hear Stacy in the background behind us here saying that the 8 to the last was actually ridiculous. She tried to land and go for it, and no, she chickened out. It wasn't there.
Do we have Diane Burtis? Do we have 3 grey horses and 3 ladies on the podium here this morning?
We absolutely do. I think Diane nailed it with that prediction.
Very good looking podium here this Sunday morning. Charlie Ann Crockart's going to lead them in. Big thanks to Guard Risk. Fantastic prize money on offer here this afternoon. Charlie takes home 9,000 Rand first place, 7,500 for second, 4,000 for third. Big thanks to Guard Risk. This 140 Gold Tour Grand Prix. I mean, when you walked it, you said it was stiff, and you said we were in for a treat. I must say, it definitely delivered. Kate Launder, you are on form.
Yeah, and Brendan, I think we say it was stiff, but a lot of horses also choosing to make the step up to this level today. Even horses that have had limited experience in the 140s and coming out with good rounds. So all in all, Kate...
double clears, I think. So also actually maybe not so stiff, if I'm honest.
Well, it was stiff, but I think just fantastic horsepower and fantastic riding from all these riders in the class. Real awesome result by Kate to be able to have these riders finish on such a high, to have the newbies to this level achieve such great results, and then to have sport like we've just seen now, a jump off like that. I mean, that's just picture perfect.
She's
I
really
think
instilled confidence in the riders. For me, this inside turn here to the Peter Morrison was looking tough in the beginning, and the riders just got better and better and better. Yeah,
go
girls,
Stace.
congratulations.
Go Stace.
All the girls, all the greys.
All the we've been corrected before. All the ladies, all the ladies on the greys. Oh, and again, Stacy points out grey mares as well.
Mares, absolutely. and then come all the boys.
Making up that family affair. Ray Corber coming in at 4th place, just behind his wife. Pretty woman M. Jean Corber in 3rd.
Really is a family affair, because next up is Thomas van Reykevorsel. He walks in chatting to his coach, Dominique Alexander. Often these lineups are the other way around, and we've got Ray and Thomas and Domini in the front. But good to see all the ladies this morning.
Just some useless information. Our fastest male rider today, some 3 seconds slower than our winner. So the boys are going to have to step up their game as the day goes on.
There's plenty of time for that. There's still lots of action to come. Up next, we've got a very exciting 150 World Cup qualifier, and then after that, very exciting 135 championship.
Odina sporting her very fancy first place rosette. Charlie shaking hands, receiving her awards there. Stacy Weston, a young lady that we've seen in every prize giving basically this show.
Yep, she's having a fantastic show, running a
fantastic season, Brendan.
Season, I agree with you, Sten. Season. It's not just this show. Stacy comes out firing week in and week out. Another lady who comes out firing week in and week out, Jean Corber,
currently leading the high performance rankings, and this shows us just why. A win in the 140s yesterday, 3rd place in the 140 Gold Tour Grand Prix today. The master himself, Rainer Corber, in 4th place on Slade Equestrian Gringo de Turin Z. 5th place, young Thomas van Reykevorsel, just managing to squeeze coach Dominique Alexander out into 6th place. On R&R Capital Coleman.
Again, I think a day all about confidence. Some of these riders have got some big classes ahead of them, so great for them to get in the ring and have a nice confident feel around.
Out of our top 6, I think 3 of them returning later to jump the World Cup.
I'm
so
sure
what a way to start their day.
Yeah, and as you say, the others will all be coming back for the Silver Tour Grand Prix this afternoon.
But what a round by Charlie. Let's take a moment just to go back there. And I mean, that almost when you see rounds like that, you never want to say, okay, well, no one's going to beat that, because you can always, I'm often eating the egg off my face.
Stacy came really close. Just 0.15 seconds off that time. She was hell of a close, valiant effort from her, but I think, like you say, take nothing away. That round from Charlie.
No, Charlie left nothing out there.
Unbelievable.
She was the one who risked it to the last risk and reward. If she had hit the last on 8, it would have been Stacy's day, but
hugs all round, Brendan, from these 3 ladies, and nice to see representing 3 different coaches. Gonda Beatrix in 3rd with Jean Corber, Barry Taylor in 2nd with Stacy Lee Weston, and Dominique Alexander 1st place with Charlie Ann Crockett.
Fantastic scenes here from the STOKKIESDRAAI Equestrian Centre. The Guard Risk 140 Gold Tour Grand Prix podium. All the young ladies enjoying their time up there, great moments.
Brendan, just the very, very cream of the crop. They're making their way onto the podium. These ladies showed us some incredible riding now in that class. Jump-offs like that don't come round every weekend.
Exceptional riding, I must agree with you.
And it seems like we're seeing more and more of them of late, and with a lot of the same suspects finishing on the podium. Stacy's been blisteringly quick. Nice to see Charlie. She's always in the prizes, but nice to see her climbing her way up the grades and managing to win these bigger classes now.
Agreed.
Exciting season ahead for her. One of Charlie's biggest supporters and one of the major ingredients to all her success will be taking top position on the podium there. Mac,
absolutely.
Manager, organizer, park trainer, horse lover, work rider at CC Equestrian.
Often see Charlie getting her fitness done on the track, and Max there with her getting the fitness in. He knows that fitness helps him be up there on the top of the podium. Well done, gentlemen.
Really great day for those guys. A well-deserved podium finish for them in that class.
Look all formal, and again, on 3, everybody arms in the air. 1,
Also,
2, 3,
Brendan, 3 gentlemen who love this sport so much. I mean, you see them in the warm-up arena. They're willing to lend a helping hand to all the competitors.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're there for the sport. They're there for the horses. They really love the game, and just nice for them to be able to be congratulated like that on the podium. I think they're the happiest people in that arena probably right now.
Yeah, they put in a huge amount, and long hours, early mornings, late nights, loads of plaiting and bandaging. So thank you very much to all the behind-the-scenes work that the grooms do. But here we have Charlie Ann Crockart.
Whoop, nearly taking out one of the ground staff, unfortunately, there.
And her absolutely blistering mare,
Oh,
Odina.
that's a much quieter rhythm as she goes round a victory lap.
Yeah, I think she's only got 2 gears, that mare. Very slow and very, very fast. Lure de Mal, second grey mare, and Pretty Woman M rounding off our grey podium of very good-looking mares. Ray Corber in 4th. Thomas van Reykevorsel, Dominique Alexander. Oopsie, everyone nearly falling off in the prize giving this morning. Horses are obviously still feeling very well.
That brings to an end our Guard Risk 140 Gold Tour Grand Prix with our winner Charlie Ann Crockett. Don't leave your screens, because when we come back, we'll be back with an interview with Charlie for you guys.
I choose KUDA. I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
Welcome back, viewers. I'm joined here by the team behind Odina, Charlie Crockart and Mac from the CC Equestrian team. Mac, tell me a little bit about how you had your horse ready for this class. I know you're a great believer in her. Did you always think she had the win in her today?
Wow, that was so nice round. I'm so happy and feel so grateful to have her. She did so nice that I can't believe this. I always dream we need to come first in the 140 or 150, but today we made it. Thanks so much.
Mac, just tell me a bit about Adina. I mean, I know she's quite a lively character in the arena, but in hand and to handle it around the stable yard and at home, what is she like?
She's nice, but she's always dirty.
Always dirty.
When I go to the stable, I feel like actually, but I like her. She's a good horse.
Fantastic. Well done today. You can be so proud of that mare.
Thank you so much.
I know you were saying you wanted to get back to Odina just to go give her carrots and reward her for that great round.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for joining us for this interview.
No problem.
And I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of you in the future with Odina in your string.
Yeah, we're coming. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks for joining us, Mac. Next we have Charlie Crockett, winner of the Gold Tour Grand Prix today on Odina. Charlie, I mentioned to Brendan, I saw you last year Christmas time. You just come back from trying her, and you said to me, wow, you're excited for this season. You had something special coming. Well, you nailed it. She is definitely something special. You'd be a hard favorite not to pick for the class. Brendan and I both thought that you two had it in you. Tell me a little bit about the round, your plan of that jump off, and a bit about your mare.
Well, firstly, I just have to thank Odie. I mean, she is just, I think she's the first horse I've ever ridden that really wants to always go faster than me and gets angry if I'm trying to take too much control. So, you know, she is just such a winner. And my plan for the jump off, I walked the last distance and I thought the 8 could be there on her just because she has so much step.
And does it have anything to do with, like, she always lands running a little bit behind, you know, she always lands going. So I think even jumping with that big oxer, jumping out the doubles, it's quite an ask. But she landed moving. It looked like you had the 8 from the landing already.
Yeah, I mean, I jumped out the double and looked and thought, because I kind of discussed with Dominique and said, oh, is the 8 there? I don't know. And I just landed out the double and trusted her and saw it and took it, you know. It was obviously a risk, but Odie is just, she's so on it. If you see it, she sees it and she's going.
And I think you're another lady that's definitely on it. I think coupled with you, that winning fight that Odie has, I think you're much the same. You're a lady that knows how to find your way to the top of the podium. Really exciting with her. I think you'll be looking at the bigger classes maybe towards the end of the season with her. She's an incredible horse. Share with us a little bit your plan for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I get, you know, from when I tried Odie, before I even got on her, they said to me, she is what she is and you'll either love her or hate her. Well,
looks like a pretty strong love affair to me.
Yeah, the first cross I went over, I had a huge smile on my face and I knew that there was something in her. I didn't need to jump any bigger. And, you know, I just feel incredibly lucky to have Helen Human, the new sponsor in my life, and she really believes in me, and it's an absolute honor to have someone supporting you and believing in you as much as she believes in me. And yeah, I just, Odie will tell me what she's ready for. I think I'm going to do the Burlington Cup in 2 weeks' time, and then probably give her a little bit of a break and build her up again towards the end of the year. But she's feeling unbelievable, and you know, the more I get to know her, the more she gets to know me, and I just adore her. She's a 1 in a million horse with a character that one can't really explain. She's very special.
Charlie, nice of you to give special mention to a new owner that you have backing you. Nice of you to mention such amazing horsepower that you have in your string. And I think your horses and owners very lucky to have a rider of your ability backing them and giving them the results you do. Magnificent performance today. Little shout out for some of your sponsors, your Tacken Tos sponsor possibly.
Yeah, I have to say none of this would be possible. There's a huge team behind me that, they are just as much a part of these results. Obviously, Tacken Tos I've been with, they believed in me from the day I moved to South Africa. The Equine Librium team who, spend late nights doing physio on my horses at the shows and always doing the best for them. Obviously, my coach, Dominic Alexander, I've been with him since I was 17 years old. He's always believed in me, and he's been the most incredible coach to me. The list goes on. I've got so many people that help me all the time, and I'm just grateful to every single one of you who've believed in me.
Penny Crockett, that's been there since day dot, taking your prize money, saving it up for you, you said.
Mommy shouting from the sidelines that she's very proud of me and embarrassing me, but I still love her very much.
And absolutely, I think just amazing result today. Lovely that it culminated in a result like this, and I think a partnership that we're going to see a lot more of in the future. Charlie, huge congrats. Thank you for the entertainment. A better jump off we couldn't have asked for. And I think we're going to let you go off and celebrate with your team. Massive congrats today. And thank you for the entertainment. That was outstanding.
Thank you so much, Sten. And thank you to all the Zimbabwean supporters as well. I know there's a bunch of you watching the live stream. I'm still proudly Zimbabwean, and a great day for Zimbabwean riders today.
And something Charlie reminds us of every day. And huge thanks to KUDA Insurance for bringing this live stream to the public, allowing people in Zimbabwe to be able to watch us and all across the world. Massive shout out to the team from EquiLive. And guys, we're going to let Charlie go off and celebrate while we ready the course for the World Cup. When we come back, we'll have that big class for you.
Thank you so much, Sten.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA. I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks so much for joining us. It's delighted to be joined in studio here by Vian Smith. He's the CEO of the KUDA Group. He's the sponsor of the main event, which is the FEI World Cup qualifier and the entire show. Actually, so thank you very much for joining us. Just to touch on a few things, what was your draw to be involved in such an event as this?
You know, we've been in the business for 15 years now of insuring sport horses, and you know, we're very much in an industry where we're giving back to the industry, and participating in the industry is one of our core values, and you know what we're about. And you know, when Laura chatted to us, it feels like just the other day, but it's probably 6 or 7 months ago, and she said, you know, she's got a wild idea. She wanted to sponsor a World Cup qualifier in Brits. You know, she immediately got our attention, and it's exceeded all my expectations. It's been a wonderful event. It's so well put together, and it's just so good to see our clients, and you know, that are so passionate about what they do and living their dreams out here, and being able to be a part of it in a small way.
Fantastic. I must say you do have a large amount of clients here. Dawn was mentioning percentages yesterday. I mean, I don't want to quote the percentage, but it was a fair amount of percentages that you guys are covering here. Vian, I just wanted to quickly touch with Laura, who's joined in co-studio with us. Laura, I don't want you to miss your course walk, please. I'm sure viewers will recognize Laura Neal here. She's a very busy lady. She's often jumping here in the 150 classes. She's a mom of 2. She runs Equestrian Affair, and now, Laura, you're heavily involved in running the KUDA sports horse side of things. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? How do you keep all the balls in the air, so to speak?
Well, I am very fortunate to be backed up by an absolutely incredible team at KUDA. It's obviously now, as Vian mentioned, been in operation for 15 years, and yeah, like I say, it's become a bit of a well-oiled machine. From, you know, underwriting to claims, the girls know their jobs. They make it a real effort to know every single client, horse, everything. So for me, that makes my job so much easier, because they know exactly what's going on, got the finger on the pulse. And so, like I say, I'm very lucky that I've got such a great team that it affords me the opportunity to be able to juggle it all.
I must say, a very, very busy lady you are, Laura. I've taken up enough of your time. I'm going to have a quick chat to Vian. I think you're going to go off and walk your course. You're number 15 in this class. Best of luck. All the best.
Thanks so much. Thanks very much.
Vian, just to finish up there, we've just had the 140 Guard Risk Gold Tour. And I believe that KUDA and Guard Risk have a connection. Can you elaborate a little bit on that for me, please?
Yes, it's been wonderful to get Guard Risk involved in the event as well. We joined Guard Risk a couple of years ago and set up what's called a cell captive arrangement with them, and that's just allowed us to take KUDA to the next level in terms of being the leader in innovation and really the most agile in terms of offering insurance products to such a niche market. So it's been a couple of years with Guard Risk now, and it's new for them as well, being in an industry as niche as horses. Okay. And they've certainly enjoyed the ride too. But as I said, Guard Risk, that the cell captive arrangement has been kind of a next chapter in the evolution of KUDA, and something that we remain very excited about.
Yeah, it sounds very, very exciting. And once again, thank you so much for all that you do. Thanks to Guard Risk for their involvement in the last Grand Prix, and thanks to KUDA for all that they've done. I must say the banners look fantastic out here this afternoon. This is a really exciting spectacle. I'm excited for you guys to be involved in such a prestigious event. I must say Sunday morning always gives me an exciting feeling in my tummy, because you're not really going to see jumps this big many times in South Africa. So thank you very much for all that you do. Viewers, stick around. This is the big one. The KUDA 150 FEI World Cup qualifier up next. Please don't go anywhere.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA. I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
Don't cut to me yet.
Good afternoon, viewers. The KUDA 150 World Cup Qualifier is the next event. All the riders are down in the arena here. I've had a little walk around the course. I've got Christopher van der Merwe here standing next to me. Chris, you've had a little walk around. What do you think about the track set this afternoon by Kate Launder?
Yeah, I think it's a real good track. I think this arena is quite square, so it takes a bit of riding. Sometimes you underestimate the size of the fences. Yeah. I think time is going to be of the essence. I think if it becomes a hurdle race to the end, you might run into traps. Sure. This last jump and then that number 4 into the corners there takes a bit of jumping. So I think all in all, good track, but jumpable, very jumpable, yeah.
For sure. Again, Chris has jumped many of these classes, so someone who definitely thinks that it's easy enough around here. Just having a look behind me, you can see there's the Baker McVeigh vertical, which is going to be at number 2, and we swing left to the back on track all the way down. Chris mentioned that there's a gold Oxler Equestrian Affair down in the corner, which is probably going to take some jumping. Chris, what do you think about this approach down here to the Talkcraft, which is quite a long approach?
Well, sure. I think that's where time faults become of an essence. So you need to really move on, but then keep the 4 legs and don't go flat. My view, I think maybe to save time to come inside to 2. Okay. It's not the biggest vertical, and I think to me, once you've done a turn like that, it takes a bit of pressure off time. But I think this long approach here is definitely a bogey. You get long towards that, and then you'll hit it behind. Yeah, and then it's a bit of a tight 9 going down to the next Oxer again. So I think definitely, to me, move on and then keep the 4 legs.
So, and then just discussing that, so we're going to jump the Talkcraft, and then it's almost dead right-hand swing into that turn, the Biogen wall. Did you say that you walked 9 through the middle of the arena here?
Yeah, 9 to me is going to be a little bit balancing down. And then I think you must be really tight to the treble. It's got a nice entrance. And then I think the treble will ride pretty good if you have a nice jump in, a little bit of leg out. and then from there on you can then move around and then jump that double. I think that's quite a big double there. You need to come cantering a bit forward to that oxer with a big jump in, and then be very good with your body to come out. And then that plank, I think, is going to cause some trouble away from the gate. They're also going to be tired, and it's a big 160 plank. Yeah. So I think you really need to be cantering forward to a bit of space. And then I think definitely you're going to have to come inside to jump the triple bar. And then this last ox is going to take some jumping as well.
I must say, I agree with you. I mean, the name of the game sounds like this course is going to take some jumping. What's your view? Kate's been doing lots of 3s and 4s. This 4 stride here at the end, really, it's going to be a tough distance at the end.
Absolutely. I think the 3 and 4s, you always need to have the back legs underneath you. But often when the horses land in a 3, you really have to get up there, and then they get sprawled out. And you run into trouble. So I think this arena forces you to build a little bit like that. But it's hard for the horses, especially if they're getting tired towards the end, and they start running on their forehand, and then they start struggling a bit.
Okay. Amazing. Wow, what an unbelievable analogy here for the World Cup this afternoon. Chris van der Merwe, thank you very much for your expertise and your time, sir. Guys, I'm going to have a little walk around, see if I can grab 1 or 2 other riders, and let's see what they have to say. Viewers, you join us again here in the arena, getting ready for the KUDA 150 World Cup qualifier. A real family affair here this afternoon. I'm sure you've all been hearing Sten and I chat about young Ashley Taylor and her current form and how she's been riding at the top of her game. Ash, I've known you since before you were born, basically. Today's a day that I've really been dreaming about today. Your first World Cup qualifier on a very special horse. How are you feeling today?
Extremely excited, but very nervous. But tiny, Largo S, who's not so tiny, I think he makes my heart this big. So I feel confident to jump around here. I know he will jump for me. He'll go around safely. Yeah.
Amazing, cool. I've got goosebumps, to be honest with you, Lorette, wiping away the tears. Law, before we went on air, you said that you jumped your first World Cup qualifier?
1998. And I'm a small humans doing it 24 years later.
There we go, 24 years later, incredible moment. And I think the person who's actually made this whole thing possible, the maestro, Barry Taylor. BJ, you spoke about this years ago, almost. This has been in the making, that you said one day you're going to get this horse ready for Ash. You are the master. Congratulations. This must feel incredible.
Yeah, 2 years for the horse, 19 years for her. I'm quite emotional. It's a big day in my life.
Yeah, you can see what it means, guys. I must say this is a family affair. It's incredible to see. And I must say, guys, the person who's handling this better than all of us is young Ashley. She's got such broad shoulders. She's so ready for this, guys. Yeah, she's the adult in the family, guys. Okay, let's get back to reality here. I think I'm going to let them go and get ready for this massive day. We can wipe our tears, guys. Congratulations, Team Taylor. Guys, yeah, as you can see, a huge and emotional time for everybody. I'm going to shoot back up there and we're going to get this. Right, Sten, first horses in here for the KUDA 150 FEI World Cup qualifier. Really emotional scenes in the course walk today. I believe Charlie was quite emotional in her interview with you a little earlier, so she should be.
All the fields here at the STOKKIESDRAAI World Cup qualifier. Our first horse has made his way into the arena. Kahoka Tana, Sheldon Hendricks in the irons. And he's going to be our first horse to kick off the 2024 KUDA STOKKIESDRAAI World Cup qualifier here in Brits. Just taking the salute on behalf of the class. Brendan, I saw you got the very intelligent insights of the great Chris van der Merwe.
Yeah, I must say, I thought it was
what he
fantastic.
thought about this track. He's always very technical in his approach.
Incredibly technically minded as Christopher, and I thought he gave the viewers at home a fantastic idea of what's going to be needed around this very testing track here this afternoon. But first off, as you mentioned, Sheldon Hendricks, Kahoka Tana, first to go.
Massive jump over number one. Brendan, he's turned inside to the Baker McVeigh, keeping this horse tightened together.
That's what Chris was mentioning. He said if you can try and take the pressure off yourself at the beginning of the course, might give you a little time at the end to stay organized.
Sure, jumped that line beautifully. Now it's quite a long approach round to that number 5, the Talkcraft Oxer. Sure, big shot there from Sheldon, really getting the horse to move over the ground.
Chris was thinking this was going to be an outside line 9.
Okay, he's jumped out. He's done that. And done it very well.
Beautiful room there for Larison. Sheldon providing for him. Sten, this is something that you thought would be a test. The middle's tall.
And then maybe, that the second distance there is slightly long. Larison may be jumping a little bit towards the front rail.
This is another big ask. Sheldon using his voice in the middle there, leaves it up.
To good effect.
He's got good ground speed this afternoon, Sheldon.
2 from home.
Nips inside to the triple bar.
Whoa.
Come on, Larison. That's the best round I've seen that horse
Brendan,
jump. Beautiful riding, Sheldon.
We called it on Friday. We said this horse looking better and better.
Yeah.
We thought he was really growing into this World Cup level, this 155 level.
So just outside the time, Sten, 87.25, 1 for time, but I don't think Sheldon's going to be stressed about that at all.
That hasn't even crossed his mind. What a round. He knows he's got a World Cup qualifying horse in him there. Jeepers, what a superb round.
Excellent. I was chatting to
Expertly
Sheldon.
piloted by Sheldon. Really, really good round.
He was saying that Chupalat, the other stallion that he rides, is a little easier to manage. Larison's so big and he's got such a big stride and so much scope that really showed Sheldon's class as a jockey there. I think he almost rode that foot perfect.
Yeah. Making their way into the arena at number 2, we have Dart Toley, Gareth Neal. More mileage than experienced combination this. This would be their first class back at this level in quite some time. But Dartoli looking in fine form of late. He's gone just around that number 13 back to the Baker McVeigh jump. But this horse is slightly quicker against the clock than Larison.
Just a smaller type, I suppose. A little bit more nimble.
Which we have said all day definitely does suit this arena. You see him move up into his light seat there, around to 5. It is a place that the riders can definitely make up time.
And that's where Chris was saying also, I mean, either make up time or fall into time
Exactly.
faults.
The flip side of that is if they get a bit under the pace, they're going to end up in trouble there going to number 5. Rides the 9.
Wow, what an effort from Dartoli.
Comes a little bit of a test here at the treble.
Shoulders.
See her having to really put in an effort to jump out over that oxer at the C element. Really good through the double. Brendan, I don't want to say it, but I think he's...
Anything. Is he going to be under
He's
pressure
flirting with a time fault here, I think.
Come on, Gary. Oh, lands on the back rail and finds another one for time. Oh, gee, the time is tight, huh?
Finishes on a time of 87.41, puts him on the same score as Shayton Hendrickson, Callagho Larison, but Dartoli
jumped an absolute stormer of a round.
Yeah, making her way back to the top of the sport in fine style. Looking a picture of health, fit in her later years, and nice for Garrett to have his World Cup winner back.
I didn't want to say too much. She sort of, when she went from the Farnham down to number 10, she just had her eye on the job, really. Her ears pricked, her eyes are bright. She is looking a picture this afternoon. So, unfortunately, finding the back rail of the last at number 13 there. Was it 12 or 13?
13, yeah. Next up on track, number 3, our 334 stud sport horse entry, Finale U, ridden by Leona van der Merwe. Leave Gubbett, the man behind the 334 sport horse stud, watching from their farm in the Midlands.
Finale is an 11-year-old Holstein mare by Dollar de la Pierre out of a Carthago mare.
Lovely to see Leona's parents, Umvota and her mom, here to watch Leona go around the World Cup class. Really showing a good jump over that Akip Oxa. Oh, this mare just oozes class when you see her jumping through the treble like that. Leona, cool as you like. Here a little grunt as she makes a big effort over that Oxy jumping into the double. Clean over those brown planks. Great shot at the triple bar.
The time's going to be tight again.
She's got it. She's got it.
In the time.
86.46. Clear round. Half a second inside that time allowed. Leona van der Merwe, lady in fine form.
She puts her hand on her head. She says, sure, I was lucky at the last, but then she gives a little fist pump. If it's your day, it's your day. You swing while you're winning. Fantastic ride.
Sure. Gets away with a little touch at the last, but what a round, what a mare. So that clear round will see her into the second round today. So next up at number 4, Equifox Casino, Gail Foxcroft, one of our true legends of the sport, Springbok colours. She's in really good form, had a super round on Friday in the Grand Prix, clear around the first round of that track. Well practiced, well organised jockey.
Not only is she a Springbok show jumper, she's a Springbok event rider. So just an all-round horsewoman.
There you go, we've just heard Leona saying to us she did 5 strides down that last distance, which is actually at walks of 4, so good plan B riding from her.
And good for Finale to answer the call there, not looking like Gail's feeling it today. Equifox Casino, she's going to rest her bestie for another day.
In his normal casual fashion, strolls out the arena on a long rein, 1 or 2 early rails.
As you see scenes of Gail and Casino leaving the arena looking very relaxed. Next up, number 5. This is ZM Okinawa and Michelle Hobbs.
Okinawa by the very successful stallion Optimum Thunder Wellington out of a Lunt Jonker mare. legs off the
Reminder for some
ground.
of the viewers at home that Michelle actually rode Optimum van der Wellington herself successfully around the 150 level. I was chatting to Michelle about this horse. I said, I really like him. She says it's just tough for her to get to enough horse shows, I suppose, to keep him up to real 150 or 160 fitness.
Riders really have been bold in their approach to that number 5, haven't they, Brendan?
I think just heeding the call of making sure that you don't get time faults.
Yeah, really keeping themselves up to that 375 meters per minute.
Michelle electing to roll up on the 8 from the Biogen wall to the Equipe Oxa. Michelle, somebody who doesn't get to lots of horse shows, but you would never know that by watching her ride. She's got huge amounts of feeling. She gets horses to jump for her. Short reins, well organized. First person to hit the brick and clay plank this afternoon.
Which does look quite tricky, jumping towards that brown thatch of the restaurant. Makes light work of the last line. She is slightly outside the time. So that'll put her on 3 faults, just the 2 down, finishing with 3 time faults. It puts her on a score of 11 in a time of 89.97 for Michelle. So, up next at number 6, Kalaho Konzano and Kayla Gertenbach. This pair debuting in their first World Cup today.
Exciting day for Kayla. She has jumped World Cups on other horses, but definitely as a partnership, this is their first.
And I think the first for Konzano. This lovely son of Concoriano, originally produced by Yanni Kleinhans, and now being expertly piloted by Kayla. They've been in good form, Brendan. She had just the back rail of number 1 down in the Grand Prix on Friday.
Kayla's been riding well all week, all season actually,
all her life. Little tap on his shoulder over the oxa there. I mean, Brendan, when she purchased this horse, this would have been the plan. This was
Definitely
what they saw in this horse's future, to jump at the very top. It's just lovely when a plan comes together. Brendan, I wonder if the 8 wouldn't be slightly easier going down the hill there. I'm not sure.
You know, I was
Listen, I
also
mean, with all the
wondering-
greats in our sport saying that that's 9, I'm going to go with them. But a lot of the horses have looked like they're getting a little close on the 9 and really having to work.
I think you've just got a plan. If you're going to do 9, stay out. If you're going to do 8, roll in. But sort of, you've got to really be focused on whichever.
Looked to me like Kayla did everything right. She stayed wide, she did balance, she waited, but the horse almost ran out a little bit of space.
Gosh, this horse is jumping an amazing round.
Because not for that. I mean, this has been
Excellent
a real
riding.
exhibition.
Come on. Wow, jumps the last easy.
Well inside the time, 84.83 as it stands. That puts her into 2nd place.
Big smiles and pats as she finishes up with Konzano. She'll be thrilled with him.
Sure, what a round. She really can ride, can Kayla?
She's got good timing. The way she was reminding him to get off her leg once or twice if she'd got a fraction close.
We'll tap on the shoulder every now and then for encouragement. From one amazing jockey to another. Next up at number 7, Dominique Alexander riding Capital Collier. 2nd in our previous 2 World Cup qualifiers. This pair in fine form of late.
There's a few interesting stats about this horse that I'll keep until after this round. But a horse that I've been watching really closely. I think just Dominique's really putting all the pieces of the puzzle together. I think he's mentally getting the horse so much on his side now. The horse always had huge ability, but obviously we need to have these horses in our corner so they fight for us. Domini looking like with the finesse of the hackamore and that little mask. It's definitely understanding Collier's brain better.
He slipped inside from 1 to 2, being very mindful of the time allowed. Now he uses this horse's big stride to cover the ground. Nice and positive to 5. Oh, good ride. Ground speed really is good. Does he do 8? Yeah. Yeah. Easy on the 8. I really think the other riders might look at that and think that might be an easier option if you have got a horse with good step.
Easy.
Oh, almost having to hold the horse away at the C element.
He was very, very nimble all the way through that triple combination.
Little rub there at the Farnham jump. Come on, Dom. His time is good. His time must be good. He's been really quick across the ground. Plus he did that inside turn 1 to 2.
Collier
clean at the brick and clay planks. Now, whoa.
Domini using his voice. Get up.
Yes! Oh, a little rub. Wow, Brendan, look at that. That 8 strides, I think, from 6 to 7 really does set the tone. 79.91.
Domini Alexander, take a bow. Very, very well ridden. Excellent riding. A man who's enjoying some top form. He's making an unbelievable relationship with that horse. I know that our statistician out there, Emil Egan, has got some info about that horse. I'm almost sure that in the World Cups this year, he hasn't had a fence down. It's amazing.
That is one amazing stat. One that just speaks to that horse's form of late. And Domini. Brendan, that time was some 7 seconds inside the time allowed. Domini making me look like I do know what I'm talking about. I think that 8 strides from the Biogen wall to their keep, if you have got a horse that prefers big stepping, big jumping, I think that is the right call there. Next up on track, number 8, Hannah Garten, PMH Pollyanna. Real stylish pair, these two. She quick as you like, 1 inside to 2.
Just wants to take.
This mare wouldn't be one, I think, that would battle with the time allowed. Here a little cluck as she goes down to the water trays. You see she's a little bit more cautious in her approach to number 5.
I suppose, though, just being quick 1 to 2, she could maybe...
It gives her that, it affords her the luxury of now being a little more patient around the rest of the track, I would hope. 10 strides. So this all really just shows knowing your horse, knowing how to ride these tracks on your horse. Squeeze out.
Sure, Polly just using her body to get out the back of that C element of the KUDA triple combination.
I've used the phrase Russian gymnast this week, and this mare really is that. A real acrobat in her body.
Hannah just using her voice in the middle there, saying, come on, girl, get up.
She is going to be flirting with the time a little bit here, though, I think.
I agree with you, Sten.
She's
time
really
allowed,
mindful.
87 seconds.
Is she going to get there? I think she is.
Yes!
Hannah, take a bow. Hannah Garten giving us our 3rd clear round of the class in a time of 83.50. Very well judged round. Perfect Polly making quite the picture over these fences this afternoon.
I stand to be corrected, but I'm almost sure that Domini would have made Collier his Domini got one in.
You always come in first on your nominated horse.
So both of those people's horses have, so both Domini and Hannah's points horses have gone clear in this class. Interesting to see what the rankings are going to look like at the end of this World Cup qualifier.
On track now, number 9, Nickelback and Shani Swanepoel. stepping up to this World Cup level this year.
I was chatting to Michelle Hobbs, who is instrumental in Shani's riding, even though she's going to be adamant that she's not her trainer. She's definitely her confidant and her friend. She was telling me that this horse has had a torrid time with colic in his life. He's had to fight for his life more than once, and I'm sure the viewers can see he's got a little hematoma scar under his tummy from the colic surgery that he had. But as I sort of said to Michelle, it shows the nature of the fight that he's got in him.
Absolutely,
he's a real
yeah.
fighter. He wasn't going to let colic sort of get the better of him, and he just shows it when he comes in the ring here. He does look like a horse that jumps from absolute grit, and a horse that you and I both really have enjoyed watching over the past few rounds.
Yeah, and a rider that we've enjoyed just as much. Really good through the treble combination there. Oh, Domini's horse did the same there at that Faram jump. Jumped a little over his shoulder.
She maybe got a little slow.
Okay.
I mean, it's
yeah.
easy to say from up here.
She doesn't look like she's allowing the time allowed to hassle her. She hasn't really been worried about that. She's just looking to put together a really good clean round.
Gee, that's a big effort.
Puts her toe only on the back rail of that number 13. Comes home. 12 jumping faults, 8 for time, total score of 20. Brendan, clear until the end of the treble combination. Clear through the treble combination. Her first rail falling at 9. That partnership really building and growing at this level.
It's also just the nature of these courses. If you sort of lose your rhythm to one, it often you can pay the price at the second jump on the course as well, unfortunately.
I was walking with Sean Neal. He said exactly that. It's one of those arenas where you have to be so accurate in, and when something goes wrong in one place, it often snowballs as you go along the track. So next up at number 10, Callao Lexington, and the current leader of our high performance rankings, Jean Corber. She's opted to go around 1 to 2. That is going to put her in some pressure the rest of the course for time, I would believe, unless she's got a sneaky option somewhere that we haven't been aware of as yet. Brendan, the other day I mentioned that I thought this horse was in a different bit to what we had seen.
Well, I've just noticed as he's come past, it looks like he's in a different bit.
He is today, but the other day I was wrong. What she had changed is she'd put a martingale on. That was the difference that we saw in the Grand Prix.
Okay.
She's taken the martingale back off.
It looks like he's in a DC Morgan.
Yep, but he is in a different bit today and looking much happier in the contact. John said she really battled the other day keeping him on the contact. Well, this is looking good here today. Unbelievable round. The bit change and the taking off the martingale has worked for that pair. Comes home in a time of 83.72, and that guarantees her 40% clear rounds. Just speaks to the level of riding and horsepower that we have. Sean comes past just explaining to me this is the different bits, and she has taken off the mark.
Feeling like they need more support, less support, whatever it would be. It's definitely an art.
So from one Callao horse to another, and another son of Lisbon, Callao Liantos up next. What a jump off that was. This young lady will have no problem with the time allowed, for sure. Liantos looking full of the joys of life, pulling her down to jump 3 and 4.
He really does look well today, doesn't he? He looks like not much was taken out the tank on Grand Prix day. In the air over the Talkcraft.
And moves forward straight away on the turn, round to 6. Jeepers, he looks keen today.
Kicks out. KUDA triple combination is tall in the middle.
Just to keep away that vertical. Yep, she does it.
3, 4 big efforts at this double. Wow. He jumped that well, didn't he?
Picture perfect. Typical kick off the ground there at number 11.
Come on, Tan, that's a good shot. Keep it together. Get up, Leantos.
Oh, it's away with a little toe on the back rail of the last, but that's it. 86.42 inside the time allowed of 87. Tam Rueda.
Lightest of rubs at the last there, but it stays.
Calo Leantos really looking a picture today. He looks like he means business.
Oh, he looks fresh and well, huh?
Yeah. Obviously enjoyed his day off yesterday. So up next at number 12, another Callao bred horse, Callao Lord Chris. Our third one in a row from Callao. Lord Chris piloted today by George Cutlass. Young man that's spent quite some time at this level now, enjoyed some success at World Cup levels, some podium finishes. He's been at the top of the podium before, so he knows what it means to get the job done.
He's going to go inside.
Yeah, I think this horse, he always wants to try and keep the lid on as much as possible, so he'd be looking to take the shorter approaches.
Keeps his ground speed up.
Brendan, I know something that George has always worked really hard on is his upper body, and he is noticeably more organized in his upper body of late.
On the 9.
Good jump from Chris there.
Flicks his tail out.
Little rub jumping in, little rub jumping out, but leaves them up.
Chris's knees up, George's knees were up.
Oh, beautiful over that vertical. Even better through the double. This is looking good.
Little time check as he goes over this plank. He should be very good for time. 2 to go. Come on, Chris. Georgie!
Yes, my boy!
Clear around. Callao Lord Chris, George Cootless. Fantastic ride, bud. Doesn't look like the time stopped. What is his time?
He's come home well inside the time, 81.77. I think
second fastest clear so far.
I think Chris's, or Lord Chris's biggest supporter, Katrina, George's mom, will be well pleased with that round. George can have his dinner tonight.
Sten, just taking a quick moment here. We've had 12 horses jump, 11 to come, 6 clears, 50% clear in a World Cup
round. A whopper of a track as well, Brendan. I managed to walk a little bit with Kate while she was going around with the officials, just making sure that all the heights and widths of the oxes were up to standard, and that they definitely were. So our fourth Callao horse now in a row, Callao L'Amour, another son of Lissabon, piloted by Tracy Carney here today. Tracy taking Lily on that inside turn from 1 to 2. Looking organized as you would like.
Good riding, Trace. Keeping Lillian organized down there to the Tallcraft Oxer.
She has gone slightly wider there in the turn from the Tallcraft to the Biogen. Stays on the 9 to that keep jump, but jumps it beautifully. Wow, she's looking good today.
She threw her front toes for that back rail. She's really trying, is Lily. Come on.
Perfect technique from Lily there.
Come on, Trace. Body up.
Come on. Keep
bit together. She's got 15 seconds to get home.
I think that should be enough.
No, I'm sure it should be.
Come on, she'd want a good shot at this triple bar. Keep coming, Trace.
Oh,
Come
Brendan,
on.
It's going to be touch and go here.
1, 2, 3. Come on. Gallop.
Yes!
She's in the time. Clear round.
86.44, a lady and a combination that's been knocking on the door for quite some time. We hear Shayton Hendricks, part of the Callahoo Warm Blood Stud team here next to us, going ballistic.
Fantastic, Tracy.
What a result for that mare and for Tracy. Wow, really well deserved. Clear round.
Oh, and now's a person you're going to struggle to find. Tracy's always got a smile on her face. She's always got something kind to say about everybody. Fantastic riding. You're right, Sten. She's been knocking on the door. She's a top-class jockey.
Look at her looking here to us. I get to call that lady my friend. What a champ of a rider she is, and so well deserved. Amazing result for them today, and they'll be looking for more of the same in the second round.
It's going to be a very, very exciting second round. We've been far from done.
Another very exciting moment coming up next, making his debut at World Cup level, Thomas van Rekevorsel on Capital My Lady, the mare we all love so much, getting her opportunity at the big time today.
Such an exciting day for Thomas. He's incredibly mileaged at very many levels, but being a young man, he's not mileaged at these 150 levels, but he will be well on his way. He's got such an amazing competitor in this mare. She's, I'm sure the viewers can realize that she's definitely the smallest horse in this class by some way.
I don't think she would know that, though. To hear him using his voice to whoa down the distance here to the water trays.
It's definitely nobody's told her that she's little.
This pair usually very quick across the ground, which allows Thomas to use space around this arena, keep her moving forward, riding a little bit of scope into her.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
As we said, the big horses with big steps can go down there in 8, while Thomas on his small horse just cruises down in the 8.
Oh, he says to her, oh, she bellies the middle, unfortunately.
It is a real ask for the smaller horses, those treble combinations, but she'll learn how to clear those.
Oh, absolutely.
Here, a little cluck jumping into the double. See his grandparents looking super anxious. I've never seen them look like that before on the stand.
It's a real family affair in the Van Rekevorsel family. 1, 2, 3. Good girl. What a jump at the
look
last.
at that time. 80.70. That's the second fastest time we've seen go around this track. And for your debut result around a World Cup qualifier, your first World Cup qualifier.
Unbelievable.
We hear Thomas's groom Willie going wild behind us here.
Thomas also just giving my lady big pats, saying that's enough for today, girl. Amazing to get a little horse around there. Good job, buddy. Good job, good job.
First one under the belt and in such fine style.
I'm sure when they bought her that I'm not sure they had World Cups in mind.
I think, to be honest, we could all say that she was bought as a young rider's horse, a 135 horse, and she's just shown that she's got more and more in the tank.
Incredible.
Wow, what a result. Such a well-deserved round.
Okay, next up, number 15, Lara Neal. She brings in Diamonds Dundee. The viewers at home would remember that Lara was in studio with me earlier. She is the connection with KUDA. She is in charge of the sports horse division. Very busy lady. Sounds like Lara was basically masterminding this show. Very keen to get KUDA involved. We're very grateful for KUDA for being involved. I hope they are enjoying the show as much as we are.
Lovely to see the sponsors so keen on the show jumping in this event, Brendan. We see them there in the back of our screens in the VIP section. Really enjoying the day out.
Dundee makes a big effort over the keep. Oxalara reminds him to keep moving. You need power jumping through this triple.
When he jumped so well on Friday, she said it just feels like it's all coming together, and it definitely looks like it here today.
Come on.
Come on.
It's a big effort. Gets that jumped. Time check.
71. She's got 15 seconds to come home now.
Oh, just lays a toe on that plank.
Falls very late, Brendan. Oh. 85.50. She had the time.
Yeah.
She had the time. Just fences 11 and 12 falling, and may I say, number 11 falling very late. The softest of back toes on that
touch,
the top of that plank. But you know, she mentioned on Friday that horse really starting to feel like he's coming together, and it looks like
it does look like it's coming together.
Like
I agree with you. He does look like he's got his big body under control. Lara's a small lady to be wagoning such a big horse around, but I must say they look like it's all working, and it's, I think, definitely one for the future. Huh? That's going to jump it here around sooner rather than later.
So 15 starts. We have 8 horses left with a current percentage of 46% clears. Next up on track, Jody Ambrose riding Callahoo Casco Grey.
Casco, another one looking quite well this afternoon.
That sort of reefing that he does on the way to the jump, that excitement that he has to jump, that we've come to know is quite normal for him. Jody does a really good job at just keeping this horse relaxed but traveling.
Beautiful
wow,
jump.
How well did he jump that?
Excellent, so well ridden. She just kept the power underneath her. Oops. Jody just making sure that she's got enough control around the turn. Wow, really works his body exceptionally through the triple combination. Light rub, but it stays up. Just toes the back rail of the blue double. I must say that
jumped the plank
really
so well.
Jumping.
Yeah, new to this level, Brendan.
What a round.
Oh, and it's the softest toe on the back rail, that number 13. We've seen that come down a bit today. Comes home inside the time, 85.92.
I think from somebody who bought that horse off the auction, I think Jody's going to be absolutely over the moon with that World Cup performance.
She might get a nod of approval from her mom, Sue Peters, I would believe. That was a really good round.
Again, a horse that looks like he's maturing and getting more mileage than the 150 level. Number 17 up next. This is Ultimo WC, Shari Michaelis. Another one that looks like, you know, she's putting together a good partnership. They're learning each other. It's a fairly new combination.
We saw this pair go around at Shangweni in fine form, Brendan.
Slightly unorthodox in the way that he goes, Ultimo.
You've mentioned before to our viewers that switching out behind every now and then. But with his ability and the calm head of Shari on his back, it doesn't seem to affect them at all. Almost feel like you could pay extra. He knows how to canter on both leads at the same time. Oh, no ways.
Forwards.
And 3 strides late. Just speaks to how light this equipment is. I saw while the KUDA sponsors were walking the course, they got to feel how light those rails were, and they were lifting them up. It looked like with one finger.
It's crazy, isn't it? Just the amount of care that the sport demands these days, our modern day sport. Fortunately, just towing off 8A, the KUDA triple combination. No problem at the brick and clay plank.
Really good shot at the triple bar. Oh, he's game at her.
So, wow, he has such ability.
Finishes just outside the time allowed. So 2 rails down, 8 faults for jumping, 1 for time. Finishes on a total of 9. But Brendan, another pair really solidifying their partnership and looking like they're not far away from a good ticket here in these World Cup classes.
So 18 up next, Kahoka Vedante. This was drawn this afternoon by Leona van der Merwe, owned by the 3-3 Sport Horse Stud.
We spoke earlier about horses that are real fighters, real triers. This mare would be one that I would put into that category. Jeepers, does she like to jump?
Almost as much as
well,
Leona
I was
likes
going to
to
say
ride.
well matched by Leona's drive and will to win. So starting on track number 18, 3-3-4 studs, Kahoka Vedante, ridden by Leona van der Merwe. Shaw Govett watching keenly from the farm in the Midlands. Massive setup there.
Vedante is a 10-year-old South African warm-blood sport horse. She's by Kahoka's Victory Forever out of a Diamante Semele mare. She was purchased off the 2019 Kahoka auction.
She nips inside from 1 to 2.
Exciting times at the 3-3-4 stud that Govett and his team have decided to put back here to Vedante. So she has got her first foal coming this season.
Looking very well today, Vedante. Leona looking like she's really got her work cut out for her. Trying to contain this mare's excitement to jump. Really
she
jumped
really
at
as
a
well,
keep,
isn't
yeah,
she?
she jumped at a keep jump beautifully. Clean and organized as you'd like through the treble.
Just a little school through the triple combination there.
Looked like maybe a little grid work on Tuesday morning at home. That Farnham vertical has been quite tricky for the horses to jump. We've seen a lot of them jump a little bit over their shoulder at that vertical,
and most of them touch it. Actually,
and do you think also close to the restaurant there?
Yeah, a little bit distracting. It's quite a difficult top pole to see at the best of times.
Having had an early rail, Leona just looking at giving the mare a good trip around this track. Comes home with a few time faults. But that mare really starting to find her feet at this level.
Definitely looking more mileage than the 150s. Kelly O'Connor up next, number 19. She brings in Capital's Moonlight van het Keiserhof. He's an 11-year-old gelding by Chinwin out of a Choco Blue mare. It's got all the pedigree. Kelly's got all the ability. Let's see what they can piece together here this afternoon.
This pair had an amazing round at the recent Shongweni World Cup qualifier. Am I correct in saying she won the Grand Prix, Brendan?
Won the Grand Prix?
Was well placed in the World Cup.
I hate it when you put me on the spot rather than looking at the
Neil, if you're listening, I mean, we'd love another stat or two, but I'm sure that, I mean, they really did. They had a real amazing outing at Shongweni, looking in top form.
Need either Emil or Da Boertses. Da's been very quiet today.
Oh no, she sent me a message just now.
Oh, did she? Okay.
She's not quiet at all. She says, we're waiting for Eldo. This is his happy hunting ground. Are Ashley and Ronnie ever coming home? Kelly, neat and tidy, 1 to 2, quick against the clock. This pair always. They shouldn't have any time with any problem with the time allowed.
As he goes past us here, Sten, how has he focused that horse? Really?
And I mean, clearing the jumps by a foot. I'm sure that Henning and his team from Capital Stud have their eyes glued to their screens.
Wow, excellent effort over the Tallcraft there. This horse again looking organized. Kelly's definitely got his energy under wraps.
Always wonder herself underneath those sunglasses, she would still look as cool and calm and collected as she does with the sunnies on. Because she just looks like there is ice in her veins. I mean, she's beautifully ridden through there.
She reminded him to step up, that the sea element was an oxer. He needed to push for the back rail. He lost a hind leg there, but...
Another horse almost looking towards the restaurant, Brendan.
She rolls up, little time check.
She is so quick against the clock. She's got 10 seconds to get home.
Should be fine.
It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight.
Come on, Kelly.
But she's inside. It's close. It is close. 86.62. But that gives us our 8th clear round. Capitals, Moonlight and Kelly O'Connor. What a round. Sure. They're going to be quick in that second round, Brendan.
Unbelievable. Well done, Kelly. It's looking so good.
Keeping our clear round percentages high at 42%. Brendan, you had the privilege of interviewing the Farnham family, Barry, John Taylor, Lorette Knowles Taylor, and young Ashley earlier as they walked the course. Emotional scenes.
I think emotional for all of us except Ashley. Ashley was definitely the one that was more focused. I think Barry, Loretta now all got lost in a bit of emotion, but this young lady's got such a strong head on her shoulders. She's here to do a job. Of course, there's a lot of emotion involved, but she wants this more than anybody. She wants to get cracking. Next up, number 20, this is Largo S and Ashley Taylor.
Makes that inside turn from 1 to 2. Wow, really jumps number 3 well.
She just want to keep the 4 legs underneath them. Come on, Tiny.
Shoo, how well did he jump that behind?
Throws away his back end over that Torcraft oxer. I'm sure she's going to plan 8 here. Wait, Barry says from the outside. Wait. Wow.
Really jumped that well.
Almost feel the tension around this arena. I think there's so many people here who've watched Ashley grow up, watched her ride through ponies.
He really put in a big effort at the yellow vertical. He went quite high, and I think maybe just not quite getting down that next distance. Foot perfect till there.
Foot perfect till there. I mean, really.
She just looks across, glances across at her father, Barry.
It's a tough sport because you can do everything right and just run out of a bit of room. What Ashley's got to do now is keep her head. Like, this is by no means done. Canter around.
She's had a look to her dad. She takes a deep breath, puffs her cheeks out. I tell you, this young lady's got fight and grit. She'll come back. Mentions to her dad, should I carry on? He says, absolutely.
Yeah, come, Ash, do it. He says, remind him that he's not done yet. Let's get going.
See our arena party just adjusting that jump, putting the poles back to right, setting them exactly as they were. Always a tricky moment to not get in your head now. I mean, you could still finish this round, Ash, with just the 4 faults and a couple for time, a handful for time.
So little short reins now, tap, tap.
Yeah, she gives him a little kick. Hear her give a cluck, and that face looks like it means business.
I must say, Sten, there's a camera right in front of me at the point of this takeoff. Did she...
Brendan, there was a space.
Come on, Tiny.
I think, and the same ride. She had a touch too much space, maybe, Brendan. I really think if that had been a single fence, she would have. The ride would have been perfect.
Yes,
I think the horse just with the second element there. Late on in the course, though, again, Brendan. I mean, jumping the first 9 fences of this track clear and picture perfect.
And I think that's how you've got to think as a show jumper. It's incredibly deflating when things don't go according to plan, but you've got to look at the positives. Ashley's a young rider, she's a young lady, and I think a few people may be deflated. I'm telling you, Ashley's going to come back hungrier than ever.
It's amazing how invested you get in someone as talented as that. We all want to see her do well, and I don't think we'll have to wait long, to be honest. Wait next show and she'll be back at it, and I can assure you, fighting for podiums, not just making up the numbers.
I'll be surprised if we don't see her down in the Shongweni World Cup. They'll go home, do some homework, get everything organized. I would say they more than 60-70% of the way there, so unfortunate round for Ash, but definitely not over for her.
Someone that would have done their homework, Lisa Williams up next on Perouge, number 21. Unfortunately, a little touch at that first jump on the front rail. It goes down.
Rouge gets his knees up over the equestrian affair, Oxa. I must say, I love what Kate's done with that, where she's put that Tourcraft Oxa.
It's like just this big build-up to an explosion.
It really strings the horses out. You can see the ones that canter.
Hydrogen wall well. Yeah,
almost the ones that are really careful.
Almost making a noise like a lens shutter as she approaches the fences.
Just reminding Perouge to
stay pushing.
Yeah. Big effort through the double.
That Farnham vertical really has taken some jumping this afternoon. As Sean Neal said earlier, you know, when a fence drops in one part of the sport, it almost lines you up for a mistake to come after that.
Like a domino effect.
And you think that horse jumped from jump number 2 to jump number 9 without having a fault. Really good round in the middle of the track, and then just a few rails late on. But again, a partnership that's working and building their way up to hopefully some podiums at the top level here.
Absolutely.
So next up, Dominic Alexander on Soakley, number 22. He already has his clear round in the bag on Capital Collier.
So Collier would have been his nominated horse for FER points. Hopefully.
Yes, would have been, because he came in first, yeah.
I know that at the beginning of the season, I think both Ronnie and Dominic got it wrong.
Yeah, they nominated the wrong horses.
Nominated the wrong horses.
Well, they
for
nominated
points.
a horse and won on another horse, or had a good result on another horse. So Dominic, with a clear round on Collier, has got that right with Collier, but now it's Soakley's turn, and I think Dominic will be hoping for more of the same. Neat and tidy inside 1 to 2. Cheap as the horses have jumped that back on track Oxa well.
They really have, I must say. Good ride, Dom.
He sees that distance from 7 strides out.
Dominic incredibly accurate.
Accurate in his distances, accurate in his body control. Makes that 8 look like it. That's the ride.
Just got there and reminded Soakley to shorten his body, which he did incredibly well.
Cheap as any jumped that treble well.
Another horse that seems to be enjoying the freedom of the hackamore.
He jumps that Farnham vertical nice and clean.
Into wall.
Using his body to good effect in the double. Good ride there at the plank. He's good for time.
Come on, Dom.
2 for 2. Take a bow.
Dominic Alexander, what a round there. Soakley's second round for the second clear for Dominic this afternoon.
We said he's in fine form, and that he is.
Oh, he says, what a good boy. big pats there for Stokkie Z. Dominic looks thrilled to bits. Stokkie licking and chewing as he goes out the arena thinking, okay, I think I could do more of that today.
So our last horse up next in the first round of this World Cup qualifier, Lawrence Mowat brings in Kalaho Lorenzo. Brendan, the 9th Kalaho horse to come into the arena in this World Cup class today. That makes just a smidge under 40% of this class made up by Kalaho horses.
Isn't that amazing?
Lorenzo been in some good form, had 2 amazing wins in some 140 championship classes of late. What has he got in store for us today in this World Cup class? I think this is 2nd World Cup.
I think his first one was in Shangweni, if we stand to be corrected.
Lawrence, such a strong rider in his position.
I think he almost trusted him there. He looked like he was about to start waiting and then realized, no, this horse is probably better if I keep rolling.
Spoke about that big ride to number 5 and exploding at the Oxer, that he does.
Six, 7, 8 all day.
Ooh, little touch on the back rail, stays up.
Lawrence's upper body there helping Lorenzo to be careful.
Just coming down a little short on the back rail. Super ride at the Farnham vertical. Almost picking the horse up out of that double. Come on, keep it together.
He has better tempo than his last World Cup.
Kicked out a little bit at that plank.
I think there was a better World Cup than his last one because of the
Absolutely,
tempo.
heading in the right direction.
Definitely.
Lawrence Mowat and Kalaho Lorenzo are.
Lorenzo looking more mileage over the bigger jumps. Lawrence looking definitely more comfortable at piloting him around there. Exciting times for Lawrence and Lorenzo. Not going to be good enough to go into the 2nd round today, unfortunately, but definitely I wouldn't say his season's over by any stretch of the imagination.
Big improvement on his debut outing, and that's what happens. These guys just grown confidence.
He looked like he learned something from
Super
Shangweni,
round.
I must
Lawrence,
say.
great riding. Gives us a thumbs up. I think he's happy with that.
He does think the world of that horse, I must say. When horses give you their heart, sort of respect is very much earned. All right, viewers, so it looks like what we're going to be doing is getting ready for the 2nd round. We're going to wait for the official clear round. Here we go, Sten.
So our 9 clear rounds going in to the 2nd round. We'll have in at number 1, Capital's Moonlight, Kelly O'Connor. 2, Finale U, Leona van der Merwe, riding for the 334 Sport Horse stud. Number 3, Kalaho Lamwa, Tracy Carney. 4, Kalaho Liantos, Tamaru Rueda. 5, Kalaho Lexington, Jean Corber. 6, PMH Pollyanna, Hannah Garten. 7, Kalaho Lord Chris, George Cutlass. 8, Capital Collier, Dominic Alexander. Maybe he'll be doing some tandem riding, because at 9 we have Stokkie Z and Dominic Alexander again.
I think he must jump and then he'll get off and get on his other one.
Brendan,
look at the times. Look at Dom's times.
That's incredible. Really quick riding around that first.
He definitely had a game plan for this course today. Fantastic riding from Dominic. Really exciting 2nd rounds then.
Can I say 4 of our 9 clear rounds belonging to Kalaho breeding horses?
Sure.
Just a massive shout out, I think, to Ian. That really speaks volumes of their ability to breed top show jumpers.
Proving themselves at the 150 level these days. Exciting times.
4 Kalaho horses in that 2nd round, making it 44% Kalaho horses in that 2nd round. 3 of those 4 being sons of Lissabon, or being progeny of Lissabon.
Yeah.
So great results there for them.
So great to see Tracy Carney's name there.
Nice to see,
Kalaho
and to see the 3 big studs represented there. Capital's Moonlight, Kelly O'Connor also there. Capital Collier, Dominic Alexander, sitting in prime
finale.
Sitting in prime position, 2nd last to go. And then, as you say, your favourite 334 Sports Horse stud. Finale U with Leona van der Merwe. We've been saying all day, Brendan, the slightly more blood type horses, the smaller horses, have looked really strong in this arena.
Definitely jumping it easier.
It looks like it suited them. Might bode well for your grey mare, the apple of your eye, Finale you.
Yes, I must say she jumped a peach of a first round. Leona maybe making her work hard at the last there, but she's showed her care and her class, and you swing while it's when it's winning for you.
You know exactly when it goes like that. You know it's your day.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we thought Finale might have had to work hard. I'm not sure anyone told her that. She did it with ease. So our second round is going to be over jumps. Our second round is going to be... we don't have those numbers up just yet.
Wait, it might be here. Hold on. There we go.
There you go, Brennan. You found it. You can read it.
So second round, we're going to start off at number 3.
The back on track Oxer here in front of us.
Horses are going to move up to number 5.
Which is a whip round to that Talkcraft sponsored Oxer.
Then they're going to swing around to 6 and 7 again, which is the Biogen wall down to the Equipe.
For sure, they'll be going on 8 strides now, I would imagine, Brendan.
Then Kate's taken the A element of the triple combination away. They go BC of the KUDA, now double. And then they're going to go to 10A.
The Oxer, that blue Oxer sitting right up against the restaurant area.
And then 11, which is the plank.
You think we might see them slipping inside the Equestrian Affair jump here, I would imagine, to the brick and clay planks.
And then in true Kate Launder fashion, as she's been doing all weekend, she's going to open them up, long gallop down. The only unfortunate thing is that we don't have the Oxer right in front of our commentary box.
For the first time, I think, this show. But, I mean, that's a good have at it, guys. Go gallop to the last.
So you're going to swing up to that brick and clay and then absolutely hammer it down to number 13, which is an the water tray Oxer right down the far end of the arena.
Jumping into the corner of the arena, it's going to take quite some care to have a committed, strong ride down there. Second round here, some real quick combinations coming up. Don't go too far. We're going to take a short break.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
Right, afternoon, guys. This is the sharp end of the competition here. It's the we're getting ready for the jump off of the KUDA Insurance FEI World Cup qualifier here at the STOKKIESDRAAI Equestrian Centre. Sten, a little bit of behind-the-scenes information that we just got.
Yeah, shame. Young Ashley Taylor was jumping the round of her life, clear up until that jump number 10, where we thought maybe the horse just didn't get quite down the distance. I think Ashley, you were just chatting to Ash now, and she said the horse had overreached badly, jumping over that Faram vertical. He's taken half his heel off. Obviously, why? I mean, because it just didn't make sense. He jumped such a good round.
It didn't really make sense. Shame. Everybody seems a bit deflated. Ashley's really
but I'll
upset.
tell you, I think, sort of really a nice thing that's happened, because it gives you reason why that happened. The horse was jumping the round of its life, Ashley riding foot perfect round, and for that to happen, really unfortunate. But at least you know that it wasn't a mental give up from the horse. There was something physically bothering him.
Absolutely.
But like you said, that World Cup qualifier at Shongweni up in about 4.5, 5 weeks. They'll be ready and rearing to go, I'm sure, by then.
Absolutely, Barry. Also looking a little deflated, and I think often we have to remind one another and say, just keep on keeping on. You know, Ash is so young. That horse looked like he was ready to jump a clear round. Unfortunately, not his day. A little overreach, which would have distracted him. And Ash is sort of saying twice today that she didn't get over that blue oxer, but Ash has got plenty fire in her belly, and she will be back to fight another day. Absolutely, as we see Kelly O'Connor come walking in with her fabulous gelding, Capital's Moonlight. He gave an absolute exhibition in that first round. He's looking really mileaged and comfortable at this 150 level, Sten. I think she's going to be the perfect one to give us a first little trip around this FEI World Cup second round, pitched by Kate Launder here this afternoon.
She's a young lady that knows how to go out first and lead the class from the outright. So let's see if she can do that today. Are a few options. We were talking about the 8 strides from the Biogen wall down to that Akeep Oxer. I think that is a have to in order to be quick here.
Absolutely.
I mean, I might be proven wrong, but I think that's something that they're going to have to do. They get to start at this big black and white back on track Oxer that they've all jumped so well so far today.
Katie looking like she's really winding up using Moonlight's big beautiful gait.
Oh, really gets his knees out the way there.
So the Torcraft, it was an Oxer in the first round, now a vertical.
Wow, he jumped that well.
This is the 8 strides we were talking about, Sten.
Yep, inside line. Brendan,
I thought she was going for 7 at one stage.
Almost looked like it, but she balanced him up well. Does allow her to land and turn quite short.
Ooh. Little rub, but it stays.
Turns up quite short to that double. She's quick. Does she go inside? Yep.
Sure. She's going to nip inside to the brick and clay plank with 1 to go. Now you've got to fly the last.
Nips through that gap between 5 and the Biogen.
Asks him to jump the last.
Woo! Time of 52.24. That's going to take some beating. Wow, what a round, Kelly O'Connor.
We talk about scoreboard pressure. We've seen it happened all weekend, that you got to get in there, get the clear round done, and let everybody try and catch you. What a performance. 52.24. Kelly O'Connor, double clear.
Moonlight trotting out, looking like he's ready for another round.
He did look ready for today's competition. Kelly's definitely got his feeding and his fitness perfect.
The poster girl for 334 stud up next. Finale U, ridden by Leona van der Merwe. Lovely to see her folks here today supporting. Sure, Govert's got his eyes glued to the screen at home.
Oh, a little bit of a rub at one. It stays.
You spoke about it being her day. Wow, what an angle there to that second jump. Quick back to the Biogen. Oh no. What an effort to get out of the double there.
Shame. Having both of them down, unfortunately. Makes a beautiful shape at the last. Not her day today, unfortunately, for 334 finale, you and Leona van der Merwe. Still, though, just for the viewers at home or for everybody, I know that she is one of my favorites, and I was saying to Sten off air, I don't have favorites because of how they perform on the day. I have favorites because of how they do their job and the nature and the manner in which they do that. And just because it's not their day today doesn't necessarily mean you have to change your view. I still think the world of that mare. I still think that we're going to see some fantastic rounds from her in the future.
Next up, third in the second round, Kalaho Lamoa and Tracy Carney. Tracy piloting the first of our 3 Lisbon progeny in this second round. This would be her first second round in
Absolutely.
a World Cup class. She gets a little pat and a stroke from Trace.
Went to go and say well done to Trace after her first round, and the look on her face is priceless. She was thrilled, but thinking, oh gosh, do I have to go and do this all again? So here we go, number 13, Kalaho's Lamoa, Tracy Carney in the saddle.
Good shot and moving left straight away after that first fence. She stays on the 9, keeps horse together, allows her to land and turn up tight to this double. Good ride in.
Big squeeze.
Oh, how well did she jump that?
Come on, Trace, get your body up.
Cheapers. Trace was in jockey position on landing there. Moving up.
Come on, turn. Keep your shoulders, Trace. Good shot.
That's the ride.
Go, Trace. Come on. Go,
Oh,
Lily.
hand flap even.
It's a good shot. Keep rolling. Come on.
Hey! 52.42 shot. So close to Kelly's time of 52.24.
Tracy looks absolutely elated at that, and so she should. She's done all the hard work with Lily.
A double clear in the World Cup qualifier here at Brits. Amazing result for that pair. Just 1.18 of a second off Kelly's time on Moonlight.
I think Tracy would have taken that all day if you'd asked her this morning if you'd be happy with a double clear in the World Cup. She would have sort of said absolutely.
I offered her a chocolate muffin earlier and she said no, she was about to vomit. She was so nervous. So I think she can go treat herself to a little chocolate muffin next. Next up, our second of the 3 Lisbon progeny in this class in the second round, Kalo Liantos, Tamara Rueda, winner of Friday's Grand Prix. This pair know how to go quick.
Ooh, let's see what they've got planned. As you mentioned, they know how to go quick.
And that we see straight away.
A little bit of a...
inside.
No way.
First rider to go inside.
Come on! Oh, it nearly worked for her. Scoreboard pressure seems to be taking its toll here.
Well, let's just keep watching here, see what her time is like after that inside turn.
How does Liantos stretch for the back rail there?
Oh, great shot there. She keeps it tidy. Here through the turn to the brick and clay plank. Leaves that up. Brendan, look at the time. Look at the time.
Time was incredible.
47.93. She would have had them by some 4.5 seconds.
I know it's a little deflating as Tam leaves, but he is an absolute show jumping machine, is Kalaho Liantos. I know not her day today. She does go home a Grand Prix winner, and for me, with a round like that, looks like he's got a World Cup victory or 2 left in him for sure.
Our third Lisbon baby in a row. Next up, Jean Corber, Kalaho Lexington.
Again, just having a chat to Jean. She says she's changed a bit from the Pelham. She says she thinks that the DC Morgan allows him to have a better jump in his body.
Also taking the martingale off.
She's also gone inside. She gets a better shot than Tam. And gets the 8. This is going to be quick, Sten.
Neat turn back there. A little touch gets away with it. You need that on your side some days.
She needs to get this big oxer jumped.
She does.
Inside.
Oh, look at the angle she takes back to that plank. Oh, and it's gone down.
No. I think the
Let's
time
see the
would have
time
been
though,
good.
yeah, Brendan. Oh, 47.51. The time was good. She, in fact, was
quicker
up
than
on
tomorrow.
Tam.
Yeah.
Up on Tam, but unfortunately those last two fences falling. Shame she really had it till there.
She really did. Lexington giving a fantastic account of himself this afternoon. The margin for error is minute in these big classes as we see the arena staff putting the plank back on the upside down cups at number 11, the brick and clay plank.
Brendan, I know you mentioned Hannah, another one of your favorites, probably one of your picks in and around the podium today. Next up at number 6, Hannah Garten riding PMH Pollyanna.
Oh no, and having number 1 down. She looked like she had a little check.
Look, with Tamara on Liantos sitting on 4 faults in 47.93, but she's now had that second rail down. She's going to be looking to possibly finish ahead of Jean. 8 faults, 47.51. I don't know if that will come into play for the minor placings, if she's still got her eyes set on that. Or
I
she's
think
just
maybe
going to back
even
up.
points for Pollyanna.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Getting some FEI points together. She's leading the FEI stage at log at the stage. I think she is. I thought after Shangweni, yeah. And obviously Pollyanna will be the horse that gets the points for.
Flip, look at that, 47.51. Identical time to Callagher Lexington and John Corber. 8 faults.
Exactly the same
47.51. That doesn't come around every day.
3 riders left in this class. The first of those 3, Callagher Lord Chris, George Kootlis, a man who would love to be on the podium here this afternoon. He knows what it takes. He's been up there before.
He knows exactly what it takes to win a class here at this level. Oh, it's a good ride there at 5. He has gone round, but he is quick. Whoa, 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 whoa. Perfect ride that he would have wanted there. The Oxer up, down, turns tight.
Stays organized for the double.
Will squeeze out. Yeah.
The crowd willing him on.
Oh,
fraction open.
Really is difficult, that Oxer right up against the edge of the arena there.
At this stage,
He needs
Kelly
to be-
O'Connor is still out in front. Tracy Carney is in second.
48.51 on the 4 faults, puts him into 4th place. Brendan, sorry I cut you off there.
No, not at all. It's, as you mentioned, getting to the sharp end of the competition here. Only 2 horses left to go, and such an interesting situation to be in. I'm not sure I've ever seen this before. The second to last horse to go in this competition is Capital Collier and Dominique Alexander, and then last to go is Soakley Z and Dominique Alexander. So he's going to jump this round, and then he's going to get off and go and jump onto his grey horse. I think he's allowed 8 or 9 minutes or whatever it is to get ready, and then he will come in on his other horse. Obviously, this is his points horse, so this is the one that he will be wanting. Next up, Dominique Alexander, Capital Collier, creates an unbelievable angle. That number 1 rolls off to the Talkcraft vertical.
Does he go inside here? No.
Yes,
he does. And a better ride you couldn't find.
2, 3, 4, 5,
Whoa.
6, 7, 8. Beautifully judged.
Dominique's going to have his work cut out to catch that time of Kelly's. Moonlight probably naturally a quicker horse, but Dominique no slouch himself. You hear him saying, whoa, to that Oxer there, yeah. Lands at the back of the plank.
This is going to be quick,
39.
This is going to be quick.
I think he's got it.
Come on, Dominique, leave it up. Oh!
He had the time. 47.54. He had the time.
Oh, man. Kelly breathes again. Her coach knocking on the door there.
It does put Domini onto the podium, however, in third place on Capital Collier. A time of 47.54 with the fourfold. So close. He had the time. Heartbreak at the last there. He holds his head. Disappointing, but Dom, you do have another bite at the cherry. Stokely, I think, is up to it today. He looked fantastic in that first round. Just while we wait for Dominic to make his way back into the arena, Brendan, you and I went on, stood amongst the riders there while they were making their way to walk the second round. Thought maybe a big congratulations to Gonda Beatrix. 6 out of the 9 horses in the second round trained by Gonda and her team.
Amazing, isn't it?
Really, really great effort from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just Gonda, a name that keeps on coming around in South African show jumping. She's been around for years and now obviously no longer riding, but instrumental in so many of the big 150 riders' careers. She's obviously still full of knowledge and still hungry to win. Age is just a number in a lot of these people's lives. So a big congratulations to Gonda and to the whole team there.
Caught me slouching on live stream there. Jeepers, it's tiring, this class. I mean, to be this nervous for this long is pretty stressful, I must say.
What a course from Kate Launder, I must say. I know we've been going on about it this weekend, but I do feel like you've got to give credit where it's due.
Absolutely,
she
Brendan.
Has built such exciting courses this whole week. It's been so interesting for the crowd to watch the long gallops to the last, the quick turnbacks. She's really tested so much of the horses and of the riders in such a constructive way. It's been an absolute treat to watch. So, Kate, when you get home and if you're listening, congratulations. I think from everybody around here, it's been an absolute treat, as I say, to watch you build your courses. Always exciting to see what you have in planned for World Cup Day, and today's been an absolute stormer of a class.
Brendan, I couldn't have said it better myself. Kate has been on point the entire week. Her results, she has not got one class wrong, I feel, this whole week. So yeah, just massive kudos to her. So as it stands, Brendan, first place, Kelly O'Connor, 0 penalties, 52.24. Second place, our good friend Tracy Carney. She can finish no worse than third. She is on the podium today.
Podium, brilliant.
Wow, it's been a long time coming. She's really bided her time, working her way back up to the top, and wow, what an amazing day for their team. I'm sure Smart, her groom, is going to be so happy.
Thrilled.
This could be the first afternoon he goes home from the show without giving Trace a whole mouthful of advice on what she could have, should have done. I think he'll be happy with second or third place. And Dominic Alexander, who we're waiting on to bring in Stokely as our last rider for the second round, he sits in third place on his nominated horse. 4 faults in a time of 47.54.
So just again to interrupt you before you carry on, Sten, because this is his nominated horse, he's in quite a strange position now, because in theory he wouldn't want to beat Collier to take any points away if he was wanting to climb further up the FEI log. But that said, also quite nice to win a World Cup on your day, you know. So
I think Dominic will be going for the win, Brendan.
Yeah,
because the other way to look at it, I know first place gets quite a few more points than second, and then it evens out as you go further down on the points that these riders get for the class. So if Dominic was to win, it would mean that Kelly would get less points today, and then she wouldn't be able to chase down Capital Collier as quickly in the run towards the end of this World Cup season. So there's a whole lot to think about.
Yeah, absolutely.
But let me tell you, Dominic's a competitor. You could see how badly he wanted the win there on Collier.
Yeah,
He
I
was
agree with
visibly
you.
distressed as he walked out about that round.
I mean, we sort of thought, was he going to go inside from the Torcraft to the Biogen? I mean,
and he killed it.
Yeah,
I mean, look
he
at
really
his time,
did.
47.54.
Incredible, right? Isn't that an exciting partnership or horse just to watch? I think, you know, we've said it time and time again, he does look like he's got some even bigger jumps in him.
Yeah, I mean, there I was saying, you know, shame Collier maybe not the fastest type when you compare him to the Moonlights, Leantoses.
Yeah.
He was 0.03 seconds slower than Pollyanna and Lexington.
Amazing,
I mean,
right?
two horses
Completely different shapes
in
to
their
him.
build and in
Yeah.
their ability, so much more sort of modern and quick compared to Collier.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Dominic rode an outstanding round.
I think just again testament to how well Dominic rides. You know, I think he's taken his time to get to know Collier and to work him out, to work out what he likes and how he likes to go and that type of thing. And it really does look like they're working in unison these days.
Absolutely. We spoke earlier after Charlie's round. How would the other competitors react to that? Are they going to go as quick as her in that Gold Tour Grand Prix? And let me tell you, Domini's a guy that after 4 faults in the second round, he's not going to come back deflated. He's going to come back with fire in his
he's
belly.
going to be
I
hungry.
think with Soakley.
Yeah.
You know, Soakley, he's produced. He's really been on the upward trend with that horse, and I think Soakley's earned his way into, you know, as we mentioned earlier, Domini's got the 4 horses that are all capable of jumping at World Cup level, and Soakley's had to fight his way to prove that he
that he's good
deserves
enough.
his shot on the day.
Absolutely.
And that he definitely has done.
I think, again, just looking more comfortable in the Hackamore.
Jeepers, you've got a fetish for this Hackamore thing.
Well, I mean, it keeps proving itself, if I'm honest with you. You know, I think that I noticed Magic Boy with Ronnie Healy looking like he found some rideability with the Hackamore, and Dominic definitely with Collier. I mean, a horse that has got a huge step and I think is quite difficult to keep the 4 legs underneath him. It does look like he's really been able to get into Collier's brain with a slightly different feel and definitely get the best out of that horse.
So sorry, just a correction on my earlier comment. Some useful information in from Amelia Campbell-Horn from HQ Magazine. Non-nominated horses do not earn points in their class at the World Cup. So whether Dominic and Soakley do win or not, it does mean that Kelly O'Connor will be taking the lion's share of the points today. Dominic making his way in now on Soakley.
Thanks, Amelia. Once again, HQ Magazine keeping us sharp.
There goes his bell, and he sets off. Like
So
we
let's
said,
see
he'll be a
what
man on a mission. He'll be a man on a mission here.
Called it from the start. I must agree with you. He's already creating an angle to number 1.
Yo, quick on the landing to move up and turn left. He has gone around to that Biogen wall. Good shot.
He's got such good upper body control, Dominic.
You think he might have thought with Collier he almost went too quickly?
Ooh, a little rub, but it stays. He's got good rhythm. Good shot. He'll get a good up jump here.
Leaves
and
it up,
burn it.
moves to the last. Come on, 44, 45. He's got them.
think
If
he's
he
got
leaves
them.
us up,
He's got them.
Dominic Alexander, 50.06, takes the win here in Brits.
Unbelievable riding. Dominic Alexander, take a bow. An absolute master of his trade. Made it look pretty easy. Went around from 5 to 6. Here we go. Punch the air, man. You deserve it. The wrong
He
horse
says
again.
The wrong horse doesn't even matter. He takes
But a win's
the
a
win.
win.
Brendan, I mentioned while Soakley was going around, he was 5 seconds faster on Collier than the leaders, and I thought maybe he felt like he could just back off the pace a little bit on Stokely and still be quick and ahead of them, and that he did.
That was unbelievably timed. He didn't look like he pressurized that horse at all, and I mean, he still beat them by some 2 seconds.
Cheap as what around, Dom.
Dominic Alexander showing his class here this afternoon. My word, what an unbelievable competition. Stokely Z, Dominic Alexander takes the win here in the KUDA Insurance FEI World Cup qualifier. Second place, a very well-deserved Kelly O'Connor, trained by Dominic Alexander for many years. Third place, oh man.
Look at that, Brendan.
Tracy Carney, another one who's trained
pupil
by
of
Dominic
Dominic.
Alexander. So, Dom Alexander, it's your show here this afternoon. It's your podium, that's for sure.
The top 4 riders, all Dominic Alexander or Dominic Alexander pupils. Well done, Dom. Wow, what a day.
That's an incredible day for Dominic and for Sellerhoff and for all that you guys do in the hours that you guys put in. I must say the Sellerhoff team is a real unit. They really work together and celebrate together. So I must say a very exciting day for them today.
And I think an amazing day for knowledge. Dominic's top groom. Wow, what a win. What a time for their stable yard. You're right. In at 5th place, we have Tamaru Ada, Kalaho Liantos, rounding out our top 6. Young George Cutlass on Kalaho Lord Chris. Tied in 7th place, Hannah Garten, PMH Pollyanna, and Jean Corber, Kalaho Lexington. Wow, 8 faults, but in a time of 47.51 flat. They both finished exactly the same
Amazing.
time. Quite remarkable. Then Leona van der Merwe, our 9th partnership in that second round on Finale U. Then making his debut today in the World Cup classes, Thomas van Rijkersborsel, Capital My Lady, finishing in 10th. Just the 4 faults in that first round. Kayla Gertenbach, her debut in the World Cups. Kalaho Conzano, again a light 1 rail down in that first round.
It's a really strong field of horses and riders, I must say.
And finishing in 12th place, Shayton Hendricks, Kalaho's Larison. Just the 1 down and 1 foot time. A big step up, a big improvement in that pair's
big
performance
improvement
today.
I thought Shayton rode absolutely out of his socks today, and then Larison just sort of matched how well Shayton rode. He gave him beautiful room. He had fantastic tempo. As you mentioned, big improvement by that horse.
And I think even more exaggerated by the fact that we've said that the bigger horses have really found this arena difficult to jump in, Brendan.
Yeah, I think testament to how well Shayton rode today.
And his preparation for the show really on point. Well done, team.
Wow, what a class. Sellerhoff, Dominic Alexander, it's definitely your time to shine here. 1st place and 4th place in this KUDA Insurance FEI World Cup qualifier. And in between Dominic being 1st and 4th, 2 of his long-standing pupils, Kelly O'Connor and Capital Moonlight, and Tracy Carney and Kalaho La Amour. What an afternoon show jumping, what a result.
I think while we catch our breaths after all that, action, and while the arena party sets up the podiums and all they need for the photographers, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have those prize winners in for you.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
I'm in time with the music. Good. Well done. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, and the rest.
So, viewers, we welcome you back to scenes of our victorious rider here in the KUDA STOKKIESDRAAI World Cup qualifier from Brits. Dominic Alexander and his own horse Stacy Z take top honours today in a really exciting event. Brendan, wow.
What a man, I must say. Respect is earned in my books, and Dominic has earned my respect in bucket loads. He's been through a lot. He's a real fighter. He's got an unbelievable team around him. I think that team has really pulled together this year and put together some incredible results. Dom, I tip my hat to you, sir. Unbelievable riding today. You've shown such grit and class this year. Very, very well deserved that you're up there in first place amongst your pupils.
Yeah, amongst his pupils. And Brendan, we called it. We said he was going to come back with a bit of fire in his belly after that single rail down on Collier in the second round, and that he did.
That he did.
Taking first place on Stacy Z. Second place, Kelly O'Connor, over the moon with that result today with Capital's Moonlight. Tracy Carney, our good friend. Wow, what a result today. Kalahola jumping out of her socks. Just unbelievable result for them.
She is a top jockey. She's always a little sort of under the radar. You know, she doesn't make a big noise about her own riding. But for me, she's an absolute top jockey and always one to watch.
Goes about doing her own thing and just always there and thereabouts, and today really enjoying the fruits of her labor. Wow, huge congrats to Tracy. Fourth place, Dominic Alexander, Capital Collier. I mean, just a treat every time we get to see that horse jump in the ring.
Really a treat, I must say. Again, keeps getting better and better. I mean, knocking on the door for a World Cup win. It's going to be, pretty soon, I would think.
Fifth place for Tamaru Ueda and Kalo Liantos after a big Grand Prix win on Friday. They've had an amazing show, that pair.
Yeah, really amazing show. Consistent riding from Tamaru the whole weekend.
George would be late for his own funeral if someone didn't have him ready. There he is, trying to find his way in amongst the ladies. He picks up sixth place on Callao Lord Chris. Great effort from them today.
Fantastic son
of Lord Zed,
one of your favourites.
Seventh place, shared by Hannah Garten on PMH Pollyanna, Perfect Polly, and Jean Corber on Callao Lexington. Both coming home in a dead heat time of 47.51 in that second round.
Two big, black, impressive horses with white faces.
Makes for a good picture. Ninth place going to Leona van der Merwe. Finale U.
Leona's on one of her horses. I think she's going to be bringing in a little later in the 135 class, which is coming
Silver
up next.
Grand Prix, yeah, absolutely.
As you see scenes there with Brennan Smith, the CEO of the KUDA Insurance and FX Group. Big thanks to him and to Lara and everybody involved from KUDA for making this fantastic World Cup possible.
KUDA, a company that is so entrenched in our riding community. They give us peace of mind to have our horses insured for critical care, making sure that we always have access to the best veterinary care available to us.
Interesting how they even say that they are doing truck insurance now, they're doing yard insurance, obviously doing tack insurance, that type of thing. So covering all bases are KUDA Insurance.
What a moment for Dom, not only taking top of the podium, but to have two of his long-time pupils standing next to him. Look at that affection from Kelly being shown. Trace and Kelly, two of Domini's biggest disciples,
Absolutely.
I would think.
Sure, we've been talking about the fields this afternoon. I must say it's been a really emotional day so far. Lots of goosebumps all around.
That makes two of us.
Fantastic scenes here, I must say. Big thanks to KUDA. The STOKKIESDRAAI Equestrian Centre has really been fantastic venue here this afternoon. The surface has been fantastic. The jumping has been even better.
Just don't break your legs. Are you ready? No.
Yeah, just a great moment. We know all the hours of work that goes into these results, and so nice for these riders to stand today on that podium. Trace, wow, I mean, real big step up for her today. I think that performance was incredible. She's been trying to put together all the pieces, getting the saddle right, getting Lily right in her body. And
Lily looked right today. She really got everything right on the day, and it's the sign of someone who's really in tune with their horse.
That she did. She really did get it perfectly right today. Tracy's groom, Smart, taking his place on that third spot on the podium. Kelly's groom, Samuel, sitting in second place. And I think, Brendan, you say...
I think it's Joe at the top spot there. It is usually Knowledge, who's Domini's long-standing groom. Maybe Knowledge has got Collier, I'm not sure.
Really nice for these young men.
Knowledge has got Collier. He's just walked out the arena behind me here. So all of Domini's grooms really involved. Big thanks to all that you do, guys. As you mentioned, Sten, I'm sure that Smart, Tracy's groom, will be happy enough with that. He won't be giving Tracy too much of an earful about how he thought that she should have ridden.
Yeah. These guys spend so much time. I know we say it time and time again, but I mean, if we think we're entrenched in these horses' lives and their careers, only second to these men that really, they just live for their horses and put everything they have into it. We're so grateful and so nice for them to be able to enjoy the success today.
There's beautiful scenes there as Stokely and Moonlight touch noses, and Domini and Kelly have a chat there, sharing some cool moments inside the ring, enjoying the moments. As you mentioned, Sten, hours and hours of hard work to get these horses up to this level. And here we go, Dominic Alexander leading them off on the lap of honor. Very, very well deserved, sir.
I almost feel like after a performance like that, he should be throwing his helmet off into the crowd.
I think he is quite composed these days, but I'm sure Dominic is absolutely elated inside. There we go, he punches the air. He's such a hard worker. There we go, Dom. Congratulations to all. Second place, Kelly O'Connor, Capital's Moonlight. Third place, Callahoo Lower Tracy Carney. Capital Collier rounding off the top four. And then we've got Tamara Rueda and her amazing gelding, Callahoo Liantos. Lord Chris, George Kutlison there. Tracy's still fist pumping.
Oh, and she's going to be fist pumping for weeks, Brendan. Wow, just absolutely amazing result for him. Amazing class for all of us to watch.
Yeah.
Viewers, don't go anywhere. I'm going to take a short break, but we're going to come back to you shortly with an interview with our winning rider, the great Dominic Alexander.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA. I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
Okay, viewers, thank you so much for joining us. We've got one more class left for you this afternoon. This is the Back on Track 135 Silver Tour Grand Prix.
You're going to have to wait a few more moments for that interview with Dominic Alexander. He's a busy man. He's got clients in early in this class, and he brings in one of his own horses a little later in this class. So he'll be joining us after the first round. We want to give him his real moment to just enjoy it and not be rushed through that interview.
And I must say, I've got so many questions I'm keen to ask Dom. I'm sure you guys are keen to get the answers. So we stick around for Domini's interview a little bit later. Such an interesting class where he had 2 in the jump off and 2 of his long-standing pupils.
So taking the salute on behalf of the class, Rainer Corber riding for 334 Sport Hall Stud. The entry 334 Chester, number 28, coming in early. In this 135 Silver Tour Grand Prix, Brendan, a class renowned for being super quick. I think if you blink, you're going to miss it.
Absolutely. This is a really interesting competition. Great that we've got a class after the World Cup. For all of you people at home that thought it was finished, it's definitely not. Ray Corber setting us off here at number 1, showing us around this Silver Tour.
So, Brendan, they approach number 1. I think the only option is to come in off the left to the STOKKIESDRAAI vertical. Then they make a sort of 270-degree turn back to number 2. That'll keep Oxa. Big right turn up to that green vertical there along the long side. Normal 4 strides up to that Oxa. That goes down for Chester. Then a big right loop to this blue double here on 1 stride. Then this Oxa, the Talkcraft Oxa at number 6, I think is going to ride quite big coming away from the gate.
Again, just away from the gate, 3rd class for the horses. They'll be a little tired.
That distance maybe walks slightly short of 24 steps. So the 5 strides you would think would be short, but I think Oxa jumping away from the gate into the distance rides pretty normal.
Wow.
Easy as you like through that KUDA treble, 2 strides and 1 stride. Right turn to the STOKKIESDRAAI Oxa.
It looks like quite a substantial Oxa.
Yeah, it definitely is at number 9. Then they turn right back to the Baker McVeigh vertical at 10. Move their way around to this Back on Track triple bar here in front of us. And 4 strides down to the brick and clay planks, now standing over 2 little water trays. A spooky fence, be hard to find.
You'll struggle to find. Yeah, Kate's really thinking out the box.
Ably assisted by Anne-Marie Esslinger, course designer Anne-Marie Esslinger today.
So interesting to watch. I mean, just off track, you see Ashley putting her stirrups, and she's just walked Larrabee into the arena without being on her. The groom quickly gave her a leg up, and in she goes. She wants to keep Larrabee nice and level-headed, not worry her too much.
Could be something to do with those flags at the gate, I would imagine.
Yeah, when she was a young horse, she took huge offense to anything being on the outside of the arena, and it's taken a heck of a lot of training on Ashley's behalf to make sure that she understands that the flags aren't going to hurt her, and she doesn't get distracted by them.
Ashley's just going to wait a moment while the arena party sort out the entrance to the arena, making sure it's safe for all the horses. So with Chester having gone early, 334 Chester having gone early, our next rider up is another 334 horse, 334 Callao Larrabee, Ashley Taylor riding for the 334 Sport Horse Stud. Just looking at this program, Brendan. Straight after that, 2 more 334 Sport Horse Stud horses. So really a good
Strong
production
field.
line coming through here from their stud. I know it's always relative to the horse that you're sitting on, but this horse really is wonderful. I would imagine these fences would be looking rather small to young Ashley Taylor.
Especially after having her first trip around her first World Cup in the last class.
Yeah, and really giving an outstanding performance until the horse just unsettling himself with a small injury. But I think that won't have bothered that pair. They're really in for a great future. And this mare, another mare, had an outstanding round in the 140s yesterday.
Oh, you mentioned that distance was a little bit level, and Larry Boo rubbing the top of the Farnham plank, but it stays. Or vertical, I should say.
Whoop, little encouragement from Ash's voice. Good riding. Unfortunately paying the price of those verticals, but it looked like she had to get her leg on the mare, backing up a little bit at the treble. Wow, and really jumped that STOKKIESDRAAI oxer well. Impeccable body position from Ashley.
Oopsie. Not the distance she would have wanted to the triple bar, unfortunately, but good of Larry Boo to keep going. It just proved that they've got a fantastic relationship, those two.
Next up, number 2 on the program, 334 Capital Katori, Leona van der Merwe in the saddle. Brendan, just looking at you, looking at that program, are you in line for a pair of reading glasses at some time soon?
That was quite cheeky. My eyes are a little tired, to be honest with you, after staring at a screen.
Honing in on your mid-40s, I would imagine, at some time.
Yeah. I'm enjoying getting older, I guess.
Getting
a little wiser.
That grey beard would go well with a pair of spectacles. Leona sailing over number 1 here on Capital Katori. Neat and tidy, back to that Akeep Oxer.
Katori is a 9-year-old mare by the famous sire Katoki, out of a My Lord Carthago mare. Katori definitely one of the 334 speed horses. There are so many of them, but she's for sure one.
Springs to mind that round that she had in a 130 class at the 334 Grand Prix earlier this year.
Yeah, it was blitz.
I mean, wow, she was quick.
But definitely making a step up into the Silver Tour today.
I would imagine it would be quite a step up for this pair. No one better than Leona van der Merwe.
Oh, clean pair of heels through the KUDA triple combination. Stays organised for the Baker McVeigh vertical. 2 to go.
Come on, Lee. Leaves it up.
Good room, easy as you like.
In a time of 81.27. She's in for time, but Brendan, we haven't seen a rider come in underneath that time allowed of 80 seconds yet. So I wonder if the officials are going to maybe adjust that, because Katori, as you mentioned, a real quick type. She's good against the clock.
Yep.
I would venture to say that they are definitely going to adjust that time allowed. I would think that's why we're having the little pause in proceedings at the moment.
I mean, obviously it would suit Leona if they changed it to 82 seconds.
I think you've actually nailed it. I think it might be 82. Let's see what they come back to us with. If the officials could hear us, we definitely want them to adjust that time, because that's one that we're desperate to see back in the jump off. Jeepers, someone's going to have to tell Gov to slow down on his breeding program. 4 horses in a row, all from the 334 Sports Horse stud. Carries on like this, we're going to have classes of 334 Sports Horses. I know they are in the process of building a show venue.
Yeah, exciting
in the
times.
Midlands.
We'll all definitely be going down there for that.
And at this rate, they'll be able to have their own shows in-house.
So just in shot there, you see Chris van der Merwe on the big, beautiful 334 Cantari. 82 seconds is the new time.
Brendan, not just a pretty face you are. 82 seconds is the new time allowed. So that leaves 334 Capital Katori and Leona van der Merwe on a clear round in a time of 81.27. Perfectly judged.
So number 3 up next. As you mentioned, another 334 entry. Big, elegant stallion. This is 334 Cantari and Chris van der Merwe. Cantari is an 8-year-old licensed Holstein stallion by Cascadello 1 out of an Ascari mare. It was purchased as a 3-year-old off the Holstein Stallion auction in Germany. And exciting for all the viewers watching at home. Cantari's first crop of foals are 3 years old. Will be 3 years old at the end of this year, so stick around. Very exciting things happening at the 334 stud. Soft fence there, jumping out the KUDA triple combination, unfortunately. He makes a big effort over the STOKKIESDRAAI oxer. Keep rolling. Well ridden at the last there, Chris. Cantari having a little look maybe at the water tray or potentially the people behind.
By people, you mean those little children having the time of their lives. Nice to see. Always a family affair as a STOKKIESDRAAI show. Can put the riders under a little bit of pressure, but so nice that we get to have everyone's family, young kids around to support. So next up, at number 5, Fran Laren Beau de Lune, Dominic Alexander's pupil, Holly Smith in the saddle.
He's been such a fantastic horse for Holly, this.
Son of Beauveneer. Breeding stallion for the Fran Laren stud that we've had so many positive things to say. Always real competitive at every level that they compete at. Are Beauveneer's progeny. Ooh, cheeky little moment from Beau there.
Did she look like she was slow coming in there?
It's
She's
hard,
sort of jumping
hard,
towards us.
Yeah, hard for us to tell from here. Not often that Holly makes an error, so I wouldn't think so. Maybe Beau just heading off towards the gates a little bit on day 3 or 4 of a horse show.
I think she looks like she's going to jump number 1 and call it a day for today.
Yeah, he's a well-mileaged horse. She wouldn't need to be gaining experience on this
round. For sure not. Yeah, absolutely. So Beau de Lune not feeling it today.
Next up at number 6, Capital Chico, Chelsea Gertenbach, the very stylish young rider she is. This pair had an amazing outing in the 140s yesterday, gave an absolute exhibition.
I
hey,
think
Brendan?
For me it was almost one of the horses that stood out in the class just by the whole sort of look of the round, the way Chelsea rode, the way the horse jumped, the way they suit each other as a partnership. I really like this pair.
I'd go as far as saying one of my rounds of the day yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. Chico got a fantastic expression. I remember yesterday chatting about his breeding. I can remember that it's
Castigo Chicoletto.
And we were saying almost a perfect combination of both stallions there.
He just really has taken the best out of both of those breeding lines. Brendan, I do believe I jumped this horse for the videos for that auction. He was quite an expressive guy. I think he was one of the picks at auction. He was one of those that really tucked up his knees, flicked his tail, kicked out behind, looked the part from day one.
And you mentioned Chris van der Merwe bought him off the
Chris
auction,
van
and
der
then
Merwe
Chelsea
did.
purchased him from there.
Yes, absolutely.
Soft fence in
Just
the middle
getting
there.
Caught out in the middle of that treble.
Also just a horse that doesn't look like he makes many errors.
No, that will be his for the next few weeks, I would imagine. You don't see that often. Possibly after the big effort yesterday in the 140s, and he really did put in a big effort. He looked outstanding.
Wow, and a big effort at
Jumps
the last.
Possibly maybe a little tired in his body.
So
today.
unfortunately, 4 for jumping, 3 for time for Capital Chico and Chelsea Gertenbach, finishing off on a time of 84.66.
I would think that almost the plan today would have been just a gentle
Pressure
skip
off.
around, you know, after yesterday hyping it up a little bit. Then
Yeah.
today just giving him an easy round. Talking about easy rounds, easy jumpers, lovely horses. Up next, riding for owner Linda Ellerine, Jonathan Clark, riding the entry Back on Track, Every Cloud, TH. Brendan, I was in the warm-up earlier, and Gonda the Great herself mentioned what a beautiful horse this is. That's when you know.
Yeah. When you've got Gonda's attention, you've done something right.
And I believe this horse has. I mean, he's got everyone's attention. He's really looking, sure, like the real deal. Jono slips inside that Farnham vertical.
Oh, boy.
To the double. Or Hackamore combination, but that would make you happy, Brendan.
No spurs. This horse just obviously has a huge amount of blood.
He really does. For a big horse, he's incredibly sporty.
Just obviously why Jono would have picked him when he went overseas. Oh, it stays today. As you were mentioning, a little luck is something that we all
when it's
could
your
do
day. Jeepers, this horse, this sport is hard enough.
Yeah.
You need a little luck every now and then. I think you create your own luck, you know, there, that little rubber. Jono's body's so good, helping the horse clear that treble.
Oh, he should jump this for fun. Oh. Yes, man.
Leaves up that brick and clay plank. Time of 79.31, well within that time allowed of 82 seconds. We mentioned how sporty and bloody he is. Comes home well inside the time.
For me, smart riding by Jonathan, going inside the Farnham upright there to the blue double. He definitely made up some good time.
Definitely, when I walked the course, I thought that could be an option for the guys looking to make up some time.
Wowza. So I'm sure the viewers saw that after jumping a sparkling round.
Don't let go of your reins just yet, dear
Jono nearly got spun off. That grey horse is lightning sensitive.
From one lovely horse to another. Next up at number 8, KP Endorphin, Ryan Andrews, riding for the KP stud.
This is a daughter of Eldorado van der Zeshoek out of Ryan's famous Lorino mare.
Jeepers, Brendan, all that without even looking at the breeding lines here on SA Show Jumping. I'm impressed.
I definitely have a vested interest in this horse. Ryan's breeding really exciting horses for the South African market. All the top bloodlines.
Real young mare as well, Brendan, at just 6 years old,
Yeah.
jumping this level.
Ryan does think the world of her. He says she does it so easily. He does feel like she's an absolute natural at what she does, and I must agree.
Yeah, who could argue?
Oh, unlucky there. How does she back herself up? Amazing mare, this. Ryan is another person that suffers from horse sickness. I think he's just so passionate about riding and breeding and all the goings on. He runs a yard out in the northwest of Gauteng.
Muldersdrift area.
Muldersdrift, yeah. And I must say he's obviously big into the breeding. He travels overseas to look at all the new stallions and get some new ideas about what he's going to be bringing back into South Africa.
Gets home inside the time, but just 2 down for that young mare. A mare with a very bright future ahead of her.
Absolutely. You mentioned that she's quite young for this level, and I'm sure Ryan will definitely take a lot of confidence from that.
Next up at number 9, riding under the Zimbabwean flag, Amy Hay, Tacken Tos Bellamy. An 8-year-old mare by Blockbuster out of a Beludruwe mare.
How's that for breeding?
Amy jumping her first Grand Prix on Friday afternoon, getting a sterling result there.
I must say, as always, Charlie Stableyard has been firing this show. Charlie in scintillating form in the 140 class a little earlier this morning.
Well, that Gold Tour Grand Prix, Charlie really setting the standard. If her pupils wanted to know what her expectations were for them at this show,
it was pretty obvious.
She set the example in that class. She showed them exactly how she wants it done. The Hay family have been big followers of Charlie for years, supporters of her. Amy has been in her system for years and really benefited from her loyalty to Charlie. Her riding has come on in leaps and bounds. Her confidence that she gets from Charlie has just grown and grown. Coupled with buying some real superstar horses, it's a recipe for success.
Absolutely. There's some serious horsepower at CC Equestrian. Amy's horses are a big part of that. So finishing up on 4 penalties there, just inside the time. Tacken Tos Bellamy, Amy Hay.
Brendan, just a moment to go back to Charlie there. Her interview earlier was actually quite heartwarming to see how emotional she was about the support that she's received from different sponsors and owners and people in her life. And I know that the Hay family have been heavily involved in that. So I think just on her behalf, big shout out to the Hays. Next up at number 10, James Matthew White riding Afrizan's Go-Go. This big jumping 13-year-old gelding is by Cordento out of a Lux mare.
Real good pedigree. Gee whiz.
We saw James showing Go-Go this water tray here at number 12 before he started the track. Making friends with it. Whoppa!
James is trying to get Go-Go to slow down, but he's matching his name today.
There's lots of whoa going on here. Fortunately, another one takes that middle element of the KUDA treble. Ground speed has definitely been no problem for him. Let's see how he gets on here with this last line down to the water tray. Nope, no problem at all. So his work earlier in showing the horse that water tray paying off. Finishes with just the 2 down and a very quick time of 75.82. Jeepers, he was really moving.
So at this stage, we've had 10 starters, 2 clears, 19 horses left to come. Next up is number 11. Shaitan Hendricks brings in Shawnee Gutsch's absolute favourites. This is Biogen's Greta G.
Shaitan enjoying, I think, what is to date his best result earlier in the World Cup qualifier on Larison.
Yeah, I thought he rode an absolutely sparkling round. He gave me a little thumbs up as he walked past. He definitely thought that it was good enough for today for him and Larison.
The lovely Greta G, previously second in the South African Championship. She's now a 15-year-old mare. She's by Graph Top out of a Silvio 1 mare. spoke the other day about Gareth Neal's horse Dartoli almost being like an old shoe that she fits so well to Gareth. This pair, I think I could use the same phrase to refer to.
Yeah.
Shaitan knows this mare backwards. He loves her. And I think the feeling is mutual.
Whoa. Oh, just a little flat jumping out. She tried hard at the B element, ran out of a fraction space at C.
That treble really is taking some jumping today.
Shaitan would want to keep it on the 4 penalties. Reminding Greta to back up there, keeps it on the 4 faults there, time 81.58.
Perfectly judged, stays inside that time allowed of 82 seconds. Puts him into 4th place as it stands. So with 11 started, 18 to go, we have 18% clear rounds, just 2 clear rounds so far.
Up next, we've got number 13. This is Tacken Tos, Kalaho Lansink, and Zandi Alcock in the irons.
We saw her trainer, Jonathan Clark, going around earlier on every cloud. She'll be looking to emulate that clear round.
See. Lansink just not locking on to number 2.
Like her trainer, she nips inside that Faram vertical to the double. I guess, Brendan, with only 2 clears so far, if she can be quick, I don't know, I mean, she was really quick in turning back to that number 2. If she
Yes.
can be quick and get home on just the 4 faults, there is a chance of her still going into the jump off.
So we were saying off air, 29 horses in this class. They'll take 25%. 8 go through.
Correct.
With only 2 clears, there is definitely maybe some room for a quick clear round. A quick 4 faulter there. Yeah.
Possibly. Look at that, Brendan. Look at her time.
Wow.
Is that possible? Is that not an error? Let's just...
The time's gone mad.
88.51 gives her 7 time faults. Leaves her on 11 faults, so I don't think we'll be seeing it. No, that puts her into 9th place as we stand. So she won't be coming back for the jump off. Next up, at number 14, Kalaho Lorado, Paul Garlicki in the saddle, making the trip from the Cape.
This is a fantastic horse, I must say. Paul's enjoyed a fair amount of success on him.
Brendan, we saw an absolutely blistering round from him yesterday with an unfortunate 4 faults where he went a little bit big down to an oxer. He's got caught up by the speed that he was going at.
Unfortunately, having a soft fence early on in the course today.
Lorado, another son of Lissabon. We saw 3 of them in that second.
Looked like Paul got a little bit deep to the KUDA triple, unfortunately.
Your face of concern is something to behold. I think luckily for you, there was no camera on you right now. Sure.
Again, though, the right-angled nature that these jumps come at you in this course, there really is no room for error. And unfortunately, if you find yourself getting a little deep, especially to a technical element like a triple combination. Unfortunately, you have to pay the price. Tough day for Paul, unfortunately.
And Brendan, I think also that the sun's starting to set that side. Looks like it's leaving quite a glare on that KUDA treble combination.
Not like it needed any other. Not like it needed any other reason to become more difficult. So number 15 up next. This is the iFarmer entry, Caliho Ardennes, owned by the iFarmer group and ridden by Ray Corber.
Jeepers, have they enjoyed some success this week?
4. And it's a gelding, right? We kept calling it a mare, I'm sure. I mean,
it is a gelding, yes, he is a gelding. By Abdullah out of a Valentino mare.
He really keeps his riders on his toes. Sometimes can have quite big eyes at the jump.
Quite impressive. I mean, Ray's body position looked pretty equitation-like as he went down on that desperate fall. But showing just how good he is, making light work of that KUDA treble. Wow. Throws his back end out behind over that STOKKIESDRAAI oxer.
He does have an unbelievable jump. It's just trying to manage his brain.
And a turn of speed to go with it, Brendan.
Ray saying, come on, we got 2 to go. Gritted his teeth in the air. Made sure that Ardennes knew what he meant. 76.26, the quickest of our clears so far for iFarmer, Caliho Ardennes, and Ray Corber.
That could put him in a good position coming back for the second round. I wonder if that is in the training manual, Brendan. Whether it is or it isn't, it's in Ray's training manual.
It works.
And gosh, did it work.
I think just for that horse, you really need a plan.
And I think you as a rider need to be thinking one step ahead of the horse all the way around the track. Next up, young Ashley Fox at number 16, riding for the 334 Sports Horse Stud. 334, Franzi U. Franzi U's an 11-year-old mare by Cassell out of a Laurentine mare. This is a new ride for Ashley.
Absolutely. Franzi's actually has had some success in the bigger classes.
With Chris van der Merwe?
With Chris van der Merwe, absolutely. She has 2 foals that were born last season. One by Bakure and the other by Don Rato. She has another foal coming this season by Brunsau Blue. So as we've mentioned before, that 334 breeding operation in full steam.
Wow, jumps that Farnham vertical beautifully. Brendan, having watched this pair during the week, Ashley looks like she's really getting the hang of Franzi. She stepped up her ground speed quite a bit today. I think that just shows her comfort, and she's learning the horse and how she feels in the ring.
Definitely. Ashley's so designed to ride. She's got such long legs. Will definitely help her keep her balance with this horse's big back end.
And a good riding brain to go with it, I think, Brendan.
Absolutely. From a real riding equestrian family.
Deirdre Fox, a big part of the equestrian community in Natal. Ashley comes home just outside the time allowed in a time of 85.83. Puts her on the 4 faults, but left all the poles up, and that was quite a performance for a new partnership. I think really, really good effort.
No, I agree. I think that Ashley's taking her time to get to know that horse and is definitely starting to piece together a fantastic relationship.
And again, like we saw earlier, 1-3-3-4 horse followed by another. 3-3-4 Matilda comes next with Leona van der Merwe. Had we decided who liked this horse more yet, Brendan? You or myself? Oh, I think that's straight up my alley now with a little kick out at the back of the keep boxer. I'm taking this one.
So Matilda is one of the first horses that Govert bred in Germany. She came to South Africa as a young horse and has been under the masterful hand of Leona van der Merwe in her production job.
You mentioned masterful production job, and isn't it just wow?
She's the first 334 bred horse to jump in the open grades as well. So just exciting to see that stud farm just develop basically before our eyes.
And Brendan, for such a young stud to already have horses in the open grades, true indication as to the quality that they're breeding.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think an indication of what's to come. Just they've really got their eye on the prize as far as getting quality sport horses out to the public.
She's going to be tight for time. Does she get in? Oh,
just outside the time.
82.92, just outside the time. That puts her on one time fault. But as it stands, that goes into 4th place with 8 horses going through to the second round and only 12 starters left to come. She could still be in with a shot at that second round.
I mean, it's an easier way to get in the time. You just have to ask Matilda to jump a little bit lower.
Yeah, it would help. Next up, at number 18, another 334 entry, 334 Balabeto, Chris van der Merwe.
Oh, I must say, he's just another one that got my attention, obviously, just by the way that he's built and by the way he does his job.
Brendan, Chris, a master of his trade. We saw him yesterday. Am I correct in saying he had this horse in a little rope gag?
Oh, he said he was just fiddling around and seeing if he could maybe get him a little bit more comfortable. It does look like he's back in the Pelham here this afternoon.
Yeah.
Balabeto, a 7-year-old.
Wow, how well did he jump out of that double?
He's a Holstein stallion. He's by Baloo de Roue out of a Diarado mare. This horse obviously caught Govert's eye as a 3-year-old. He was purchased off the Holsteiner auction, the stallion auction.
Foot perfect through the KUDA treble.
Just a little reminder for the South African public out there. Balabeto's first crops of foals will be 3 at the end of the year.
Coming home in a time of 82.87, just outside that time allowed. But I mean, Brendan,
what a round, what a horse, so exciting.
As a young 7-year-old, that horse has got a very bright future ahead of him. I mean, the Silver Tour Grand Prix is a 135 with a few fences set at 140, I believe.
Yeah, this is absolutely, it's strong enough. And as you mentioned, he's still young at his trade, this horse.
From one superstar to another, on track now, we have number 19, Tacken Tos legend, Charlie Ann Crockett, winner of the Gold Tour earlier on today, on her lovely mare, Odina.
Wow, what a round was that, and I must say, legend. Again, a horse with all the ingredients. He's got a huge, huge jump, big expressive back end. There you see his signature move as he jumps out the double. Charlie keeping her ground speed up, making sure Legend's rolling underneath her so she can set up here. Whoa. She did mention this is a little step up for the stallion.
She said quite a big step up for him, I thought she said to us earlier. Luckily for Legend, he's got Charlie on his team. Really looking comfortable in the step up to this division.
Legend looks like he's in a little snaffle today. He's sometimes in a Pelham.
And you could have sworn, I don't think she shouted so loud when she went over the through the finish on Odina. She's even more pleased with that round from Legend.
Oh, amazing round there. It looks like Charlie's enjoying her horses. enjoying her time in the ring, and so she should.
Takes a moment to chat to Umvota there, Leona's father, as she goes through the finish about her young stallion legend. Next up on track at number 20, Western Farrier's Alpha Ruby with the forever gutsy Stacy Lee Weston. I'd love to tease her that she chickened out on that 8 stride in the Gold Tour. She'd be looking to make up for that in the Silver Tour.
Now Stacy's been a busy lady this weekend. She's riding all of her very well produced, well turned out horses.
I'm immediately wishing I could take that comment back, because Stacy's definitely going to have it out with me. You can see she's really mindful of the time, landing, turning each time.
She knows what is going to be asked of with these courses. She's been around a few bigger classes today, and definitely time has been of the essence.
I don't know if you saw, but she lost her right rein over that Talkcraft Oxer, Brendan. She had her right hand almost behind her right hip, but her feel is so amazing. She just kept her hand there, and then on landing shortened her reins.
Keeps going, amazing.
Real good clean jump over the STOKKIESDRAAI Oxer. She turns inside to that Baker McVeigh vertical, 2 from home.
That was a sneaky move to get inside and take the pressure off her as far as the time goes. Come on. Yeah.
Reading from the same training manual as Ray, using her voice, a little growl at the last water tray. We said that would be spooky, and she comes home in a time of 79.95, inside that time allowed, giving us our 4th clear round. Definitely through to the second round is Stacy Lee Weston and Western Farrier's Alpha Ruby.
Good enough for 3rd at this stage. As you mentioned, one of the 4 clears that we've got in this class. 9 horses left to come. 19 horses have started. A clear round percentage of 21%. So definitely the Silver Tour providing
some stiff track for these riders. But I do believe we are going to get our 25% clears. Looking to do that. 21 up next. Lacano Ballard, Kayla Gertenbach in the saddle for Reba Stables. This is a very mileage pair, mileage combination.
Another one that was looking quite fresh yesterday.
Ballard almost looking like she had a little spook.
Oh, didn't lock on,
At Kayla's sponsors jump. Kayla's sponsored by Equestrian House, Greg Warham.
Makes a good shape over the Farnham vertical. A jump that hasn't jumped particularly well all day. Okay, looking like Ballard's not really feeling the vibe today. Kayla electing to retire.
As we said, I mean, an experienced pair, they don't need the mileage around this level.
For sure not. Number 22 up next. This is Rivendell Champagne, owned and ridden by Mia Nodia.
So, Brendan, with just 8 riders left to come, clear round percentage sitting at 20%. We'll be looking to just bump that up to the 25% mark.
Or definitely looking like maybe the time falters could be squeaking into the second round.
Oh, I think we've got a strong field of riders to come these last 8. You want to put some money on it?
This weekend I've lost all my money. What do you mean? I don't think I've made one good call. Maybe one.
Other than calling the entire podium for the Gold Tour, Brendan.
Maybe one.
Wow, jumps that Oxer beautifully. We said how easily Rivendell Champagne has been jumping. Possibly the extra time this horse spent in the lower grades because of that team event has actually really solidified the partnership between these two, and they looking like they're sweeping through the open grades towards the top level of the sport with quite some ease.
Mia just jumping out the blue double and has a big smile as she goes round the corner. She obviously enjoyed what Champagne did in her body there to clear that double.
And I think who wouldn't? This horse just does so many right things in its body. Mia's really taken her time in producing this horse meticulously. Bred by the Rivendell stud in the Cape. Great breeding program that they have out there.
Oh, a big press up to the white plank.
Oh, 2 from home.
Time to get inside.
She's got 5 seconds to get home. Is she going to get there?
Oh, I don't think so.
Whoa! 0.2 of a second outside the time allowed. 82.24.
Oh, unlucky Mia, but look
at her.
Yeah.
Shrugs it off. I mean, Pat's her horse. What an effort there. She knows she's done well. Great, great round from that pair. What a mare. So, up next at 23, King of Hearts, Jody Ambrose riding for Sue Peters. Jody's doubled up on 2 wins in the 135 so far this show. She could be looking for the trifecta today.
You mentioned a trifecta yesterday, as you said, Jody coming off 2 very good wins. You were saying that just maybe taking the pressure off this horse a little bit has really worked for him. He's looking really happy. And definitely his performances are showing.
I would love to see his percentage of clear rounds of late, because I think it would be exceptionally high. If not at 100%, it would be close to it. He has a very laid-back, calm way of going that often looks like he's a little under the pace, but he definitely isn't.
Oh, that triple combination really has taken some jumping this afternoon. So clear rounds are seeming fairly hard to come by this afternoon.
Proving difficult to come by. This horse, winner of the first 2 135 classes, so I think he's earned his stripes for the show. 1 down today.
Look, I mean, by no means a terrible round today, but unfortunately, you needed to be slightly better than that to
well, she sits in that 8th position at the moment, Brendan. So if we do not have any clears, which is highly unlikely, she would go through to the 2nd round. Next up, another super competitive pair. Jean Corber brings Kalaho Picker's Boy K into the arena at number 24. Well mileage pair. They've spent some time in the 140 classes. This horse has been immaculately produced by Jean.
He is a real personality.
Jean rode this horse's mother so successfully, Piccadilly. I had a horse that climbed the grades at a similar time to Piccadilly, and Jean really got the best out of that mare.
She was lightning, wasn't she?
And this partnership much the same, isn't it?
He definitely is opinionated. The son of Concoriano. Looking like he was having a quick squiz at the restaurant as he went past there.
When they have that much ability, they have time to do those sort of things, Brendan. Oh, another one giving a little rattle in the middle of the treble, but gets away with it.
Often if you have a rub like that, the horses are a little bit more careful jumping out, so it works for Jean today.
Often the rider can also be seen holding their breath. Hoping not to hear that dreaded thud.
Come on, Jean.
Good shot at the triple bar. Oh, gets away with a little wobble at the plank at the last, but when it's your day, it's your day.
I mean, we're talking wobble here. That plank properly wobbled there at the last, but it stays. I would tell. 25 up next. Back on track, Kazan. Jonathan Clark's riding for Linda Ellerine.
Our clear arm percentage climbing as we thought it might. 21% clears now.
5 horses left to come. 23 horses have started.
Kazan lightening the load before he gets going.
Okay, just for the viewers at home, we have 45 seconds to get through the start, but if the riders feel that the horses need time, the judges will stop the clock.
If the horse is manuring.
Sure,
yeah.
This horse is such an athlete. I think it's just going to take Jono a little bit of time just to learn the correct buttons.
See him in just a light snaffle, a little egg butt snaffle in his mouth.
Oh.
Gets him back on that steadier distance. Well ridden. Whoop.
Cool as you like. Jono doesn't stress. Oh.
Shows you how sensitive he is that even in that light tack of just that snaffle in the middle of his mouth, almost overreacting a little to the treble.
Okay, Jono looking like he's going to call it a day.
He knows with 2 down he won't be coming back for the second round, so decides to leave it on that. So up next at number 26, I believe it's our 7th 334 horse to come into the Silver Tour Grand Prix. 334 Vedette with Leona van der Merwe.
334 really showing the depth of their breeding program.
My correction, 8th 334 Sports Horse Stud horse to come into the arena for this Silver Grand Prix Tour.
Vedette is a 7-year-old Oldenburger mare by Vagabond de la Pomme out of a Chin Chin mare. Unfortunately finding a fence down there at number 4.
Big expressive jump over that Talkcraft Oxer.
I mean, she's definitely still going through the production phase of...
Yeah, it's amazing how these horses have just snuck up on us. It's like they've gone through the grades quite quickly, and I think now we'll probably spend a bit more time at this level.
Sure.
Just settling into the open classes.
As you mentioned, only a 7-year-old, so she has loads of time left in her career.
Wow, throwing all the right shapes there over the triple bar. Has a little look down at the water tray. I mean, I mentioned it before the class started, Brendan. I thought that those planks were spooky enough.
Very.
But to add those water trays underneath is quite a question, I think, for these horses.
At the end, by the gate, it's a big ask. So next up, number 27. This is Oxford Cobain. Lorette Knowles-Taylor rides for Brett Latimer.
A real cheeky character, which has matched well to her horse, Cobain.
Lorette has been quite cheeky all week.
Brett, I believe you're watching from London after your daughter's wedding. Again, huge congrats. We hope you're enjoying the live stream here, brought to you by KUDA Insurance from the STOKKIESDRAAI. equestrian centre in Brits. Sure.
Very good shot.
What a
at number 2.
jump over that Keep boxer.
Yeah, Lorette keeping Cobain with all the forelegs underneath him, so it gives him the best opportunity to get up and over.
Kate will be hoping for a clear from these last 3 riders to nail her percentages again and make it 25% clears. Oh, you hear him make a little grunt as he pushes out of that double.
He really did try to clear that. Right, Lorette's got to get this triple combination jumped.
Again from the same training manual as Ray, that little grunt at the jump.
Just making sure the horses know that they're serious. Come on, Law, keep it together. As you were mentioning, Kate would want this to be clear, just to sort her clear round stats out. Come on.
Gets away with a cheeky 5 strides to the plank.
Plan B riding, 101.
81.60 sneaks inside that time allowed of 82. Puts her on a clear round, definitely into that second round. She sits in 6th place, our slowest clear as we stand, with our 2 one-time falters still sitting good enough to go through to that second round, being Mia Nordia and Leona van der Merwe on Matilda. Next up on track, we have winner of the World Cup today, Dominique Alexander, riding for Simon Murray, Athena. Previous winner of the South African Derby, this pair.
Yeah, I must say, Dominique's accolades and classes that he's won just keeps getting bigger and longer, and I must say he is a real professional of the sport. Just he's
has a little giggle as his horse books left and right on the landing.
I think Dominique thinking maybe the pressure's off for today. He knows that.
Yeah, I think he's done enough this show to go home with a happy heart. Textbook riding through the treble combination.
Come on, Dom. Let's get yourself into this jump off again.
The Greys have really been in form today, Brendan.
Get up, Athena. There we go. I think Dominique will be good for time.
He should be. His ground speed has looked super so far.
Good. Says, come on, girl, up you get.
80.96. That puts him on a clear round and into the jump off. Brendan,
just have a squiz at your clear round percentages there, Chom.
25%. Kate Launder nailing it once again.
Unbelievable course building from Kate Launder.
Winner of the Gold Tour this morning, a grey mare. Winner of the World Cup qualifier today, a grey gelding. Could we have another grey?
Amazing.
Winning the Silver Tour, Athena, pressure's on you, girl.
Dominique
so
must be
with one left to go, we have 7 clear rounds. Sean Neal up next, riding for Delman Mining and Civils on Caprice DBH Z. Jumped an immaculate round in the 140s yesterday, Brendan.
She really does leave the ground with some purpose, this mare.
The round actually wasn't long enough for you yesterday to get everything you wanted to say said about how amazing this mare is and how good Sean is. Sean looking like he's not going to take too long to get round this track. Here, a little voice of encouragement there at the ox at the Talkcraft, number 6.
I know he's not really hanging around, but I'm not sure if he was quick enough in the beginning of this track. Let's see.
I'm pretty sure he's good for time. He's looked like he's been moving, Brendan. Maybe not as fast as Dominique was. Wow, and she doesn't really need to clear the fences by half a meter.
We go. So Shawnee just nipping inside, taking the
pressure off.
Yeah, top riding.
He's got 10 seconds to come home. He's going to be well within that time. Easy. Jeepers, did
Another one
she
for the jump off.
77.39, comes home in a clear round. Fantastic riding from Sean. Guys, while the arena staff ready the arena for our second round of this Silver Tour Grand Prix, we've got a real treat for you. Today's World Cup winner, Dominic Alexander, making his way up to have an interview with Brendan McNiven.
Viewers, thanks so much for joining us. Sten did mention that we're in for a real treat. I'm joined in co-commentary here by the winner of the FEI World Cup qualifier, Mr. Dominic Alexander. Wow, Dom, what a class that was to watch. I think you've had a little bit of time to process it now. I mean, I feel like I've got so many questions, and I want to start with the beginning. You had 2 horses in the class. I'd like to start with Collier if we could. You've done such an incredible job with that horse. He looks absolutely world-class for me. He must have felt the part today.
Bren, thank you. Yeah, he was outstanding. He, his first round, he literally just cantered around. That's what it felt like. He didn't make too much effort anywhere. I think he's a horse with a big future ahead of him.
I agree with you. I mean, I think that you're being very, very polite to yourself there in the sense you've done a heck of a lot of good work with that horse. You really seem to have him on your side. I mean, he jumped the first round for fun. I mean, we thought that you'd won it on Collier to the last. It was a little unlucky, but I must say a magical jump off. Exciting for the future.
You know, I was always a little bit concerned that he wasn't fast enough. That concern's gone now.
Well, I mean, even Sten and I were saying, is he going to be quicker than the smaller horses? Well, you proved us all right today.
You know, he's so athletic, and his turn back to the Biogen was inside, and I mean, he was so fast.
Yeah.
And you know, he's got to learn that because he's only 9 years old.
Okay.
So for me, I mean, I was excited about his round today, both his jump-off round, more so because I put him under pressure. I took a stride out there. I did the 8 really easy. I actually did 8 in the first round as well.
Sure, yes.
Turned back to the double, and I mean, the horse just was so with me, and that's a baby mistake that he made. I galloped to the last, and I could have maybe given him half a meter more space. Going that fast, he's got to learn to. He's so extravagant behind in his jump naturally, but I think he's got to learn to do it faster.
Which he will in time. You mentioned he's young, and he really looks like he wants to do it. And I must say that you really, I mean, the bitting looks like it's working. His body looks incredible. So I mean, and then we were chatting. You walked out, and you looked like you were a bit round-shouldered. And Sten said, "I'm telling you that Domini's going into that warm-up arena, and he's going to have fire in his belly, and he's going to come out firing." And oh my gosh, you really, really did. I mean, Soakley jumped a foot perfect first round, and then that jump off was just something to behold. I mean, it was incredible to watch. You are a master of your trade. It must have again felt amazing.
You know, I'm very excited. He's also only 9 years old, and when I cantered to the vertical, it was the second jump in the runoff, and he jumped so big, and I thought I was going to turn inside, but I landed too far out, and he went so high over it. That's also a bit of inexperience, you know. Suddenly I was on the gallop on the angle, and he was, whoa. Treated it with a lot of respect. I must say, I'm so lucky that I've got such nice horses. I mean, I got 2 9-year-olds in the World Cup. They both they're different, but they've got so much quality, both of them, you know.
I mean, they do look like they do their job easy enough. I mean, it's not easy out there, but I think under your incredible guidance, I mean, it was absolutely magical to watch. And then just finishing off with a really cool podium with you and Tracy and Kelly. I mean, you guys have been through so much together. Fantastic to have Tracy and Kelly there. I mean, amazing for the viewers at home. Not only is Dominic a top rider, top instructor himself, fun times on the podium there this afternoon.
Yeah, thanks, Bren. It was a good day. And also, this morning in the 140s, we also had a nice morning. So actually today has been a lovely day.
Team Sellerhoff really has been shining through. You're definitely not done. You've jumped another clear round. As you sat down, you mentioned that you were quite tired. I'm
tired now.
I'm sure your adrenaline has also been pumping all day. I'm going to let you get back to your work, Dominic. Congratulations once again. It was an absolute treat watching you ride.
Thanks,
Massive
Bren.
Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Guys, I think we've got the jump off, which is going to be up next. Dominic's going to go and do his thing. We'll be back shortly.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
So, welcome back, viewers, for this, the second round, our jump-off round of the Silver Tour Grand Prix, sponsored by Back on Track, Linda Ellerine and team. Thank you very much for the sponsorship. Coming in first in our jump-off will be Oxford Cobain, Lorette Knowles-Taylor riding for Brett Latimer. Again, Kate Launder nailing her percentages.
Nailing her percentages and also keeping it really exciting for us sitting here in the commentary box. It looks like number 12, the Back on Track vertical, is the last. Am I correct in saying
Is the last jump of the jump-off. A nice long gallop to the last here in front of us.
So we really get to be basically on the finish line again.
So
Kate's been spoiling us.
Nailing the 25% mark. 8 clears in that first round. Order of going in the second round is going to be Oxford Cobain first. Second, Capital 334 Capital Katori. Third, Athena Domini Alexander. Fourth, Stacy Lee Weston, Western Farriers, Alpha Ruby. Fifth, Back on Track, Every Cloud, Jonathan Clark. Sixth, Callahos, Pickers Boy K, Jean Corber. Seventh, Caprice, DBHZ, Sean Neal. Rounding out our second round, iFarmer, Callaho, Ardennes, Rainer Corber.
Sean was quick in that first round.
Absolutely.
Just back in the second to last or third to last vertical there.
Viewers,
Very
there's
clever
no
riding.
time for a cup of tea right now. You better keep your eyes glued to the screen because this is going to go quick.
So first up, Oxford Cobain, Lorette Knowles-Taylor. Let's see what she's got in store.
Yeah, I would imagine that's what they're going to do. Nip inside that Farnham vertical. Jeepers, she's on a big angle.
Good
Well
ride,
ridden.
Law. She's turned her head early. Looks for her route.
Sure, good shot. Moves up immediately in this left turn to the KUDA double. Oh, little rub. Stays up. This is quick, Brendan.
So she's going to jump the STOKKIESDRAAI. She's going to... Oh, no, Law, so
Back
unlucky.
rail. I thought she had the ride she was looking for. That short ride that they jumped the Oxer, land and turn. Unfortunately, just touching the back rail. Gets away with a slight rub at the last. Comes home in a time of 45.02. I think she did sort of take the foot off the gas a little bit towards the end.
So what are we thinking? I mean, anything in and around 43? Take 2 seconds off that. What would you say? 2-3 seconds?
It's going to take some going. A lady that's looking to do that up next, Leona van der Merwe on the 334 Sport Horse Stud, 334 Capital Katori.
Katori likes to go fast. Leona likes to go fast.
Come on, Lee.
Oh, maybe adding a stride there, but
Not that quick as lightning on landing. Sets her up for the double. Brendan, this again, this is quick. I suppose these are all going to be like this.
creates a little angle. This is quick.
Nips inside, moving forward to the Baker McVeigh.
And go. Again, the crowd willing her home.
Jockey seats all the way. Yes, Lee.
But it stays.
44.15. Comes home clear. Knocks off 9/10 of a second off Lorette Knowles-Taylor's time. I wonder if they can go quicker than that. Brendan, I mentioned to Domini all the winners today have been grey horses.
Some interesting stats that. Domini was backing that up, saying that he was looking at the Olympic dressage horses that are in line for gold, and not only were they grey, but all mares. What was he saying?
And we have two greys in the second round. Domini on Athena and Jonathan on Every Cloud. He'll be able to turn up tight to here, use her scope. Great shot.
Dom did say he was quite tired after doing all the riding that he's done for today, but he's definitely not finished. Come on, Athena.
Not sure I've ever heard him sound out of breath like he did coming up for an interview quick.
He's a fitness freak, is Domini.
Come on, give Simon a win here for Athena. Move up. Brendan, he's got the time.
He's quicker than
He's got the time. A man in fine form, 44.02, just ahead of Leona van der Merwe and 334 Capital Katori. Domini Alexander, Athena go into the lead.
What form, Domini Alexander? My word, he looks up at us with a wry smile.
He's laughing because he knows I told him it had to be a grey horse winning this class. Someone who'll be looking to upset that apple cart. Stacy Lee Weston up next. On Western Farrier's Alpha Ruby. She knows how to go fast. She loves to go fast. See how she gets on.
You hear Dominic say as he walks past us, he's got very nice horses.
I think Stace nails the angle there to that third jump in the jump off. Yeah, quick back to the Tallcraft Oxer. She's moving.
She's getting her reins organized.
Whoa. Oh,
fortunately they're just paying the price, jumping out the double.
Risk and reward, Brendan. They have to go quick in these classes. This Grand Prix, this 135 level is known for almost being one of the fastest levels of our sport.
And when you put a round like Domini with Athena's on, we talk about scoreboard pressure.
Alpha Ruby looking like she just ran out a little bit of steam towards the end of that track.
She's had a fantastic show. Stacey's had a great show.
Stacey lifts her hand saying what more could she do, but I think she's had a great show. I think she's enjoyed her outing here at STOKKIESDRAAI Equestrian Centre.
I think her horses have all come on in leaps and bounds.
And almost be greedy to ask for more, may I say that?
Okay, so number 7, the back on track entry. Every Cloud, TH, Jonathan Clark for Linda Ellerine. They're just making sure that, all the last jump up there. Jono would have been happy to jump that last one at
a meter 10, yeah. So I said it had to be a grey horse. So we said, keeping up with the trend of today, we'd like it to be a grey horse in pole position. Can Jono match that time or beat it of Athena's new partnership? This horse really does cover the ground. Wow, he's quick there.
Jono wouldn't want to be too big in here. This horse has got a big extravagant jump. He'd want to leave room to jump out the double of verticals. He even goes at an angle. Give himself extra space.
Really looks like they are going to need to slow up a little bit to the double.
Yeah.
Show it some care.
Jono just trying to get his stirrup back there for the last jump.
Never the most comfortable way to ride, one stirrup. Good shot at the last. Comes home in a time of 47.14. Unfortunately, 2 rails down. Putting them into 4th place as it stands.
So still only 2 double clears at this stage. Dominique, Alexander and Athena out in front, 44.02. And then the 334 entry, Capital Katori, Leona van der Merwe in a time of 44.15. So,
and just 3 horses to go, Brendan. One speedy combination coming up now. Next up, number 6, Calaho Pickers Boy K, Jean Corber. This pair know how to light up the arena.
You've got to be quick, clear and fast, and under a time of 44.02 to upset Domini at the top of the spot there. This is definitely a horse that can be fast.
Kicks up a little bit. She's coming around to that 3rd jump. Gives herself a little bit more room, but her ground speed is super. Lands going left after that Tallcraft Oxer.
That's a good shot to the double of verticals.
Couldn't have ridden that better.
She would be maybe a fraction up on Domini. Let's see.
I would think. Ooh. Flicks his tail out over that Oxer. Leaves the Bakerman Bay. Now gallop.
Domini's time 44.02. I think Jean's going to have him.
Ooh.
Oh, he's not. Domini breathes again.
45.26. Jean finishes just behind that time of Domini.
And Leona
puts her into 3rd place. 45.26. So to get onto the podium, they have to be better than 45.26. And to take the lead, they need to be better than 44.02. Sean Neal looks like a man on a mission this afternoon. We see his son Oliver looking super excited here in front of us.
Says, come on, Dad, as he goes past.
clucking frantically.
Oliver's riding this round with his dad from the sidelines.
That's not the microphone stuttering, that's Oliver. Clicking, clicking, clicking. Come on, Dad.
Come on, Shawnee.
Oh.
Caprice got a big, extravagant jump.
Can he replicate young Oliver's?
Come on, Shawnee. He's quick.
Oof. Can he replicate young Oliver's win in the 1 meter Pony Rider Championships? Come on, Sean.
Ollie is shouting his dad home here from just below us. Time to beat 44. Sean's not going to take a pull. I think he's got it.
44?
No.
4-1.
All three are in the 44s. Wow, look at that.
Not even 0.4 of a second separating our top three.
That is incredible.
And may I say, Thomas, Sean's groom, said that the horse, he was quite proud of it for jumping so high. I think it's cost her. I think leaving the fences up with such exaggeration has really cost that mare.
What a round there. Shawnee shakes his head. He thinks, what more do I need to do to beat these guys? Fantastic round.
Next up, Rainer Corber closing out the show at STOKKIESDRAAI on the iFarmer Kahoka Ardennes entry. He's going to be quick. Can he leave them up?
This horse only goes one speed and it's absolutely blitz.
Well, this looks like a fast-forward version of that normal speed, Brendan.
Wow,
Cheap as he is
Ray
moving.
is flying. He's gone around to give himself a bit more space.
No, but his ground speed is unbelievable. He is quick.
Is he going to go under the 44 mark?
He's going to have to win.
A little rub. He's
toe.
quick here. Little time check. He's going to floor the last.
No, he's got it. He's got it. If he leaves this up, he's got it, Brendan.
Ray Corber. Oh, no.
Look at that time. 41.23.
Oh,
which
man.
means, true to the trend of today,
wow,
a
incredible.
grey takes the win. We had Dominic in here. We told him it had to be a grey horse today, taking the win in the Silver Tour Grand Prix. True to form, winner of our World Cup qualifier today, Dominic Alexander takes the win.
You said do it to Simon Murray today. Dominic did just that.
On the in the back on track, 135 Silver Tour Grand Prix.
I hope
wow,
Simon's
what a
watching
round
from wherever he is. Fantastic round there. Sure, that mare really showing her class. Dominic just absolutely incredible today. He looked so relaxed in that jump off. He didn't really overdo anything for me. He just really looked like he was smooth and a little effortless as he's been looking all day.
Smooth, quick, economical, all phrases that we could, all terms that we could use to describe that round. Second place, a valiant effort in a time of 44.15.
Another grey horse.
Leona van der Merwe on the 334 Sport Horse Stud. Capital Katori. Sean Neal rounds out our podium on Caprice DBHZ, riding for Delman Mining and Civils.
I think that Oliver will be happy enough with a podium from his dad today. He did want to
like
top
we've got to get young Oliver in here for a word just now. Jean Corber comes home in 4th place. Callahoo's Picker's Boy K. Rainer Corber in 5th place. He had the time. Look at that time. 41.23.
Unbelievable time.
iFarmer Kahoka Ardennes. Then in 6th place, Lorette Knowles-Taylor, Oxford Cobain, finishing with a good prize on Brett's daughter's wedding weekend. Jonathan Clark for Linda Ellerine, back on track every cloud, finishing in 7th place.
I think that also would have gained a fantastic amount of mileage this weekend.
Absolutely, and rounding out our prizes this afternoon, Stacy Lee Weston, Western Farriers Alpha Ruby.
Sure, Sten, what a class. What a day for Dominic Alexander and for Team Sellerhoff and everyone. Wow. Simon Murray, another win for your special mare. Exciting times. Gee, Dominic really is riding an unbelievable wave of form.
Oliver, come here, young man. We want to hear your thoughts on your father's round this afternoon. What did you think about that? Good round? Did you go fast enough for you in the jump off?
Yep.
Yep, just that? Nothing else to say?
Do you think he was fast enough to the last, Ollie?
You think he kicked enough to the last?
Yeah.
Where do you think he could have gone faster? Where do you think that he could have made up a little bit of time? You were shouting him home. Do you think?
He did the KUDA, and he went, like, if the podium was still there, and he landed, and it went inside.
Okay, so he needed to be tighter after the double of verticals, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
So guys, there you have it from young Oliver Neal, and that's a voice you're going to be hearing in the winner's circle many a time in the years to come. He believes that his dad could have been a little tighter after the KUDA fence. There you have it. He said it.
He said it, yeah. Shawnee can take some advice there from young Ollie. But what a family affair. And I must say, it's been a real special day show jumping here this afternoon at STOKKIESDRAAI. Just all the real positive, good feels. I feel like I've had goosebumps more than once today just watching all these riders ride. And
goosebumps or sweaty palms? It's been a nerve-wracking day.
Thomas Mokoko, he's happy enough with that. He
Thomas
says a Piccaninny clear there for sure.
They're getting there. I think he's also referring to the fact that his horse could have jumped a little lower over most of those fences.
You'll see Thomas on the podium a little later. Thomas has been basically Sean's right-hand man through Sean's entire career. Thomas has traveled around the world with Sean and his horses. I must say he just a huge part of Sean and Catherine and the kids' lives. He's you saw Oliver when he won his SA Champs. Thomas was next to him. So great to see Tom on the podium there, sharing third place with Caprice and Sean Neal.
Great scenes there of Athena. She knows what it means to be there, top position. She's done it at SA Derby. She does it here today in the Silver Tour Grand Prix. Great result for that pair. Sure, owner Simon Murray will be proud of his horse.
Absolutely, and just again we've spoken a lot about Domini, but he really has been on scintillating form today. Absolutely incredible to watch. I'm sure today is a day that he's not going to forget in a hurry.
We see forward. Linda Ellerine on behalf of the Back on Track team congratulating Domini on his win.
Sten, you want to go along with your theory on grey horses?
That's not something wrong with your screens at home. That is what's happened all day today. Every winning horse has been a grey. It's not a black and white screen that you're seeing. Quite a result for the greys.
Incredible, right?
Leona van der Merwe taking second position, and on the 334 entry, 334 Capital Katori.
She's put her hand up again. She's really quick against the clock. She suits Leona down to the ground. Fantastic result there for 334 Capital Katori and Leona van der Merwe.
Third place Sean Neal, fourth place Callahoo Picker's Boy and Jean Corber. Right behind her, hot on her heels, husband Rainer Corber, iFarmer Callahoo Ardennes for the iFarmer team, Stuart Barker.
Just having a chat there about that round with iFarmer Callahoo Ardennes and Ray Corber. The time to beat was 44.02. Ray's time 41.23.
Nearly some 3 seconds faster.
He was for sure quick enough. Unfortunately, laid a toe on the last. So not good enough today, but for sure, one to watch for the future. Ray likes going fast, so does Ardennes.
Laurette Knowles-Taylor went out first in that second round on Oxford Cobain for Brett Latimer, coming home in 6th place.
I want to say that Laurette's looking like she's getting some confidence back. She's looking like she's smooth again. She's looking like she's enjoying her riding. It's fantastic to see.
Lovely to see the Back on Track entry, Back on Track Every Cloud TH and Jonathan Clark in the prizes. In his sponsored class with Linda Ellerine. Fantastic result for their team.
And no, guys, your TV's not glitching. Domini is back on the top of the podium.
This isn't a repeat.
This is not a repeat or a replay.
You can see that clearly because now sitting in third place is Sean Neal.
Fair enough.
Not one of the fair young ladies that he had next to him
Absolutely, yeah. So there we go. Dominic Alexander, top of the pops. Leona van der Merwe, second place. Sean Neal, good to see you back on the podium, buddy.
Linda Ellerine standing in your shot there. Linda, thank you so much for the amazing sponsorship. We appreciate everything that you put into the sport on behalf of the riders, the grooms, the horses. Really thank you for everything you do.
I'm sure Linda will be chuffed with Jono and Back on Track Every Cloud. He looks like he's getting some really solid show mileage. Jono looks like he's working him out. I definitely think that's one to earmark for the future. I reckon that's a World Cup horse through and through. So the Sellerhoff grooms are going to be getting back on the podium. There they go. Big Tom. He knows what it's all about to stand on the podium. Looks like Thomas is just pushing everyone out the way to stand at the top.
And then he politely moves over to third. These guys have a great relationship. They travel all over the country. They really form some friendships for life.
I'm sure, I mean, these guys would have been friends for more than 15 years, for sure. Big Tom Makoko. Such a personality. Every year he still gets to hand out the Gold Rush trophy. Big part of Tom's life.
So, with all said and done at the prize giving, getting ready to lead us off on the lap of honor, our World Cup winner today on yet another grey, winner of the Silver Tour Grand Prix, Dominique Alexander, and Athena for Simon Murray.
Fantastic riding, inspirational riding from Dominique Alexander here today. Man, I think if anyone at home isn't feeling inspired after watching this man today, incredible stuff, really showing fitness, determination, grit, unbelievable willpower.
Lovely way for Leona van der Merwe to close out her show on behalf of the 334 Sport Horse Stud. They've had an amazing show, lovely results, and a great second place here in the last class of the show.
Big pats for Athena as she goes out, very well deserved.
Sean Neal taking home third place on the superstar mare Caprice that we're going to see a lot more of in the future.
Yeah, agreed. So great to see Shawnee back on the podium. I know he's had trouble with his back and he's been putting his children first, as dads do, but today's a little bit his day to enjoy. Well done, Shawnee.
So with those scenes of the final horse leaving the prize giving, leaving the arena after a prize giving for this show, I think just a huge shout out to Betsy and Rieta and the entire team, Lara, the team from KUDA, I think, for bringing us this World Cup in Brits. It's been an outstanding week of show jumping,
Absolutely.
culminating in just some scintillating sport
Yeah,
this
I think
afternoon.
the footing has been fantastic. Peter Morrison and his team for watering, raking, rolling until late at night. It definitely goes unnoticed. Thanks, Law. Fantastic show for everybody. I think, yeah, job well done, as you said, by the show organizers. I wonder if I'm going to be able to go and grab Dominique for a little interview with you, Sten. I'm sure he's going to be exhausted, and I'm sure he's said everything that he's needed to say.
I think almost be respectful and allow him the opportunity to just go home and celebrate with his family, Brendan.
I think he did look shattered when he sat down with me.
If we were to interview him for every time he's won at this show, it would be a bit of a boring live stream, wouldn't it? To the team from EquiLive, thank you for bringing this production to our viewers at home, allowing the likes of Charles and Di and PE to watch from the comfort of their own home. We've got a lovely message from Di thanking us for the entertainment. So Team EquiLive, huge congrats, guys. Lovely to have you involved in the equestrian sport.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think exciting times. It looks like our system rolls on now. We look forward to the next show, which is going to be the Shongweni World Cup Qualifier. It looks like it's in 5 weeks from now. So, guys, if you could join us then, it'll be exciting times down in Shongweni. Sten, thanks for an amazing day show jumping. I'm exhausted after this. I'm sure you are too.
Yeah, just some real exciting sport for all of us involved. And thank you to Rieta team for having us here. Great big thanks to the team from STOKKIESDRAAI Equestrian Centre. I hope our viewers have enjoyed it as much as we have. The jumping has just been phenomenal. Amazing result today for Dominique in that World Cup qualifier. Better show jumping we couldn't have asked for.
Absolutely.
So viewers, I think like Brendan said, 5 weeks time, we'll see you down at Shongweni.
See you all then.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.
I choose KUDA.
I choose
KUDA. I choose KUDA.
We choose KUDA.